Path to Mediterranean Hegemony. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Preparing to Buy Dips. Seeing this result, Ferdinand didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This novel version of the history of the origin of the nation was created mainly to promote the integration of various ethnic groups in Bulgaria. Unexpectedly, it also helped Austro-Hungary and Russia to a certain extent. Compared with Bulgaria, the ethnic conflicts in their country are more serious. The main ethnic group of the Austro-Hungarian Empire is less than 30%. The Russian Empire is not much better, it is on the edge of 40%. Both countries need a set of theories to promote national integration. The novel version of the history of the origin of the nation that Ferdinand fiddled with just met this condition, and was directly used by them. As for whether it has any effect, only God knows. Anyway, Ferdinand is not optimistic about them, just relying on the executive ability of the bureaucrats of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Russian Empire. Trying to instill this set of close relatives theory is tantamount to a dream. If you can't unify the language and words, even if you talk about it, the estrangement between them cannot be eliminated. People will ask, why is there such a big gap in our cultural heritage? After the outbreak of nationalism in the future, it will be as it should be! Economic crisis for Bulgaria, an immediate crisis, but also an opportunity. Although the economic crisis has temporarily interrupted Bulgaria's economic development, industries all over the world are now depreciating in value, and many things that Bulgaria could not afford before can now be bought at low prices. For example, before Ferdinand was eyeing a struggling English shipyard, the price quoted was £1.5 million. It's still an expression of buying it if you like it, but not buying it. Now £500,000 is a high price, and it is still depreciating. The major countries in the capitalist world now have excess production capacity. The capitalists, who are usually arrogant are not having a good time these days. First suffered heavy losses in the stock market, and then faced brutal market competition. The more you produce, the more you lose. The products cannot be sold, and the bank's loans are stopped again. In order to recover funds, everyone has to sell at a lower price. You drop me and I drop it, and he drops even harder. Vicious competition begins to circulate, and factories go bankrupt because of this, and they are sent to the auction by the bank. Ferdinand, who has been prepared for a long time, is of course going to buy. His Majesty, this is the procurement list delineated by the Ministry of Industry. Please take a look. Said the Minister of Industry, handing over a thin procurement plan. Ferdinand took it over and glanced at it. Although the content was small, the appetite of the Ministry of Industry was not small this time, covering almost the entire industrial system. Including metallurgy, electricity, fuel, chemical industry, shipbuilding, machine building, transportation. In addition to the industries that Bulgaria already had, the industrial system at the end of the 19th century was basically complete. It is planned to acquire 148 factories, and the total amount of funds involved is as high as 1.5 billion leva, or about £60 million, almost catching up with the indemnity of Genghis. This is still the price in the economic crisis. Ferdinand is sure that if this is in a period of economic prosperity, even if this number increases 4 or 5 times, it may not be able to get it. No wonder the Chancellor of the Exchequer looked wrong. It was clear that the government could not come up with the money. Moreover, even if these factories are bought back, how to make them run is a problem. It's not the problem of people. Now is the time of economic crisis. Unemployed people are everywhere. It's still very simple to poach people. The question is, after these factories are running, how can they all survive? Products have to have a market, right? For example, the 230,00-ton docks and 320,00-ton docks in this plan look very good, but Ferdinand can be sure that after the establishment, half of them can survive, which is a record-breaking. Another example is the steel project. After theoretical completion, Bulgaria will be able to produce 3 million tons of steel per year. Ferdinand is very skeptical. Who will the steel be sold to? Anyway, this series of acquisition plans are very radical. Ferdinand has some doubts. Who is the transmigrator? Did everyone know that the Russo-Japanese War would break out in 1904, so that the Russians could be volunteers? That's not right. Even the Russo-Japanese War can't help consume so much production capacity. Russians also have industries, and even if they want to purchase from abroad, they are only part of it, and they have to face competition from European countries. Besides, the Russo-Japanese War ended in a few years, so who should it be sold to? Ferdinand doesn't think that Bulgaria's development can be so fast. In just a few years, he can consume this part of the production capacity. Even though he was full of doubts, Ferdinand asked patiently, "Can the Ministry of Industry explain this plan?" The Minister of Industry said a little embarrassedly, "Your Majesty has a rare opportunity. Now such industrial equipment is cabbage price. If you miss this opportunity, you will ... Before the Minister of Industry could finish speaking, the Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy interrupted him. "But the problem is, even at the price of cabbage, we can't afford it." This reason is powerful, so powerful that no one can refute it. The Bulgarian government has just completed the big immigration, and it is still in debt, so it is impossible to come up with this huge sum of money! 4.26 million people were brought back and 2.67 million people were sent away. The Bulgarian government completed the migration of 6.73 million people in just 3 years. Even if each one spends 1,000 levs, this is a huge sum of 673 million levs, and the actual cost will only be greater. Coupled with domestic construction, the Bulgarian government's debt has grown like a snowball, and it has now reached a peak value of 2.6 billion levs. Ferdinand also knew that the Bulgarian government was absolutely unable to carry out large-scale borrowing now, and this figure was almost 4 times the fiscal revenue. Now is the beginning of the 20th century. Not yet the 21st century. The fourfold debt ratio has not overwhelmed the Bulgarian government, but it has already broken a record. Ferdinand asked, "How much money can the government allocate now without affecting domestic construction?" The Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy thought for a moment and said, "Up to 700 million leva, including the emergency fund of 500 million leva raised later." Considering the actual situation, after these industrial equipments are purchased, they must be put into production. We must leave at least 300 million funds for the construction of supporting facilities in the later stage. Kennedy's words chilled the industry secretary's ambition. How about a penny to beat a hero? Now this cap is not 1,000 or 8 million, and the government will squeeze it out. There is a funding gap of more than 1 billion levs. Even if the Bulgarian government really smashes the pot and sells iron, it will not be able to make it up. How can we do this? Your Majesty, our big industrial plan is at a critical moment, and we can't stop now. Looking at the performance of the Minister of Industry, Ferdinand knew that these guys had committed the idealism disease again, and simply ignored them. This is also impossible. In order to develop the industry more efficiently and rationally, many of the officials of the Ministry of Industry are engineers concurrently. While people are engaged in industrial construction, they are also responsible for overall planning, and of course political savvy can no longer ask for it. Ferdinand has seen this kind of idealized plan many times, but since they have done a good job in industrial construction, he will endure it. Idealization is idealization. It's better than putting on a bunch of bureaucrats, tossing around for the sake of face-saving projects. Ferdinand said that as long as he can complete the tasks he has set, the details will not be investigated. Who is it that Bulgaria lacks talents? Ferdinand comforted, "Don't worry too much, all solutions can be thought of." Considering the actual situation, let's slim down this plan first and compress the production capacity, so that the funding gap will not be so big. In addition, like the construction of supporting facilities in the later stage, we can still think of ways. Considering that our industry is about to skyrocket, then we can put a batch of currency into the market, and the market can also digest it. and the capital gap is almost blocked. Well, the solution Ferdinand finally came up with was to print money. Anyway, he just made a fortune, and now the gold is still in the vault. In the age of the gold standard, money can be printed with gold, which is not nonsense. With the rapid economic development of Bulgaria, the demand for currency has also increased significantly. Just like the British Empire in history, there were still a lot of fiscal deficits in this period, but after the Anglo-Boer War, with the gold obtained from South Africa, the deficit quickly came out, and the financial hegemony of the pound became more consolidated! Moreover, Ferdinand also knew that the use of currency issuance to solve fiscal crises was also the most commonly used method in later countries. Even some countries' revenue from issuing currency exceeds half of their fiscal revenue. Everyone has no objection, this is not their specialty, as long as the Ministry of Finance thinks it can be done. Of course, Kennedy would not object. You must know that the Ministry of Finance made a lot of profits from the previous issuance of currency, but because of the economic crisis, this part of the profits was invested in infrastructure construction. As for the specific amount of currency to be issued, and how much gold is needed for reserves, Ferdinand doesn't even ask. Bulgaria's original reserves plus his private treasury, the total amount of gold exceeds 600 tons. This figure is already more than half of the Russian family, and the total amount of levs issued on the market is estimated to be less than 1/10 of the total amount of rubles. In the end, Ferdinand cut off a lot of production capacity in the large industrial plan, but the projects were kept. After all, it is of great significance to establish a complete industrial system. For example, the iron and steel plan has dropped by 1 million tons from the original annual output of 3 million tons of steel. Another example is the large shipyard, which is also cut in half. Only 220,000 ton docks and 310,000 ton docks are retained. These are all decisions that Ferdinand made in light of the actual situation. In the next 10 years, Bulgaria's railway plan will not stop, and it will consume a lot of steel. 10 years later, the domestic market in Bulgaria has also grown, and steel production capacity can naturally be easily digested. The same is true for ships. These production capacities can still be digested in the market. In the future, we need to increase them. The main purpose now is to accumulate shipbuilding technology and prepare for war shipbuilding. As for the 50,000 ton giant dock, Ferdinand said it was flashy. The foreign powers want Pantech, so naturally they can do it, but Bulgaria is fine. Now, let's learn from behind them honestly. Chapter 252. Dig. Combining the actual situation in Bulgaria, Ferdinand made some deletions after rational analysis, and successfully completed the slimming of the large-scale industrial plan that the Ministry of Industry fiddled with. Originally needing £60 million of procurement funds, it was successfully halved. Even so, the finances of the Bulgarian government are still unfinished now. Industrial equipment is not only purchased, but it is also necessary to build factories and recruit manpower. These expenses are not a small amount. According to Ferdinand's estimation, if it is an ordinary engineer, now it is a period of economic crisis, it is a lot of money. But if it is a senior engineer, even in an economic crisis, people can get by. Britain and France have a solid foundation and are supported by colonies. There are not a few large companies with strong strength. These large companies do not mind accepting a few high-tech talents now. If you want to poach people, you have to go to several small countries, such as Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, Belgium and other countries. Although the overall industry is not as good as that of the foreign powers, there are still some high-tech talents. The number of domestic enterprises is much smaller, and the strength is not so strong. In the economic crisis, most of them are overwhelmed, and naturally they do not have the strength to spend a lot of money to retain talents. In this way, language is another problem. Almost every engineer has to be equipped with translators. It is estimated that these translators must be hired externally. Bulgaria does not have so many foreign language talents. Thinking of Ferdinand is scary. He also had to be fortunate that Russian could be used in Bulgarian, otherwise it would be impossible to get so many translations together. If you want to overtake fast, there is always a price to pay. As a last resort, the ordinary engineer Ferdinand can only give priority to digging the corners of the Russians, at least not to worry about the language problem. As for senior engineers and designers, Ferdinand said that he is not picky, and any country is fine. Isn't it just a translation? It's a small problem. As long as you can dig it up, everything can be said. This time, Ferdinand's audacity to dig people is much bigger. As long as it is a scientific researcher, whether it is physical chemical industry or biometallurgy, everyone will come. Don't have a lab? It doesn't matter. What you need, we will arrange it for you right away. No funding? The Bulgarian government has allocated money to you. Treatment? It is easy to discuss. Luxury houses, beautiful women, famous cars, and banknotes are not a problem. The premise is that your ability is strong enough. It is clear that Ferdinand's purpose is to recruit poor scientists, or not yet famous, young researchers who are eager to stand out. Like those who have already achieved success, everyone has all these things, and Bulgaria can't come up with a bargaining chip to make them tempted. Just like Nikola Tesla, the most outstanding scientist at the beginning of the 20th century, he is awesome. But it is a pity that Ferdinand became famous as soon as he crossed the border. 10 years ago, he was a world-renowned scientist. Not to mention solicitation, even kidnapping is not enough. Fortunately, although Nikola Tesla is awesome enough, Bulgaria can still use his scientific research results directly. As for the train fee, the amount of multinational patent fees in this era depends on the user's mood. It's a big deal to file a lawsuit. Ferdinand said that in Bulgaria, he is not afraid of anyone filing a lawsuit. Don't blame him for being greedy. That's what this era is like. Almost all multinational patent fees don't get a few dollars. Even the department supermarket that Ferdinand tossed up has registered a patent. It has been more than 10 years, and the patent fee he received is less than £100,000. This is still based on the situations that others give face. In Europe, everyone gave more or less a little bit of meaning. As for the American continent, Ferdinand said that he did not know what the patent fee looked like. In addition to this big man, Ferdinand set his sights on another big man in the scientific world, Albert Einstein. In August 1900, the 21-year-old Einstein graduated from the Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich. In December, he completed the paper Inferences from Capillary Phenomenon, which was published in the Leipzig Journal of Physics the following year and incorporated into Switzerland. As a young man, Ferdinand thinks it's better to fool around. A fresh graduate from school is still very likely to be poached at a high price. If it doesn't work, he will be kidnapped. Anyway, it won't attract much attention. The only trouble is that he seems to be part of an extreme anti-war group. Before the First World War, he was the director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute of Physics in Berlin and a professor at the Humboldt University of Berlin, and was elected a member of the Prussian Academy of Sciences. But he still joined the anti-war group, and he signed the famous anti-war manifesto, a letter to the Europeans, which was a hindrance to Germany in World War I! However, in Ferdinand's view, these are small problems. As long as they are in Bulgaria, these things will not happen. People are divided into groups by similar things. Even if there's a similar declaration in Bulgaria, it is impossible to publish it. The information administration is still very deterrent. 3 years to start, the highest death penalty. This is the Bulgarian press law. Everyone should be responsible for their words and deeds. Since the establishment of the information administration, the number of newspapers closed due to false advertisements has been in 3 figures, and the editors and capitalists who have been imprisoned have also been in 4 figures. As for political news, not to mention, that stuff has to be more cautious. Those who dare to go against the government have long ceased to exist. Of course, some news is also allowed, such as corruption and bribery of high-ranking officials. Social celebrities with personal moral losses can be exposed casually. This is also a Bulgarian tradition of fighting corruption. Ferdinand firmly believes that if a slap doesn't make a sound, even if there is 1 or 2 jumping thoughts, under the background of the whole society, at most, they can complain a few words, and no big trouble can be caused. In addition to this one, Ferdinand also set his sights on the Curie couple, who were famous in later generations, and they were in despair at the moment. In order to study radium, they now have neither experimental equipment nor funds to purchase research materials, and they are worried. And they were still doing hard work by living in a leaky shack in the physics and chemistry school that wasn't even suitable for corpses. It is said that this shack is as hot as an oven in summer and freezing in winter, and the unventilated environment has forced them to carry out many refining operations in the open air in the courtyard. In Ferdinand's view, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for two scientific research lunatics, for the sake of good experimental conditions. They just moved once. What is it? As long as these three people join, Bulgaria will definitely be at the forefront of the world in the research of nuclear physics, which will be of great help to the future research on atomic bombs. Therefore, the letters of appointment of Bulgarian universities were issued through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Of course, the staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had to do ideological work. This was also the most conventional method for recruiting talents in the early 20th century. Those who do scientific research are basically invited to teach in the name of the university. Otherwise, if they are invited in the name of the country, many aristocratic scientists may really be dismissive. Of course, in addition to these big figures, there were also some well-known scientists at that time who also received invitations from Bulgarian universities. In line with the principle of casting wide nets and fishing more, between 1900 and 1903, Bulgarian universities issued more than 1,000 invitations to teach. So many scientists at that time would joke around and ask, "Did you receive an invitation from a Bulgarian university today?" It has also become a benchmark for them to be recognized by the world. Basically, those who have made achievements in a certain field have received invitations. Even if he knew that many people could not come here, Ferdinand was still generous when he issued the letter of appointment. There is an invitation letter signed by the principal of the king himself, but it gives these people enough face. In this regard, the invitees are very satisfied. Whether they came or not, everyone politely replied to the letter and kept pinkshu, which is also a supreme weapon used to pretend to be coercive. Ferdinand's goal has been achieved. At least Bulgaria's attitude of attaching importance to scientific research has passed this incident and conveyed it. Otherwise, why are all the scientists who received the appointment letter, such as writers and historians, who have not received it? Facts have proved that it is beneficial for Ferdinand to cast a wide net, and many people have chosen to teach at Bulgarian universities one after another. After all, there are unsatisfactory people everywhere, and the time of Ferdinand Pinkshu is valid for life. If you don't get along well, going to Bulgaria to try your luck is also a good choice for many people. Especially after the outbreak of World War I and the fall of many small countries, many people chose to immigrate to Bulgaria, because they are close and their jobs are guaranteed. After all, with the king's personal commitment, it is impossible to easily go back on it. Of course, these invitation letters were not filled out by Ferdinand himself, but were all written by the personnel department of the Bulgarian university. Otherwise, how could Ferdinand know so many people? It was only sent in his name, and everyone defaulted to the invitation letter sent by him. When Ferdinand was digging corners, the Bulgarian government was not idle. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Industry almost all came out to go to European countries to make big purchases. From Western Europe to Eastern Europe, they are everywhere, whether it is the great powers such as Britain, France, Germany, Austria and Russia, or the small countries such as Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, Belgium, and Switzerland. They are all within the scope of their activities. This can be regarded as a beautiful side in the economic crisis, and Bulgarian procurement personnel have suddenly become a favorite. Unlike previous purchases, this time it was the capitalists who begged them to buy. After all, during the economic crisis, everyone is short of cash. Next, the procurement work went smoothly, and all the troublesome procedures, the capitalists said, could be done, as long as there was money to provide door-to-door service. In order to sell these equipments smoothly, Some capitalists also helped to dig their own corners, personally helped mobilize engineers to work in Bulgaria, and even lied to them that they were sent to Bulgaria to work. In a word, if you go, you will have a job, and you can also get preferential treatment. If you don't go, you will be unemployed. As long as you think you can find a new job now, you can absolutely refuse. This trick is very effective against middle and low-level technicians, but for top technicians, they are treasures wherever they go, and unemployment does not exist. These people need Bulgaria to dig their own. If there is not enough interest, they will not go with you. Chapter 253, Population. The current division of labor is that Ferdinand is responsible for digging scientists, and government departments are responsible for digging engineers. After all, it is more effective for ordinary engineers to talk to them about treatment than to talk about ideals. Now the Bulgarian government basically follows the principle of buying equipment in big countries and digging talents in small countries. There are many small countries in the European continent, many of which are still outstanding in modern times, and there are still some backgrounds. Historically, the United States only developed by absorbing the talents of these small countries in the early 20th century. Spain, the Netherlands, Portugal and other countries are not short of senior engineers and warship designers. Although they are not necessarily capable, they are enough for Bulgaria to build a foundation. In Ferdinand's view, the industrial equipment for bargain hunting in the economic crisis is the second, and attracting talents is the key. For this reason, Ferdinand has specially approved a Bulgarian talent introduction law. As long as they meet the conditions, they will be treated favorably, and all the restrictions on naturalization will be reset to zero, so they can join unconditionally, and there will be a settling fee that the government has never tried. It can be said that Ferdinand took great pains to introduce talents. Pay and return are directly proportional. By the end of 1903, the Bulgarian government had spent as much as £8 million on the introduction of talents, and introduced more than 2,000 talents of various types. Of course, most of them are ordinary engineers, and there are very few senior talents with real weight, and there are only 20 or 30 people who can enter Ferdinand's eyes. However, the price Ferdinand paid was worth it. By the end of 1904, the industrial equipment purchased from various countries was operating normally. The total industrial volume of the Kingdom of Bulgaria directly surpassed that of Belgium, and was equal to that of the Kingdom of Spain. Of course, there is water in this number. The Kingdom of Spain is not in a state at all. First, it was repaired by the Americans, and a large area of the colony was lost. It has not yet recovered, and then it caught up with the economic crisis, and its vitality was greatly damaged! These are things in the future, and now Ferdinand is busy dealing with domestic problems. At the end of 1901, at the annual Bulgarian Immigration Work Conference, Prime Minister Constantine reported to Ferdinand, "Your Majesty, our exchange of population with the Ottoman Empire has now been completed. As of August this year, we have taken back all Bulgarians living in the Ottoman Empire, a total of more than 4.38 million, and repatriated more than 2.74 million Turks to the Ottoman Empire. These returnees have been dispersed and resettled all over the country by us. So far, their employment problems have been basically solved. From 1897 until now, we have spent a total of 860 million levis for this great immigration. This also includes the repatriation cost of the Turks of 120 million levs. Due to the inaction of the Ottoman Empire, this part of the expenditure is also paid by us. In the remaining part of the expenditure, immigration costs are about 260 million levs, job placement and housing issues for immigrants, and government-issued living allowances total 480 million levs. This population figure is quite different from what was previously expected, but Ferdinand did not feel that there was a problem. It was estimated using the population statistics of the Ottoman Empire before, and there were only a few 100,000 errors, which shows that the Ottoman officials in charge of this work are already very conscientious. Ferdinand asked with concern, "How is the life of immigrants now?" Immigrants before 1901, their lives have entered normalization, although the living standards of some of them are still lower than the national average. but also higher than they were in the Ottoman Empire, and now there is no problem to eat enough. Constantine replied, that's right, the resettlement standard set by Ferdinand is to eat enough food as the baseline. As for the issue of getting rich, it is not something he is considering now. Is the demographics complete? Ferdinand asked again. Constantine thought for a while and said, it's roughly finished, but the specific numbers are still being sorted out. Our preliminary judgment shows that by the end of 1901, the total population of Bulgaria was about 13.4 million. Mainly include the original 4.3 million in Bulgaria, after the Balkan War, more than 7 million in the newly added territories, and 4 million immigrants from the Ottoman Empire, as well as the natural increase in population. Of course, we also migrated out 300,000 of people. After the Balkan War, our total population was 11.43 million. After the war, we sent 360,000 people to the Kingdom of Montenegro and repatriated more than 2.74 million people to the Ottoman Empire. So subtract the 3.1 million population, but we also received 4.38 million immigrants from the Ottoman Empire. In addition to the natural increase in population, in the 4 years from 1897 to the present, our new population is about 700,000. According to preliminary calculations, our current total population is about 13.39 million. Of course, the actual situation may be different, but the total error will not exceed 50,000. Ferdinand nodded with satisfaction. This population number has already reached his initial expectations. As long as this part of the population is digested, Bulgaria's strength will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. Of course, it will take time to really digest all of this. On the surface, the immigrants from the Ottoman Empire are all the main ethnic group, the Bulgarians, which are easy to digest. In fact, no one can tell how many other ethnic groups have been mixed in. Also, in the last census, Ferdinand could roughly estimate how much water there were in the 1.8 million Bulgarians in the Balkans. Well, on the surface, among the more than 13 million people in Bulgaria, there are more than 10 million Bulgarians alone, with the majority of the main ethnic group and a healthy population. Ferdinand is sure that this figure is the result of water injection after water injection. If there are 7 or 8 layers of the original goods, thank God. But if you know it, you know. Ferdinand has absolutely no intention of exposing it. Anyway, if he tells a lot of lies, it will become the truth. After more than 10 or 20 years, a new generation has grown up, and they are the real Bulgarians. Ferdinand nodded. In this regard, governments at all levels must be prepared. They must go deep into every village and count the ethnic composition of our country as accurately as possible. This is related to the long-term stability of Bulgaria in the future. Well, Ferdinand is about to be Bulgarian again. According to the current classification standard in history of the origin of the Bulgarian nation, there are really very few people in Bulgaria who do not belong to the Great Bulgarian. Sending government officials deep into the countryside is, of course, brainwashing. First instill in the people the concept that everyone is Bulgarian. The reason why there are multiple ethnic groups is that the Ottoman Empire did it for the convenience of rule. Anyway, ordinary people in this era are also fooling around, taking novels as history, and they can't figure out what's true or not. Not to mention them, even some historians have been tricked into it. Yes, Constantine answered affirmatively. Everyone now supports Ferdinand's plan to establish a great Bulgarian nation. The endless national uprisings in the Ottoman Empire are a proper negative example. Chapter 254, Education, Industry, Transportation. Near the end of the year, Ferdinand's work suddenly became busy. Just after dealing with the ethnic issue, the annual planning and financial budget in 1902 had to go to the last step. In fact, these issues have been discussed many times, but many things are not determined by human subjective consciousness, but by changes in objective facts. For example, now, Minister of Education Chekhov said with a frown, "Your Majesty, the Ministry of Education may not be able to complete the plan we made before." Ferdinand's face changed slightly. In recent years, there have been very few Bulgarian departments that have not been able to complete their plans, especially their own plans. "What's the matter?" Ferdinand asked suspiciously. You must know that under the leadership of Chekhov, the Ministry of Education has done a good job in various tasks over the years, and Bulgarian basic education has once become the world's first. Now, the Ministry of Education's own plan has not had time to implement it, and it has announced that it cannot be completed. This is very abnormal, Chekhov said with a wry smile. Our Ministry of Education's estimate was wrong. Through the rough data of the census, we found that the actual number of illiterate people in Bulgaria is much higher than the previous estimate. We now have a population of more than 13 million, of which the number of illiterates will not be less than 7 million. Even after deducting more than 2 million elderly people and children, there are still nearly 5 million people who need to receive literacy education, nearly 1 million more than we previously estimated. Not only that, but even the previous plan to build 2 comprehensive universities had to be suspended. Now the number of high school graduates in the country is about 12,000, and 85% of the candidates are concentrated in our original territory. If we expand the 2 universities now, then after the expansion, the number of students admitted each year will exceed 5,000, then the quality of the source of students will definitely drop significantly. Instead of blindly increasing the number of people and lowering the quality of teaching, it is better not to expand enrollment. Ferdinand patted his forehead with a headache, thinking that the population quality of the Balkans ruled by the Ottoman Empire was poor enough, with an illiteracy rate of 70 to 80%. Unexpectedly, there is no worst, only worse. The rest of the Ottoman Empire is really bad. According to the data, immigrants from the Ottoman Empire are basically illiterate. Of course, maybe people are not illiterate, but they don't know Bulgarian script, and now they can only pretend to be illiterate in order not to expose themselves and be sent back to the Ottoman Empire. It is no wonder that, except for a small part of Bulgarians in the Ottoman Empire who returned to Bulgaria in later generations, the others gradually disappeared in the long river of history. After all, to assimilate a bunch of illiterate people really shouldn't be too simple. With such a low literacy rate, the number of people who can apply for university will naturally be even less. Obviously Ferdinand ignored that the basic education in Macedonia and Thrace has little to do with the Ottomans. It is the result of the efforts of successive Bulgarian governments. 20% of the fiscal revenue every year is invested in the export of religion and culture. And it has persisted for more than 20 years. How can it be fruitless? Ferdinand thought for a while and said, we still need to pay close attention to literacy education, and the local government must take action to cooperate with the work of the Ministry of Education. The current plan is out of date, and the Ministry of Education should come up with a new plan. Regarding the expansion of the university, let's build a science and engineering school first. We still have to continue to maintain the principle of preferring shortages rather than excessive, to ensure the quality of students first, and the number of students should not be too large. Bulgaria implements basic education for all, with equal emphasis on elite university education. Ferdinand is naturally impossible to expand the enrollment. The resources of higher education in this era are limited. Even if you have to fight the crowd tactics, it is not suitable for Bulgaria. If you blindly build a bunch of universities that only have quantity and no quality, what's the use other than wasting resources? Is it really like what later generations say, university is not a place to learn knowledge, but a place to teach students how to learn? Instead, Ferdinand might as well set up a few more technical schools. After all, the engineers trained by him can directly contribute to the construction of Bulgaria without worrying about employment issues. It's better than cultivating a bunch of scumbags, not learning any professional knowledge, and not knowing anything after being born in society. Apart from being a fool, he has nothing to do all day, only to receive some messy thoughts, and then think of revenge on the society. Therefore, the liberal arts majors that the education world has been striving for to enter the university, this time was taken away by Ferdinand. Anyway, giving priority to cultivating science and engineering talents is Ferdinand's established national policy, which can never be shaken. It's not entirely the case. Practical majors such as the law department and the foreign language department have long been included in the classification of Bulgarian universities, which is one of the few surviving achievements in the liberal arts. Education Minister Chekhov replied with a wry smile, "Okay, Your Majesty. Our Ministry of Education will come up with a more suitable plan as soon as possible. He knew that there would be a lot of trouble in the future, and literacy education was nothing more than that, and not many people cared about it. But the plan to build 2 more universities was no secret in the education world at all, and many people were still eagerly waiting. In particular, the admissions of liberal arts majors that were prepared to be open before are now closed again. This is absolutely unacceptable to many old masters. Demonstration? Looking for the government to protest. They can't do this yet. The government has good reasons for doing so. In Ferdinand's words, everything is centered on building Bulgaria. This is recognized by all sectors of Bulgarian society. Now Bulgaria has finally climbed to the edge of the second-rate powers. If you step in, it may not be able to become another European power after the 6 countries of Britain, France, Russia, Germany, Austria and Italy. It is precisely because of this that many social conflicts in Bulgaria have been suppressed by this common goal, and everyone is willing to fight for this great goal. However, just because you can't find trouble with the government doesn't mean you can't find trouble with the Ministry of Education. The old masters have no other way, but they are still very good at teaching. Chekhov can already imagine his ears in the future, so don't think about it. Of course, Ferdinand pretended not to know about these issues. Even he did not give up on these highly respected seniors in the education industry. People are really of high moral level. They love their academics. They also love Bulgaria, and they are willing to give everything for this country. When the Bulgarian University was established before, Ferdinand cut off the majors of many people on the grounds of national development needs. Now that the country has grown, it makes sense to come out again to fight for the interests of the cause that he loves. Of course, there is also the most important reason. These people are stubborn royalists, the vanguard of rejecting all messy thoughts. This is the main reason why Ferdinand has always made them high. Ferdinand is in a very depressed mood now. Bulgaria has basically eliminated illiteracy before, and the basic education ranks first in the world. Even in the field of higher education, it is still in the top 10 in the world. But now, the world's last number 1 is not enough. Asia and Africa still have a lot of worse bottom, but Europe's last number is coming soon. But fortunately, Montenegro and Greece next door gave them the bottom. Of course, they were also pulled down by the new population. After dealing with the troubles of education, Ferdinand thought it was over. But he did not expect more troubles to come. The Minister of Industry first fired at the Ministry of Communications. Your Majesty, the current traffic conditions in our country are so bad that even many important cities are not covered by the railway network. In addition, the quality of our road network is not up to standard, and carriages are very difficult to pass in many places. You must know that the 20th century was a century of development and progress. Now that the car has appeared, it may not be long before the car will replace the horse-drawn carriage and become the most important means of transportation. The roads in many of our areas are even difficult for horses and carts to run, let alone cars that have higher requirements for road conditions. Now the domestic traffic in Bulgaria has restricted our economic development. The most important factor is that our Ministry of Communications is too ineffective. Hearing the righteous words of the Minister of Industry, the Minister of Transport was immediately dissatisfied. The Ministry of Transport of Bulgaria is definitely the busiest Ministry of Transport in the world. The number of road construction troops under his command has exceeded 3% of the total population of Bulgaria for more than 10 consecutive years. Is this still called inaction? Why is it called as? For the traffic construction in Bulgaria, the officials of the Ministry of Communications have worked hard, either here or there, to supervise the construction to solve the problem. Or to put it another way, Your Majesty, it is clearly the Ministry of Industry that they themselves do not want to make progress. How can they slander us? Whether our Ministry of Communications has done anything, the length of new railways and highways every year is the best proof. The total mileage of road construction completed in Bulgaria last year was the first in the world. On the contrary, their Ministry of Industry is holding us back. They can't even meet the steel we need to build the railway, and they have to use our precious foreign exchange to import from abroad, which is simply shameful. The words of the Minister of Transport undoubtedly stimulated the Minister of Industry. Now the Bulgarian government has invested a lot of money in industry, but also squeezed the funds of other departments, and many departments have opinions. Now the Ministry of Industry is holding a sigh of relief, and it is necessary to show the results and show them to the Chinese people to prove that the investment is worth it. I saw the Minister of Industry stood up angrily and said, "You are spitting out people. Why don't we work hard at the Ministry of Industry? Can't you see the growth of our industry?" The Minister of Transport said sarcastically, "I can see, but if this funding was given to us, the current traffic problem would have been solved long ago, and it would not have grown as fast as you." Ferdinand roared, "Stop, what a quarrel. This is not the place for you to scold the street. You have to go back and quarrel slowly. You are both at the top of the Bulgarian government, and you just quarrel over a few things. What about your quality? Can fighting solve the problem? If you can, keep arguing. If you can't, sit down and think about a solution." To be honest, Ferdinand just wanted to laugh now. The quarrel skills of these technical officials are really shameful and thrown into the grandmother's house. The words spoken are full of loopholes, and they just come out of nowhere without going through the brain. Even if you want to spray people, you have to scold people to expose them. They seem to be scolding people here and there, and they are clearly helping their opponent's skills, right? As for the contradiction between the two sides, it is all caused by the word money. Before, Bulgaria's key investment has always been transportation construction. However, after the outbreak of the economic crisis, in order to bargain hunting at low prices, the focus of investment was turned to industry. The problems that the two of them are talking about are real, and no one can solve them for a while. Ferdinand is a transmigrator, but he is not a god, nor does he bring a plug-in. The road needs to be repaired one by one, and the industry also needs to accumulate bit by bit. And all of this takes time and cannot be done in one fell swoop. Now the traffic problems in Bulgaria are mainly concentrated in Macedonia and Albania, as well as in Kosovo. During the Ottoman Empire, the Sudanese government probably did not have the concept of construction, and the infrastructure was in a mess. Now it is Ferdinand's turn to have a headache. From the start in 1897 to the start of construction in 1898, 4 years have passed. The construction of the main road of the transportation hub is only 2/3 of the initial completion, not to mention the branch line. According to the plan of the Ministry of Communications, the total mileage of railways in Bulgaria will reach 40,000 kilometers, and the total mileage of highways will reach an astonishing 90,000 kilometers. Of course, this plan is just a plan, and it is still a long way to achieve this goal. At present, the total railway mileage in Bulgaria is only 8,867 kilometers, and the total road mileage is only 18,365 kilometers, less than a quarter. Oh, and the big industrial plan of the Ministry of Industry is really scary in comparison. Although the road plan of the Ministry of Communications is a bit big, and after working hard for more than 10 or 20 years, Ferdinand thinks that Bulgaria can still complete it. The big industrial plan, Ferdinand thinks it's better not to mention it. In order to catch up with Britain and France, it's enough to think about it when dreaming. Is the German Empire still fighting for this? I haven't experienced World War I or World War II yet. Everyone in Britain and France is still in its heyday, and it is enough to dream with Bulgaria's current wealth. If you want to achieve it, Ferdinand believes that you will first expand the country 10 times and 8 times, and then increase the population 10 times and 8 times. Of course, the Ministry of Industry's dream of becoming an industrial powerhouse, Ferdinand did not wake them up. At least people have found a great goal and are striving for it, which is better than not having an ideal walking dead. There are always more solutions than problems. This is an idealist. There are always more problems than solutions. This is a social reality. Good idea. Ferdinand didn't have it, and no one at the top of the Bulgarian government could come up with it. In any case, the issues raised by the Minister of Industry and the Minister of Transport are objective facts and cannot be resolved by anyone in the short term. After thinking for a while, Ferdinand said, "You are all Bulgarian elites, guiding Bulgaria's way forward. If you encounter problems, find a way to solve them. Industrial problems, your Ministry of Industry will handle it yourself, and I, a layman, will not interfere. Regarding the traffic problem, I have a suggestion. According to Bulgarian law, It is a national military service system, but our current population base has increased a lot, and the army will definitely not be able to recruit all of them. Then the remaining part of the military service simply form a production and construction corps, specializing in production and construction. Coordinate with the Ministry of Communications and the Ministry of Army, and borrow it for use first, so that a lot of labor can be created. Ferdinand is very clear that the questions raised by various departments are all to get a share of the next annual funding allocation. Obviously, they are all thinking too much, and it is impossible for the Ministry of Finance to agree to increase the budget. No money is the most commonly used and most effective reason for the Ministry of Finance. No matter what reason you have, the total financial expenditure is only so much. If you have the ability, go grab it with other departments. As for the idea he came up with, it was a total bad idea, at least for the Ministry of Communications. The military is not so easy to talk about. If you want to borrow people, you can just give money. People's military expenses are also very nervous. Otherwise, even if people go to reclaim wasteland and cultivate land, they will not come to help in vain. How much land is cultivated is also an income, right? The facts are not what Ferdinand expected. The final allocation of funds is basically as planned before. If you want to grab food, you need at least one reason that Ferdinand agrees with. Chapter 255, Self-Reliance. Time flies by, and we entered 1902 without any surprise. This year is a very important year for both Ferdinand and Bulgaria. In March, Ferdinand's second son was born, and took a rich Orthodox name, Boris, which is the name of the eldest son of the original owner in history. Full name: Boris Clement Robert Marie Pius Stanislav Saxe-Coburg-Godansky. The reason for taking this name is mainly because his eldest son, little Ferdinand, chose Roman Catholicism in his religious beliefs. In order to appease people's hearts, Ferdinand gave this name with obvious Orthodox meaning to his second son. The method of choice is very childish. Under the witness of the major religious figures in Bulgaria, the major factions have their own side. The little guy climbed to the Roman Catholic side. It is naturally considered to be the will of God, ending the battle for faith. It is estimated that the little guy is still very depressed. If he was not taken away by Ferdinand, he would not mind going around in a circle and mixing with each religion. In fact, the religion in Bulgaria is now 100 schools of thought content. Although everyone believes in Christianity, the factions within Christianity are also a mess. In addition to the three major Christian factions of Catholicism, Protestantism and Orthodox Christianity, there are also a bunch of small factions. Of course, Bulgaria is also dominated by the three major factions. At present, there are about 9.86 million Orthodox Christians in Bulgaria, accounting for about 73.6%, about 2.35 million Catholics, accounting for about 17.6%, about 1.1 million Protestants, accounting for about 8.2%, and the rest are other small factions. But the Orthodox Church has also divided into several waves, of which the Bulgarian Orthodox Church occupies 31.5%, the Greek Orthodox Church occupies 19.6%, the Serbian Orthodox Church occupies 2.5%, the Albanian Orthodox Church occupies 2.3%, and the Russian Orthodox Church occupies 22.7%. The Constantinople Orthodox Church accounted for 6.8%, and the Romanian Orthodox Church accounted for 4.2%. Anyway, there are a lot of messed up factions. A situation where 100 schools of thought contend. These situations are also inseparable from Ferdinand's indulgence. Under the intentional guidance of the government, many young people who have accepted new ideas believe in this faction today and convert to that faction tomorrow. They can no longer find their devotion to religion, and religion has been lost in Bulgaria. Coercion on people. Therefore, the number of believers counted by the major religious sects may be much larger than the actual number, and it is quite a situation of 100 schools returning home. According to Ferdinand's idea, it is best to study Buddhism and Taoism. Immortals of different religions can live under one roof. Oh, no need to bother. Everyone believes in God. Just let the church accept believers of different factions. worship together, and hold weddings together. At present, this situation has already occurred in individual churches, often making the priests half dead. Except for one more small point, Bulgaria built the first warship that can be seen by itself, the Constantinople, which also successfully completed the trial voyage in May. Ferdinand also personally participated in the launching ceremony. The Constantinople is a cruiser, displacement, 9,450 tons, 13,500 horsepower, 121.84 times 19.81 times 7.32 meters, 20 knots, short time rapidity 21.4 23.8 knots, 10,000 nautical miles / 10 knots, 234 guns times 2, 10 times 152 guns, 16 times 3 pounders, 570 people. This is an imitation of the British Blake class, and the designers have made some improvements. There is not much difference in performance, but the tonnage is a little bit higher than that of the British. Oh, don't be surprised, even if the shipyard is acquired and the technicians are hired, the gap in the shipbuilding industry cannot be filled immediately. Even this warship is not advanced. It is a product of the British Empire more than 10 years ago, but for the Bulgarian naval industry, it is also an intergenerational development. From 1898, after Bulgaria formulated the first naval development plan, Ferdinand insisted on being self-reliant and taking the road of self-developed warships. No way. Ferdinand was also frightened by the news on the internet in later generations. It is said that the warships sold by the British are all abridged versions, and all performances must be greatly discounted. By analogy, other powers are not good goods. If you buy a fleet, and after the outbreak of the war, you suddenly realize that your ships are all parallel imports, it will be miserable. Instead, it's better to be self-reliant and take it slow. If you can't do it, you can't do it, but you have a good heart for your own goods. You know how much you have, so you can formulate an appropriate strategy according to your own strength. As a result, the only large shipyard in Bulgaria, Dix Shipyard, took on this great mission. Independent research and development is definitely Ferdinand putting gold on his face. In fact, the task of the shipyard is to imitate warships. From the initial torpedo boats, minelares, minesweepers and other small surface warships to imitate, and then to larger destroyers and cruisers. The intelligence department also obtained a lot of drawings for this. However, it's basically overdue. Advanced shipbuilding technology is mainly kept secret, and there are not 1 or 2 drawings of warships. They are all made of tons, even if you want to steal them. For the experiment, the Navy reluctantly gave up a small number of training ships, and directly let the engineers disassemble and study it. It took 5 years to see the results. These are all nonsense. In fact, they bought the technology from the British, and then the engineers dug from various countries successfully copied it after a lot of hard work. This series of battleships was in service with the Royal Navy as early as 1888. Now, the warships with the same performance are said to have been able to reduce the tonnage to less than 7,500 tons by the British. However, although the tonnage is a little larger, in this era, the performance has not fallen behind, and it can still meet the requirements of the Bulgarian Navy. As for the cost, you can see from the tonnage, it must be much higher than that of the British. How much the British spend, Ferdinand doesn't know. Anyway, it is at least £250,000 to buy now. And the cost of the Dix shipyard is clear to him, totaling 5,868,400 levs, approximately £234,000. This is a pure build cost without any profit. Ferdinand was still very concerned about his own business. Moreover, the shipyard's quotation to the Navy is only 6 million levs, which is equivalent to helping out voluntarily. Of course, the Navy has to pay for the purchase of technology. But for Ferdinand, it was all worth it. He didn't expect to make money by selling warships. Otherwise, spending more than a year to build such a warship would be far less profitable than building a merchant ship. Of course, the achievements of Dyksoff shipyard in the past few years are far more than that. More than 10 warships have been built for the Bulgarian Navy, including 2 destroyers. Now the total tonnage of the Bulgarian navy has finally exceeded 30,000 tons. As for the combat power, Ferdinand personally thinks that he is probably stronger than the 2 big men of the Ottomans and the King dynasty. As for other countries, it is better not to compare. Bulgaria's naval combat experience has also hit smuggling ships, that's all. The only advantage is probably that the morale of the officers and soldiers is high, and they dare to fight desperately! On this day, Ferdinand was playing with little Ferdinand. This is the little guy's last childhood. He will start hostile noble training next year. Ferdinand can't do anything about it. At this time, the Minister of the Navy Petrov submitted a report to him. Your Majesty, this is the future shipbuilding plan of our navy, please take a look. Ferdinand took the report and read it seriously. The more he looked at his brow, the tighter he became. After reading it, he glared at Petrov and said, "My Minister of the Navy, are you sure today is not April Fool's Day, is it?" Petrov smiled awkwardly, and then replied, "Your Majesty, that's right, this is our Navy's development plan for the next 5 years. Didn't you say before that the Bulgarian Navy will be expanded 20-fold within 10 years? Now our Navy has just passed 30,000 tons, and we will add another 90,000 tons in the next 5 years, just reaching the target you set. We all make plans according to your requirements. If you think this is too small, we can continue to expand, guaranteed to your satisfaction." Ferdinand sneered and said, "Very good, as long as the Bulgarian shipyard can build battleships, I will approve it, and I will personally go to the government to win for you." How is the shipbuilding industry in Bulgaria? Can Ferdinand still know? You must know that there are only 2 Bulgarian capable of building warships. In addition to his own Dix shipyard, there is also a state-owned shipyard that the Bulgarian government has just established. As for technical strength, it is obvious that Dixov shipyard will have an advantage. The newly established state-owned shipyard has just been established, and qualified workers have not been trained. After listening to Ferdinand's words, Petrov said excitedly, "So, Your Majesty, do you agree?" Ferdinand smiled slightly and said, "Don't forget the prerequisites. These battleships must be built in Bulgaria." Ferdinand thought to himself, even if the Admiralty digs a group of designers and engineers, it is impossible to start construction of battleships right away. After all, many of the technologies involved here are not available in Bulgaria. Petrov smiled awkwardly and said, "It's not impossible for us to build it ourselves, but there is still a little trouble that needs your approval, you see?" Ferdinand sneered and said, "Okay, tell me, as long as it's not too much, I'll agree." Suddenly, Petrov took out another stack of papers and handed them to Ferdinand. Then he said, "Your Majesty, we have had contact with the Dutch Navy, and they also want to build a new generation of battleships, but the Kingdom of the Netherlands now lacks sufficient funds for shipbuilding. We made a tentative proposal. The 2 countries will jointly build. We will provide research and development funds. They will provide technology, and the 2 sides will work together. They still have colonies to protect, and the demand for shipbuilding is even greater than ours. If we can provide funding, I believe the Dutch government will not object." Ferdinand was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted quickly. It's true that Bulgaria has no technical strength, so it doesn't mean that other small countries don't have it either. There is no conflict of interest between the 2 parties. You provide the technology and I will pay. You can cooperate in research and development and share the results. In this way, Bulgaria can also fully participate in the upcoming big change. Not only the Navy, but also multilateral cooperation in other fields. Although Bulgaria is now surrounded by enemies in the Balkans, but in the European continent, there is really no unbreakable knot with anyone. Ferdinand said happily, "Okay. This time you have made a great contribution to the Admiralty. However, this shipbuilding plan has been put on hold for the time being. Let's wait for the first new battleship to come out, and then start it. In this regard, I will ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to cooperate with you, and strive to reach an agreement with the Dutch as soon as possible to build our own battleship." Happy to be happy, Ferdinand has not forgotten that the era of dreadnoughts is coming. and the current battleships are about to be eliminated. In order to accumulate shipbuilding skills, it is acceptable to build 1 or 2 ships. If you build a bunch of them at one time, and the dreadnoughts are eliminated as soon as they are released, it will be too late for him to cry. Chapter 256, New Era. Influenced by the Admiralty, Ferdinand suddenly opened his mind. It is too difficult for Bulgaria to climb the technology tree alone. However, there are too many countries like Bulgaria that want the country to grow and develop, but do not have enough strength to research and develop, such as Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, Belgium, Sweden, Switzerland, Denmark and other countries. Is it true? From a separate point of view, either lack of funds or lack of technology, everyone is not strong enough to compete with the great powers in various fields. Ferdinand believes that there will always be some people in these countries who are unwilling to continue like this, and watch the gap between them and the world powers getting bigger and bigger, so the cooperation with each other has become a way to be considered. However, mutual trust is also a big problem. In the short term, it is unrealistic to integrate the scientific and technological power of various countries. But for mutual benefit, it is still feasible to cooperate in a certain field. Once the small European countries can reach cooperation, Bulgaria can be independent in many fields and get rid of the dependence on foreign powers. It may not be possible to catch up with the foreign powers, but it is still possible to follow in their footsteps and not be pulled too far! History took another turning point. 1903 became a new era of Bulgarian diplomacy. Ferdinand's original creation of win-win cooperation and climbing the technology tree became the theme of European diplomacy in the middle and late 20th century, and also laid the foundation for the establishment of the European Union. After Ferdinand's order, the Bulgarian Ministry of Foreign Affairs took action, frequently showing goodwill to various countries in the diplomatic field, and domestic enterprises also began to go abroad to find partners. These collaborations have been successful and failed. At the same time, with this series of actions, the diplomatic relations between Bulgaria and European countries have been significantly improved. This is a good thing and a bad thing. It is the beginning of the 20th century, when imperialism is expanding around the world, and these small moves by Ferdinand have caught their attention. If the relationship with the major powers in the world cannot be well coordinated, this plan may end at any time due to the intervention of the powers. As for whether it can coordinate the relationship with the foreign powers, Ferdinand's answer is, no. No one is a fool. Can't they see what Bulgaria is doing? The reason why no one has intervened yet. That's because Ferdinand hasn't achieved big results yet. If it's just a small disturbance, everyone may turn a blind eye and pass. There is no one who wants to be this early bird. After all, this is a lot of hatred, and it will pull the hatred of so many European countries at one time. In the absence of sufficient interests, the great powers will not come forward. On the contrary, when they realize that the interests are big enough to even threaten them, it is time for the joint intervention of the great powers. This is a very embarrassing problem. If there is no conflict of interest between the partners of cooperation, then naturally they must be far apart. At the same time, if everyone is too far away, there is no way to unite with each other and resist the pressure of foreign powers! The plan to build an alliance has not yet begun, and it died here in Ferdinand. In line with the principle that pain alone is worse than pain of others, not only Ferdinand had a headache, but the officials of the Bulgarian cabinet were also suffering with him. Your Majesty, if we want to solve this problem, we may not be able to do it now. After all, we can withstand the pressure of foreign powers, but they can't. But it's okay to delay for a while. When the foreign powers intervene, we may have already got what we want, Foreign Minister Medvedev said hesitantly. Ferdinand asked suspiciously, what should I do? Medvedev thought for a while and said, first find a way to divert the attention of the foreign powers, and try to keep our cooperation with other countries as secret as possible to reduce the attention of the society. Even if there is a result, it will be kept secret first, as long as it can be delayed. Russian-Japanese War. Ferdinand suddenly thought of these 4 words in his mind. Could this be destiny? If you want to doze off, someone brought a pillow. The hidden dangers of the Russo-Japanese War were planted more than 10 years ago, and on January 30, 1902, the British-Japanese Alliance Treaty signed by Britain and Japan, watered and fertilized this particle, and now it has begun to sprout. In response to the British-Japanese alliance, the Russians hurriedly pulled the French and issued a tit-for-tat joint declaration on March 16. This time even Bulgaria didn't run away, probably because the Russians felt that Bulgaria had some influence in the Mediterranean, and they were also taken along. Oh, the Russians' request, Ferdinand readily agreed. Anyway, he knew that the two sides would not really fight. The Anglo-Boeran War was not over yet. How could the British be provoking a new war? Even if there is a fight, Bulgaria is also a product of soy sauce. Except for waving the flag and shouting, it has nothing to do with them. The Navy can only send people's heads when they go out, and the British in the land battle dare not come here. Just roaring twice, Ferdinand certainly has no pressure. Moreover, Bulgaria just needs to pull the tiger skin of the French-Russian alliance to protect its interests overseas. Will the Russo-Japanese War break out? Ferdinand said calmly that as long as the idiots in the Japanese army have not changed their course, they will definitely initiate a war. The current British-Japanese alliance has given them enough motivation. Even the Japanese government has no idea of going to war with the Russians now. But those idiots who have been brainwashed by don't think so much. They don't care about the horror of hairy bears. The lord who believes that the world is invincible will probably not care about the gap between the two countries in terms of national strength. Japan and Russia in history now. The Russians are constrained by traffic and cannot exert their full strength. The army still fights half a caddy with the Japanese. Forget the navy, this is not Monk's specialty, and with the Tsarist government whose head may be muddy at any time, Ferdinand is not optimistic about them. But the land war is not certain, and I don't know if Nicholas II was stimulated by the attack in Japan. After he returned to China, the progress of the Siberian Railway accelerated, and it was about to open to traffic, at most 2 or 3 years left. If the war had not ended after the railway was opened to traffic, Ferdinand wanted to know what method Britain could use to block the bear's back. But it also takes time. At least you have to find something for the media to temporarily attract the spotlight of the public. Don't run and stare at the cooperation projects between Bulgaria and other countries every day. As for the newspapers that advocated his theory of win-win cooperation, he just wants to shut them up now. There is no way for a democratic society, and it is much harder to suppress public opinion. After thinking about it, Ferdinand said, well, to divert public attention, this question is simple. The big deal is that I visit European countries once, from St. Petersburg to London, to divert the public's attention from the cooperation projects, and then drag it on for a year and a half. The next cooperation will be carried out in a non-governmental form as much as possible to reduce the influence as much as possible, waiting for the change in the Far East to happen. Then everyone will be busy. There is no way that the Bulgarian government is willing to keep a low profile, but other countries are not cooperating. Does the ruling party still want to use this as a political achievement to promote votes? Even Ferdinand doesn't like to socialize, but now he has to make a trip. Attracting attention is only a small aspect, and the more important thing is to deal with the relationship between Bulgaria and European countries. In the current international situation, it is obvious that the Franco-Russian Entente is facing the Anglo-Japanese alliance, and even the contradictions between the Triple Alliance and the Franco-Russian Entente have been suppressed. In other words, it was the Franco-Russian-Belarusian Entente against the Anglo-Japanese alliance, according to the plan made by Russia. Once the war broke out, Bulgaria's ports in the Mediterranean Sea would be their frontier military bases. This one was automatically ignored by Ferdinand, mainly because it seems that even if it is a Franco-Russian alliance, the Navy still can't do the Royal Navy. It is mainly the Russians who are holding back, and taking the initiative is a dead end, so this one cannot be completed at all. Normally, this kind of thing doesn't happen, even if the British can win, but after fighting France and Russia, the world hegemon will not even think about it. And the Germans have long been waiting to take over. But everything is in case, don't have an accident at that time. The Russians were really half paralyzed, then Bulgaria was passive in diplomacy. This boss helped block a lot of bullets. The main purpose of Ferdinand's visit this time was to find out what medicines were being sold in St. Petersburg, London, and Paris. As early as 1895, the three countries began to have secret connections. This can be hidden from others, but it is definitely not hidden from Ferdinand. Of course, Germany and Russia also have direct secret connections. It is not only the Russians who are infiltrating Bulgaria, but Bulgaria is also infiltrating the Russian government! Oh, this visit to Europe, Ferdinand also brought the Queen and little Ferdinand. As for the youngest son, I can only say sorry. He was too young to travel such a long distance, so he could only entrust his mother, Princess Clementine, to take care of him. Fortunately, this trip to St. Petersburg is summer. If it is winter, Ferdinand will definitely not take this place as the first stop even if Xenia repeatedly requests it. The feeling of more than 30 degrees below zero is not so wonderful. Of course, now is a good time. The journey is sunny, and the family of three is constantly laughing and laughing. Especially after entering the Russian Empire, Xenia's spirit is immediately refreshed, and she keeps doing science for Ferdinand and his son. Of course, there is also an escort army of more than 3,000 people with it, with machine guns and artillery. In terms of momentum, Ferdinand is also the most pompous among European monarchs, and wherever he goes, there are a huge team of several thousand people. He will never admit that he was afraid of death and brought so many guards. This is definitely just to show his noble status and the pomp he should have. Of course, this big scene only refers to the countries in Western Europe. If it comes to the Russian Empire, it doesn't matter. The scale of the Tsar's trip is usually bigger. This trip to St. Petersburg was different. It was summer. Along the way, Ferdinand's family was warmly welcomed by the Russian people. It can be seen that Princess Xenia seems to be more popular. This is from the heart. It can be seen that the Tsar is still very popular in Russia. It was hard for Ferdinand to imagine that more than 10 years later, the tragedy of the Tsar's family being wiped out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, It and number 039 all interests to blame. Time flies, and the convoy entered St. Petersburg in a flash. This is the fourth time Ferdinand has set foot in this city. The first few times I came to this city, it was all in winter, and it was a vast expanse of ice and snow. Ferdinand really didn't have the heart to observe this city. This time is a rare opportunity. Maybe this is the last time I come to this city, Ferdinand thought to himself. At the beginning of the 20th century, St. Petersburg was already a prosperous international metropolis. You can't see it in winter, but after entering summer, you can see the hustle and bustle of people from a distance when you look through the car window. In the life of ordinary people, Ferdinand never had the chance to touch again. Since wearing this crown, it has been 2 worlds since then. Just when Ferdinand was thinking about it, the convoy had already entered the palace. After several days of various banquets, Ferdinand had the opportunity to have a secret conversation with Nicholas II. As a matter of fact, at their level, many things are straightforward, and detours and circles are only things that diplomats can do. Nicholas, you're not really going to fight the British for the Far East, are you? Ferdinand half-jokingly said. Nicholas II asked confidently, do you think this is possible? The British have not even settled the Boers in South Africa, and they will provoke a new war? Besides, the three-power alliance is still eyeing on the European continent. How can we fight just for the sake of the Japanese monkeys? Ferdinand smiled slightly and thought to himself, the Japanese dwarf you look down on now will soon interrupt your ocean dream and plunge the Russian Empire into the abyss. Of course, as long as the London government isn't stupid, they won't start another war at this point. But I think it is necessary for you to continue to communicate, lest the people below play jump. This is not what Ferdinand said. Nonsense. Now both the Russians and the British regard each other's primary enemy. If they are affected by Ferdinand's butterfly effect, Bulgaria will block the gun for the Russians. Nicholas II smiled lightly and said, "The conflict between us and the British is a strategic conflict, and it is very difficult to resolve it. But don't you think the conflict between the British and the Germans is more troublesome? Can the capitalists in London endure their market being robbed by the Germans?" Ferdinand was slightly taken aback. "That's right. From the point of view of later generations, economic contradictions are secondary contradictions, and strategic contradictions are the core contradictions. That is because the productive forces have developed to a certain extent. The people have awakened. Everyone has realized the dangers of war. The strength of the capitalists has been limited, and countries will exercise restraint against each other. But now, the capitalists don't care about national interests. They only know that their own interests have been lost." Ferdinand suddenly understood why the three countries of Britain, France and Russia, which were full of contradictions in history, suddenly came together. All of this was the result of the capitalists behind the scenes. Why can't the German-French contradiction be reconciled? Is it hatred? To know the hatred between Britain, France and Russia, which one is not bigger and deeper than Germany and France? In addition to the British being a stumbling block, the core factor is that the Germans robbed the French market and harmed the interests of the capitalists. Thinking of this, Ferdinand smoothed everything out. The core contradiction of the First World War was the market competition between capitalists. Britain and France had the most colonies and controlled the world's largest raw materials and markets. If the Germans wanted to continue to develop, they could only choose to eat from the tiger's mouth. As for the hegemony struggle between Britain and Germany, it is undoubtedly a continuation of the struggle for interests. It seems that I think too much. The intensification of the contradiction between Britain and Germany is not far away. When it will break out, it will depend on how long the London government can resist the pressure of the capitalists. Nicholas II said contemptuously, "The French government has now been completely controlled by the capitalists. If it does not meet their interests, the government will be resigned immediately. How long can the British constitutional monarchy resist? After all, Edward is not Victoria's grandmother, so I'm afraid he won't be able to suppress that group of people for long. This is the so-called freedom. One government is infiltrated by the capitalists. Regardless of whether it is right or wrong, it must be in their interests. What is the national interest? Ferdinand wants to say, you are wrong. Edward's ability is stronger than you think. People still firmly suppress the capitalists, but his successor will not work." Ferdinand admitted that Nicholas II's words have some truth, but history is written by the victors. The capitalists won the final victory, then their claims are the truth. Ferdinand also found that Nicholas II was overconfident and seemed to think that everything was under control, as if he had already decided his opponent. And he doesn't know anything about the current situation in Russia. It's right to suppress the capitalists, it's right to suppress the aristocracy, and even the Tsarist government has the support of the peasant class, but he forgets that the working class is on the rise. Once the working class, which has been suppressed by the capitalists for a long time, breaks out, it is enough to change the world. Even the Tsarist government, which suppressed the capitalist class, would become the spokesperson of the bourgeoisie under the guidance of people with a heart, and be pushed out to fight for hatred. Knowing, Ferdinand didn't mean to remind him. After all, an overly powerful Russia is not in the long-term interests of Bulgaria. After all, the future Soviet Union is very far away. Before the rise of the Soviet Union, there is still a gap of 20 years, which is enough for Bulgaria to develop and grow. As long as it is strong enough, what can the Soviet Union do? Ferdinand nodded and said with a smile, "It seems that the future international situation will be very interesting." Nicholas II sneered and said, "It depends on William's performance. If he can't wake up and continue to be led by the nose of the British, the good days of the Second German Empire will come to an end." Ferdinand shook his head and said, "Let's observe a moment of silence for William. He underestimated the impact of capital on a country. and now he estimates that he still hopes for an alliance between Britain and Germany! After in-depth exchanges with Nicholas II, Ferdinand found that the Tsarist government was not as bad as the history books said, at least in the judgment of the international situation. It was better than the Germans. If Ferdinand was Wilhelm II, he would definitely go all out to support the Russians' eastward advance, even if Russia occupied East Asia. Will they have enough time to digest it? If it can't be digested, then the huge territory can only bear the burden, and eventually empty every ruble of the Russian treasury. Moreover, it is the British who suffer the most. After the Russians gain East Asia, the conflict between Britain and Russia will never be eased again. During this period, just let Austria-Hungary collapse, and unify Germany to strengthen itself. What the final result will be, although it is difficult to predict, at least Germany and Russia park Britain. France and the United States have a much higher chance of winning than Germany and Austria park Britain, France, Russia and the United States. After more than a month, Ferdinand's trip to St. Petersburg finally came to an end, and he was very satisfied with the result. The Russians still have to continue to fight in the Far East. At the same time, more in-depth cooperation has been opened between Bulgaria and Russia. The most important thing is that the Russian government does not restrict technical exchanges and cooperation between enterprises of the two countries. Is Ferdinand still not clear about the feces and urine of the capitalists? There is nothing that cannot be sold. If there is, it must be that your price is not high enough. Regardless of Xenia's reluctance, Ferdinand dragged her to the next stop, Vienna. After all, this time he was visiting all of Europe, and Ferdinand didn't have much time to waste. Ferdinand of Vienna is still very familiar, even though he has been away for more than 10 years. The city has become more prosperous. There are also memories of his childhood here. Although it belongs to the former owner, he still thinks it is very beautiful. Oh, and a bunch of friends and family. This should be said to be inherited from his ancestors. Many aristocratic families are family friends, and they are interspersed with each other by marriage. On the premise of no conflict of interest, everyone is still friends. In order to reduce the number of going out for entertainment, Ferdinand simply invited them all over, since he still has a castle in Vienna anyway. Compared with St. Petersburg, Ferdinand's gains in Vienna were very limited, and Bulgaria could not give what Austria-Hungary wanted. Similarly, what Bulgaria wanted, Austria-Hungary refused to give. Relations between the two countries have not improved significantly. On the contrary, the relationship between their relatives was much better. Especially the little Ferdinand inherited their tradition and became a Catholic, which made his uncle Joseph I very satisfied. Seeing that he could not get the results he wanted in Vienna, Ferdinand had no extravagance. There is nothing perfect in this world, and he quickly ended his trip to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Not to mention the next trip to Berlin. His relationship with the nephew of Wilhelm II is not very good, especially after Bulgaria privately divided the Balkans with Austria-Hungary. Instead, in the three Nordic countries, Ferdinand achieved everything he wanted and signed a series of cooperation agreements. Especially in the military cooperation with Sweden, the unscrupulous Ferdinand directly took out the results from the copycats of various countries and made deals with the Swedes. And the two sides have also reached an agreement on the research and development of warships. Well, this time Bulgaria is paying tuition again. However, Ferdinand is still very satisfied. It would be nice if someone would take you to play. At any rate, Ferdinand can now cooperate with others to launch battleships. At the same time, the Japanese military industry, which started at the same time, was miserable. In addition to digging the corners of the Qing dynasty, he could only buy British technology and develop it independently. Of course, the technology is about to be phased out, but the boatmen and technicians they dug from the Qing dynasty have helped their shipbuilding industry even more. Well, Ferdinand admits, actually learning warship technology is just a pretense. The real purpose is to steal learning and build the supporting technology behind the battleship. After all, warships are the industrial crystallization of a country, which includes precision machinery, engine technology, advanced welding technology, fluid mechanics, and metallurgy. If you go to public relations in one field, then the cost will be too high. It is better to pack and learn together. Anyway, as long as the cooperation starts, these fields must be touched, and it is always possible to find a way. Even in future generations, money can make way for it, not to mention in this era when technology is not strictly blocked, it is even simpler. This is the real reason why Ferdinand has to be patient and run country by country. Chapter 258, Disappointed Return. Time flies by, and half a year has passed in a flash. After leaving the 3 Nordic countries, Ferdinand visited the Netherlands, Belgium, France, Switzerland, Italy, Spain, Portugal and other countries one after another, and now he is about to reach the last stop of this trip, London. Along the way, Ferdinand has made a lot of achievements, but also made a lot of troubles. That's all for a big country, but for a small country, the arrival of Ferdinand is like a big enemy. After all, a fully armed army of more than 3,000 people is not so easy to settle. The housing problem alone is enough to cause headaches. To a certain extent, this time Ferdinand is also an armed parade, showing the strength of Bulgaria to the outside world. After Ferdinand left, his story was still passed down along the way, allowing many people to see what the pomp of a new century king is. This is the 3rd time Ferdinand has come to London. The last time he came was when Queen Victoria passed away. 2 years have passed. Compared with the last time, Edward's aura is much stronger this time, and he can't see the hippie smile of the past. It seems that the emperor's career is the easiest way to change a person. Everyone's relationship is good. After a few words of greetings, we directly enter the theme. Ferdinand asked directly, "Edward, I want to know your diplomatic position in the Mediterranean?" Edward was stunned for a moment, did not answer directly, and said with a smile, "I thought you would ask, what about our disputes with the Russians in the Far East?" "No, the disputes between the Russians and you in the Far East have nothing to do with Bulgaria. You should know that we have almost no interests in the Far East, so you should do what you like." Ferdinand said lightly, "Aren't you allies? Now the whole world knows that Bulgaria is the most loyal ally of the Russians, will you not care?" Edward asked suspiciously. Ferdinand smiled and said, "Come on, allies are allies, but I know that it is impossible for you to fight over the Far East issue. It is enough to know this. As for the contradictions between you, Bulgaria, as a small country, should be less involved. Except for the doorstep, other areas are not within the scope of Bulgaria's concern, you can rest assured. The global strategy is something you should consider. Who is the world hegemon has little to do with Bulgaria." Edward VII smiled slightly. He had already determined Bulgaria's position, and there was no major conflict of interest between the two sides, and said with a smile, "This is the best. You must know that France and Russia are adding you, and the combined strength has surpassed the Mediterranean fleet." "Yes, we are worried too." Ferdinand was stunned for a moment. Yes, he knew that the Russian navy was a parallel importer, but the British did not. In recent years, the Russians have greatly expanded their navy, especially the original Black Sea Fleet. In just 6 or 7 years, the number of battleships has doubled. Now France and Russia are ranked 2nd and 3rd among the world's naval powers, especially after the Russians have gained control of the Dardanelles. They may enter the Mediterranean at any time. Once the two countries join forces, the Mediterranean fleet has surpassed the British in terms of fleet tonnage. It is estimated that the British have no bottom in their hearts. What if the Russian Black Sea Fleet left the Mediterranean? Ferdinand asked rhetorically. Edward was stunned. He asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" "If your country can give up Greece, then we can cooperate to let the Russian Black Sea Fleet leave," Ferdinand said lightly. Edward shook his head and said, "No, your appetite is too big. Bulgaria's expansion should stop, otherwise it will destroy the balance of the Balkans. Unless you can tear up the Russian alliance, and prohibit the Russians from using the military port, and block the Black Sea Fleet back." Ferdinand still smiled and said, "No, nothing is impossible. The expansion of Bulgaria will not affect the interests of the British Empire. The real thing to worry about is the Austro-Hungarian Empire." Exchanging the dispensable grease for the disappearance of the Black Sea Fleet will be more beneficial than detrimental to your country. Edward thought for a while, and said, "First talk about how to make the Black Sea Fleet disappear forever. I'm making a decision!" After talking with Ferdinand, Edward VII held a cabinet meeting to discuss it. "Tell me, what do you think about this?" The Admiralty first said, "Your Majesty, the Bulgarian proposal is theoretically feasible, but how can we guarantee that the Japanese can kill the Russian fleet? Although the Japanese navy has developed very well, the gap in strength cannot be made up in a short time." Well, Greece has been automatically ignored by him. There is no way that the current king of Greece is still King George I, a typical pro-German. Their relationship with the United Kingdom is not as good as that of later generations. Had the King of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha been replaced, Ferdinand would not have even made this offer. After all, to start with his own family, even if Ferdinand has no inner pressure and is limited by the rules of this era, he cannot do it. The Prime Minister thought about it and asked, if we help the Japanese expand their strength now, how long will it theoretically take for them to have the strength to fight the Russians? The Admiralty thought for a while and said, it depends on whether the Russians will do their best, but with the Russian Far East Fleet, the Japanese can handle it now. However, the combined strength of the Russian Black Sea Fleet and the Baltic Sea Fleet can rank third in the world, as long as half of the warships are mobilized. The Japanese cannot stop it. The finance minister said, "Gentlemen, the Japanese are not in a good financial situation. I don't think they can be the Russians!" Ferdinand miscalculated, and now the British do not think that Japan can defeat the Russians at all, so his proposal was ignored by the London government. Well, Ferdinand had no hope of annexing Greece. Even if the British agreed to it, it would be useless, and Germany and Austria-Hungary would never agree. This is just him testing the attitude of the British. After all, if Bulgaria wants to achieve further development, it must obtain the support or neutrality of the British, otherwise it is better to stay at home honestly. It is a pity that his trip to London failed. Now that there are enough powers in Europe, the British obviously do not intend to let Bulgaria join. This is determined at the national strategic level, not the personal relationship between him and Edward can be changed. The trip to London failed to achieve its purpose, and Ferdinand's trip around Europe seemed much bleak. Just when he was about to leave, Edward brought him a piece of good news, diluting the shadow of failure in Ferdinand's heart. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 259, 1903. When Ferdinand and his party returned to Sofia from London, it was early 1904. To Ferdinand's gratification, the Bulgarian government was still operating in an orderly manner during the 6 months since he left this time, and there was no trouble. Prime Minister Constantine sent a summary sheet and said, "Your Majesty, this is what Bulgaria has achieved in the past year." Ferdinand naturally took the report, flipped through it, and soon showed a satisfied smile. In 1903, it was definitely a leap forward for Bulgaria. The equipment imported from abroad had been installed and put into use. In terms of the total industrial volume, compared with 1899, it has increased by 87% in 4 years. In addition to the restoration of some factories left by the Ottomans, many industries in the country have developed by leaps and bounds. Now many workers who went to the construction site due to the economic crisis have also begun to return to the factory one after another. Bulgaria once again embarked on the highway of economic development and began to rush forward. Of course, these industrial equipments have only exploded in part of their production capacity. If they want to fully develop their production potential, they will have to wait at least until the end of 1905. By then, the industrial capacity of Bulgaria will reach a new height. For example, the steel industry. In 1903, Bulgaria's total steel output reached 546,000 tons, of which steel output, 234,000 tons, iron output, 303,000 tons, and 9,000 tons of special steel. The most important thing is that the Bulgarian steel plant has finally started to make a profit, although it is only a paltry few 100,000 lev, and the amortization of the depreciation of the equipment has not been calculated, but it is also a huge improvement. This shows that the steel plant has begun to enter a virtuous cycle, which means that the government finances no longer need to continue to pour money into the mouth of this gold-swallowing beast indefinitely. Coal. The total coal production in Bulgaria is 1.266 million tons, including 151,000 tons of coking coal, 569,000 tons of wood coal and 546,000 tons of lignite. Shipbuilding. The 220,000-ton docks and 310,000-ton docks previously planned by Ferdinand have all been completed and put into operation. Education. Literacy education is still a long way to go, according to the estimates of the Ministry of Education. It is a great victory to reduce the illiteracy rate by half within the next 5 years. If we want to completely eliminate illiteracy, 20 years is a relatively reasonable number. Oh, it's like waiting for the next generation to grow up, but there's nothing Ferdinand can do about it. After all, the current Bulgarian foundation is different from the previous one. In the previous Bulgarian, there were basically a few readers in every village, and it was not too difficult to carry out literacy education. Now, many immigrant villages are all illiterate, and literacy education can only be taught by people sent by the Ministry of Education. Of course, the speed cannot be accelerated. And many villagers have little interest in reading and literacy, and the learning speed can only be described by turtle speed. Ferdinand can't do anything about these people. He can only choose to give up. Fortunately, illiteracy does not affect farming. Not only that, the Ministry of Education also found that the mathematics level of Bulgarians has dropped significantly. All the new population was pulled down. In addition to literacy education, teachers also have to teach them simple digital knowledge. In contrast, basic education has progressed very smoothly. Many people have low requirements for learning cultural knowledge by themselves, but the requirements for the next generation are different. Even the primary schools in many parts of Bulgaria are only spread to the towns. Everyone is very willing to walk dozens of miles and send their children over to study. Of course, this also has something to do with the low tuition fees. Today's basic education mainly relies on financial allocations, and tuition fees are all symbolic collection points. Students' living expenses, whether it is food or money, can be paid. Anyway, the school is not for profit, and the expenses are completely within the range of ordinary families. As for higher level education, if you can afford it, you can apply for free education. In this way, you don't have to pay a penny, as long as you obey the state-assigned major and then deduct this part of the expenses from the salary in batches after graduation. Don't be surprised why Ferdinand assigns majors in secondary schools. Now, the two universities in Bulgaria have less than 3,000 students each year combined. Most people are not qualified to be admitted to universities, and the development direction is of course specialized technical colleges. So now middle school requires everyone to choose a subject to specialize in, and other subjects are minors. Cultivating all-rounders has never been Ferdinand's goal. Training professional engineers and scientific researchers is the purpose of Bulgarian education. If it is self-funded, the cost is much higher. The annual cost of a middle school student starts at 3,000 levs. If the tuition fee for a university education student is less than 50,000 levs, don't even think about it. Don't think it is too expensive. Bulgaria is now adopting elite education. High-quality educational resources are used in a centralized manner, and the cost is of course high. Since it is self-funded, of course, this fee is paid in full by yourself, or it is a major supported by the government. If there are liberal arts majors other than administrative funding, the number is even larger, ranging from 200,000 levs to 500,000 levs, which is more expensive than many colleges and universities for studying abroad. The sequel is that so far, Bulgarian college students have exceeded 5 digits, but liberal arts college students outside the financial allocation have never exceeded 3 digits. Financially, the total revenue of the Bulgarian government reached 1.38 billion levs, about £55.2 million. The main reason is that the newly added territories have gradually recovered their vitality and can provide tax revenue to the government, especially the Istanbul area, which alone contributed 180 million levs of financial revenue. There is also the result of the second five-year plan, and now it has begun to deny finances. Compared with 1898, this figure has increased by nearly 1.4 times. And it has also increased by 15.5% compared with the previous year. According to Ferdinand's plan, starting from 1904, the Navy will also be included in one of the priorities of the government's financial allocation, and it is estimated that the opponent is still the Ottoman Empire. Oh, that's just a small expense. The key is that the bonds issued by the Bulgarian government and some of the loans have already expired one after another. The government must leave enough funds to pay for it. This is the main reason for the financial strain. In fact, the Bulgarian government has repeatedly borrowed new debts to repay old debts. Now Ferdinand finally understands the difficulties of the Ministry of Finance and decides to reduce debts. In 1900, the total debt of the Bulgarian government reached its peak, reaching as high as 2.6 billion leva. In the following years, the government took advantage of the economic crisis to recover several batches of bonds at low prices and repaid several loans that had expired. Over the past 3 years, the Bulgarian government has successively repaid 183 million leva, and more than 87 million leva of loans will expire this year. After the repayment, the government's debt pressure will slightly decrease. And in the days to come, if there is no accident, the Bulgarian government will reduce its holdings of debts every year, and increase the amount to achieve fiscal normalization as soon as possible. Oh, in fact, it is impossible to repay it. If the debts in hand are not reduced, the Bulgarian government will be kidnapped by loans in future international affairs, and it will be difficult to extricate itself. Who said that the current creditors are all foreign powers? Don't expect people to follow the rules so much. If you are in a hurry, they force you to repay the loan in advance. What can the Bulgarian government do? Originally, the international loan of this era was the overlord loan. According to the background of this era, as long as people give up the interest income, they can ask for money in advance. Of course, Ferdinand would have liked someone to call for the money in advance, so that he could save some interest. The premise is that it is only for small creditors, such as big creditors like France. Let's forget it. Paying off at one time will make Bulgaria's finances bankrupt. Compared with industry, the growth rate of agriculture is even more exaggerated. Compared with 1898, it has directly increased by 1.8 times. Of course, Ferdinand didn't take this set of data into his heart. With the increase in land, the food naturally increased, and the government did not play a big role here. Grain on the international market is now worthless. In order to stabilize the price of grain, the Bulgarian government has to spend a lot of money to purchase a batch of grain from the market as a reserve grain. What satisfies Ferdinand the most is the population growth rate of Bulgaria. It really is the skyrocketing population of Guotai-Minitsin. In 1903, the birth rate reached an astonishing 5.01%, which was basically the same as the hairy bear. Of course, the death rate also rose to 2.03%. After all, after the population growth, Bulgaria's medical conditions have not kept up, mainly because of the shortage of doctors. Ferdinand could do nothing about this long training cycle that lasted for more than 10 years. So far, except for the first batch of doctors who have been qualified to graduate, the doctors trained in Bulgarian specialization are still practicing. Just these hundreds of people, after being scattered all over Bulgaria, did not even have a bubble come out. According to the estimates of the Population Agency, the next 3 to 5 years will be a period of population explosion in Bulgaria, especially the immigrants from the Ottoman Empire. In order to move in the past few years, they all voluntarily reduced their births. Now that their lives have stabilized, they must work hard to create villains. According to the latest population statistics, the total population of Bulgaria has reached more than 14 million, and the population growth rate has reached 2.97%! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 260. Position questions. In the Sofia Palace, when Ferdinand's family was enjoying the happiness of their family, a news from the Far East broke the peaceful atmosphere. The Russo-Japanese War broke out. Although Ferdinand knew that the Russo-Japanese War would break out, he did not know exactly when. Judging from the current situation, the Russians have a great advantage, and it is very unwise for the Japanese to take the initiative to provoke a war at this moment. Especially when the British have not yet made up their minds to fully support them. Once the attitude of the London government softens, the French-Russian coalition will teach them how to behave. The conflict between Japan and Russia has a long history. It broke out when the Three Kingdoms interfered and returned to Liao. However, at that time, the Japanese chose to pretend to be grandsons in the face of the strong stock Tsarist Russia. This situation continued until the establishment of the Britain-Japan alliance in 1902. With the support of the British, the Japanese government was no longer satisfied with its existing interests in Korea and the Northeast, and wanted to expand further, but was resisted by the Russians. In July 1903, the Japanese government formally proposed to the Russians to negotiate on North Korea and the Northeast. Because the conditions of the two sides are too different, it is difficult to reach an agreement, and the dispute is still in progress. That's all Ferdinand knew. Now neither the Russians nor the Japanese are ready for war, but the war is on. In any case, Japan and Russia have already started park, and the Bulgarian government must come up with its own position. Ferdinand specially held a state conference on the Far East issue. What's going on? Why did the Japanese suddenly go to war with the Russians? Ferdinand asked suspiciously. Foreign Minister Medvedev replied, this war broke out because on January 28, in a tavern in Incheon, 2 Russian soldiers got drunk and clashed with 3 Japanese soldiers. The soldiers shot and killed a Japanese soldier, and the troops of the 2 countries who came to inquire about them started working. There were casualties on both sides. Such small conflicts have not happened once or twice between Japan and Russia, but they have been suppressed by the high-level officials of both sides. But this time was a bit special. One of the dead was the younger brother of a Japanese major. In order to avenge his younger brother, he led troops to raid the Russian camp that night. After the incident broke out, the Japanese army in North Korea simply did not do anything and started an attack on the Russian army. It can be said that this war broke out unexpectedly. The Japanese government was dragged into the water by the army and had to go to war with the Russians. History has changed. This was Ferdinand's first thought. Historically, the Russo-Japanese War broke out. The Japanese government chose to preempt the situation after the Japanese government knew that the goal could not be achieved through negotiation. Then the Navy took the lead in attacking the Russian fleet in Port Lushan and Incheon, but this time it was the Sixth Army that acted first. In any case, the Russo-Japanese War is definitely about to explode. The Japanese army has already attacked Russia. Even if Nicholas II has always opposed starting a war with the Japanese now, he has to fight now. In fact, the early outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War has something to do with Ferdinand. Because of his butterfly effect, Bulgaria is much stronger than in history. Due to the existence of the Russian-Russian alliance, the pressure on the Russians in Europe is less, a lot. So their power into the Far East was greatly enhanced. The progress of the Trans-Siberian Railway is much faster than in history, and now there is only the part of Lake Berga left. According to the current progress, the entire line can be opened to traffic in 1907 at the latest. This made people of insight in Japan very worried, especially the radicals in the Japanese Sixth Army, who advocated preemption and decisive battle with Russia in the Far East before the railway opened. This incident is just an incentive in the background. Even without it, there will be other fuses. Xiong Constantine asked worriedly, what is the attitude of the British? Will they go to war with the Russians for the sake of the Japanese? Medvedev thought for a while and said, I don't know. The Russo-Japanese War broke out yesterday, and neither side has declared war yet, and the London government has not made any statement on this matter. However, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs believes that most of the British will not go to war with the Russians for the sake of the Japanese. After all, according to the covenant, once the British go to war with Russia, then we and the French must also participate in the war. I dare not say that in other regions, but the British are at a disadvantage in the Mediterranean region. Moreover, on the Far East issue now, the German government also supports the Russians. Under normal circumstances, the British would not take this risk. More than that, Ferdinand also knew that Nicholas II and William II had plans to form an alliance, but the British temporarily fooled the Germans with the beautiful idea of an Anglo-German alliance. From a strategic point of view, the British show the Navy and the Germans show the Sixth Army, which seems to be a good combination. In essence, there is no possibility of an alliance between the two sides. The industrial and commercial circles of Britain and Germany have long been inseparable. How can an alliance without common interests be realized? The words of the foreign minister undoubtedly gave everyone a sedative. Since the Anglo-Russian War will not break out, no matter how violent the Far East fights, Bulgaria will not be affected. Ferdinand said calmly, the British are now being trapped by the little Japan. They have just seen the dawn of victory in the battle with the Boers in South Africa. Now that the Russo-Japanese War has exploded, I am afraid it will continue. And they haven't had time to coordinate their relationship with the Germans. If the Germans fully support the Russians' Far East strategy, the British Empire will not be able to hold back the pressure of Germany, France and Russia, and even the Americans are supporting the Japanese. Now we need to express our attitude. Now we will ban all commercial exchanges with the Japanese. As for our position in this war, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should first find out the attitude of the major powers before making a decision. Yes, because of Ferdinand's butterfly effect, the British were trapped in South Africa, and the whole of Europe supported the Boers. It took the British for nearly 2 years to make diplomatic means keep countries neutral in the war. But the strength of the Boers is still stronger. At least the tens of thousands of mercenaries that come out are just a pot of lobster soldiers. Now, when the Boer government was finally forced to compromise, the Russo-Japanese War broke out again. Didn't this give the Boers another hope of victory? Besides, what should the French do now? It's not too much to support the Boers. The Germans were severely beaten by the British in front of them. At this moment, the Russians rushed in front and did not give the British any bad hands. Is this still the style of William II? As for the Portuguese, if they had the courage to block France and Germany, Ferdinand would really admire their courage. As for the guarantee the British gave them, everyone knows that it belongs to the contract whose validity is pending. Although the attitudes of the major powers have not yet come out, for Bulgaria, even if war is declared against the Japanese immediately, Ferdinand has no pressure, and it is out of reach anyway. There is also the so-called economic sanctions against Japan, which is even more funny. Is the commercial trade volume between the two countries large? Is there a million leva? That's a big question mark. This is completely made by Ferdinand for the Russians to show that I support you. Foreign Minister Medvedev replied, "Okay, Your Majesty, we will try to figure out the attitude of the major powers. By the way, Japan and Russia are about to start a full-scale war. The 6th Military Department will discuss with the Russians and send some of our new weapons to test their power. By the way, let's see what the Russians are still lacking and whether there is anything we can provide." Added Ferdinand heartlessly. Well, in Ferdinand's eyes, the most important thing in the Russo-Japanese War is war money. In any case, the Russians are not ready. Once the fight begins, they will develop a lot of strategic supplies and the reserves are simply not enough. In terms of the relationship between Bulgaria and Russia, the strength of the pro-guarantee faction within the Russian government is also very strong. The two sides have had a friendly and cooperative relationship for many years, and of course they must continue to maintain it. Even the so-called testing of new weapons is not to let the Russian military take the initiative to place in order to purchase it after seeing its power. On January 30, on the third day of the Japanese offensive, the Japanese government finally handed over the war book to the Russians in a queasy state. On the same day, the Russian government also declared war on the Japanese, and the Russo-Japanese War broke out. On February 1, the London government announced its neutrality, followed by France, Germany, the United States, Italy, Austria-Hungary and other countries. The position of the Bulgarian government on this issue really doesn't matter, so everyone doesn't pay much attention to it. Ferdinand was so happy, and continued to remain silent. He had already made up his mind that he wanted war money. If you continue to sell weapons after neutrality, you will definitely be criticized by the international community, especially the British. At the beginning of the war, the Russians were beaten by a measure, and they were defeated on the battlefield. Russia's total population is now as high as 141 million. At this time, the total strength of the Russian 6th Army Standing Army is about 1050,000, and the reserve soldiers have reached 3.75 million. Among them, 90% of the troops are deployed in the western region. In the Far East, there are only more than 98,000 regular troops of the 6th Army, 168 cannons and 328 machine guns, historically, 148 guns, 8 machine guns. At the same time, the Russian Navy has more than 200 warships, of which the Pacific Squadron has more than 60 combat ships, 192,000 tons. It can be said that the Russians have a lot of strength, but in the Far East, they can only play one point. Correspondingly, Japan now has a total population of about 4,400,000. The total strength of the 6th Army is about 375,000, the reserve is 200, and it has 114 cannons, of which 250,000 can be used for operations outside the Japanese archipelago. 37% of the guns are mountain guns, which are suitable for the terrain characteristics of the Northeast battlefield. 847 machine guns, 147 in history. The Japanese Navy has about 80 warships, 260,000 tons, most of which are new type ships built in Britain with good performance and uniform specifications. Affected by the Balkan War, both Japan and Russia recognize the importance of machine guns and increased the number of machine guns. If it is only a disadvantage in the number of troops, the Russians say that they can make up for it at any time, but the logistical problem is the real trouble. The Trans-Siberian Railway around Lake Baikal has not been fully completed. It takes nearly 5 weeks to travel from Europe to northeast China, 6 weeks in history, but only 2-3 military vehicles can be driven every day and night. Although in the Far East, the Russians are at a disadvantage militarily, but in terms of national strength, the Russians have an absolute advantage, and the Russians are more than 10 times as many as Japan in industry. Therefore, the outside world is still generally optimistic that the Russians will achieve the final victory. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 261, Robbing. In September 1904, after the war broke out, the Japanese won one after another. But at this time, the Japanese Prime Minister Taro was not excited at all, but looked worried. Not only him, but also people of insight in Japan know that it is not worth the loss for Japan to continue this war. That's right, since the beginning of the war, the Japanese army has progressed smoothly, and the two armies have achieved remarkable results. Regardless of the cost, there is now a stalemate in the Russo-Japanese war. Obviously the Japanese government has realized that the cost of war is too high, and it may not be able to achieve its purpose. History once again had an inflection point. Due to the influence of the Balkan War, the Russians realized the importance of firepower, and the Russian army was equipped with a large number of machine guns and artillery. The Russian army in the Far East was less affected, and its equipment was still very backward. At the beginning of the war, it was suppressed and beaten by the Japanese army. But by June, the situation had improved, and while the Russians were increasing their troops in the Far East, they also had a lot of weapons and equipment. Machine guns and guns have arrived in the Far East with reinforcements. Of course, the arrival of these new weapons has also increased the logistical pressure of the Russian army. If it weren't for logistics, the current northeast battlefield would not be a stalemate, but a counterattack by the Russian army. Find a way to make peace with the Russians. Ito Hirobumi said with a wry smile. The thing he was most worried about was still happening. The Tsarist government was not the Manchu government. It won't scare people after winning a few battles. Even if Siberia is lost, The foundation of the Russians cannot be touched, let alone a mere port of Port Arthur. Besides, they have only surrounded Lushun port now, haven't they had time to conquer it? Oh, the Russians in Port Lushun still have hundreds of machine guns, which are distributed and deployed in various fortresses. Before running out of their bullets, they will take the fortress of Lushun, unless the Japanese are willing to learn from Ferdinand to attack Constantinople and use them directly. Cannonballs wash the floor. However, this is unrealistic. Japan's industry in this era is terrible, and heavy industry is a slag fighter. Weapons and ammunition have to be imported, and they have to spend millions of pounds for a port of Lushun. Isn't it killing them? From the outbreak of the war to the present, the Russian Pacific Fleet has been crippled, and the Sixth Army has also lost 40,000 to 50,000 people. Hirohiro Bumi's words were supported by Yamada Utamo. In fact, the top Japanese government are not fools. They are fighting a war of attrition with the Russians. Isn't that tired of living? Although everyone's finances are not rich, the Russians are still working on expeditions, and military expenditures are larger. But with the victory of the Japanese Sixth Army on the battlefield, their fronts have also been stretched. Because the Siberian Railway was not open to traffic, the Russians had to manually transport materials for hundreds of miles. Now the traffic in the northeast is not much better, and the logistical pressure of the Japanese is not small. It's all small issues. Money is the big issue. Since the war started, the Japanese government's military expenditure has exceeded £25 million. This has passed the Sino-Japanese War in the same period in history. This is all the fault of Ferdinand's butterfly effect. Whether it's a heavy machine gun or a shooting gun, it's a gold-devouring beast, not suitable for the poor to play. Moreover, the victory of the Japanese army also came at a price. As an attacking party, the losses of the Japanese Sixth Army were actually higher than those of the Russians, especially when winter was coming. Although the arrival of winter will drag down the transportation of the Russians, the winter in the northeast is not so easy. When fighting in the temperature of minus tens of degrees, there is no army in the world that dares to compare with the hairy bear. The Russo-Japanese War is also a wonderful thing in military history. The Japanese who have the upper hand are eager to make peace, but the Russians who have been defeated all the way seem very calm. Now that the Tsarist government has just sent an expeditionary fleet to the Far East, Ferdinand knew that Nicholas II planned to solve the Japanese problem once and for all. He also sent away the Black Sea Fleet just now. This is a huge fleet consisting of 8 battleships and 36 ships. The total tonnage is as high as 280,000 tons. This is the entire family of the expanded Black Sea Fleet. Ferdinand's butterfly effect has worked again. As the Russians have mastered the Dardanelles, they have greatly expanded the Black Sea Fleet in recent years. At this time, the British hegemony in the Mediterranean has faced a serious challenge. Combined, the French and Russian fleets in the Mediterranean region are already a quarter of the British Mediterranean fleet in terms of gross tonnage. The Royal Navy is also guilty. If France and Russia join forces for them, the British world hegemony will be in danger. Historically, they prevented the Black Sea Fleet from entering the Far East in order to help the Japanese, but this time after Ferdinand's trip to London, the British changed their minds. The London government decided to let the Black Sea Fleet leave, but now it can leave through the Suez Canal. Don't even think about it when you come back. Of course, the Black Sea Fleet moved, and the Russian Navy in the Baltic Sea stayed behind. To deal with Japan, the Russian Navy did not need to come out in full force. Your Majesty, the Black Sea Fleet has passed through the Suez Canal. It seems that the London government has abandoned the Japanese, Foreign Minister Medvedev said excitedly. After all, the Russians have invested more power in the Far East, and their power in Europe will naturally be less, and the importance of Bulgaria will be more prominent. Ferdinand smiled and said, "Don't worry, just wait and see." He knows that the deal with the British has been made, and although the Russian Second Pacific Fleet has just entered the Red Sea, the fate of the Russian Navy is doomed. Don't look at how cooperative the UK is now. It will be difficult for the Russians to get supplies once they cross the Suez Canal. If it weren't for the presence of French allies, Ferdinand doubted whether the Russians could go to the Far East. After all, there are not many companies in the world who want the Russians to win. It also includes the allies of the Russians. Both the French and Ferdinand want them to lose, but they can't be defeated. For this reason, the French are not enthusiastic about the support of the Russians. Except for providing loans, they are very indifferent in other aspects. Instead, Bulgaria provided them with more help, and Ferdinand even allowed the Russians to owe strategic supplies on credit. Oh, during the Balkan Wars, the Russians also allowed Bulgaria to owe credit, and now Ferdinand has to take this favor. Besides, now the Bulgarian government still owes the Russians a loan. It can be used to offset it. Ferdinand said it is the same. Now half of the heavy machine guns and one-third of the artillery on the Far East battlefield are second-hand goods provided by Ferdinand. Anyway, after the Balkan War, the Bulgarian military sealed up a lot, so it should be destocked. Not to mention ammunition. The Bulgarian arsenal is like a Russian arsenal, producing whatever the front line lacks. I have to say that the Russians made the right choice this time. Instead of blindly increasing their troops, they prioritized logistical transportation. This also gave Ferdinand a wake-up call. The foreign powers are all good at learning. Historically, the Russian army has respected hand-to-hand combat, and it is a rival to the Japanese. Now stimulated by the Balkan War, the concept of the Russian army has actually changed, and then the Japanese are miserable. Originally, their Sixth Army still had the upper hand, but now the tragedy is it's better not to attack. An attack is machine guns plus trenches plus reinforced barbed wire. How can we fight this battle? At least the self-proclaimed military god of the Japanese later generations, General Nogi Kidian, was confused. He attacked Port Lushun with 3 divisions, 2 reserve regiments, and 2 field artillery brigades totaling 56,000 troops and 386 artillery pieces. Even if the unprecedented meat bomb suicide tactic is adopted, it is still in vain and has to seek domestic help. After all, it is not easy to rush to the machine gun. Not contrary to Ferdinand's expectations, Nicholas II directly rejected the Japanese request for peace talks. Even if the British intervened, it was not enough to make him save face. Oh, the UK doesn't want an immediate truce now. They also hope that the Japanese Navy can make persistent efforts to hit the Russian Second Pacific Fleet hard, so they have to come out to cheer the Japanese government. The Americans also acted with the British. The British government came forward to guarantee the Japanese and issued a war debt of £100 million. The United States issued a loan of £20 million to the Japanese government, which allowed the Japanese to temporarily survive financial crisis. Because the outside world is not optimistic that the Japanese will win, especially after the Russian Second Pacific Fleet passed the Suez Canal. Therefore, the Japanese bonds were cold in the international market, and they fell again and again. Even if the British government came forward to guarantee it, everyone still doubted the Japanese government's ability to repay. Investment is to get a return. If it is only for capital preservation, who is willing to put money into it for nothing? Moreover, this repayment date can be up to 10 years. Unless the British government can promise to pay in full, this is obviously impossible. London and the government are not stupid, but the risk of the principal guarantee is already great. If you add interest, the members of Congress are probably going crazy. From the initial annual interest rate of 8%, it has risen to 27% now. Ferdinand's eyes are very hot. Now when will he not take advantage of the fire? Immediately found the unscrupulous friend Edward, the two sides hit it off, and then attracted a group of London capitalists. A temporary joint consortium appeared. Go directly to the market to scan the goods. This method is too low level. After the consortium was formed, it directly approached the Japanese government for negotiation, asking for an agent to exercise the rights, a one-time package of 20% off, no one more child, and a 3-point travel fee. If it's too expensive, you don't. Anyway, the Japanese Xiangyi Taiyang was so angry that he vomited blood, and he ran a debt of £100 million. When he was drawn by these vampires, he only had more than 78 million in his hand. and he finally got a taste of the high interest. What is international usury? And he has no choice yet. The consortium also has to consider the risks. If the Japanese government fails to pay, they have to go to the London government to ask for money, which also has public relations costs. If the Japanese government refuses, it is estimated that there will be no second consortium in the world that dares to promise the bottom line. After all, everyone is not optimistic about the Japanese now. If Japan loses the war and asks the London government for money, not everyone has the ability. If you rely on the Japanese to make their own bonds, who knows which year of the monkey and horse month they will sell to? Are the front lines still fighting? Without this huge sum of money, what will the Japanese government use to fight Russia? Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 262, first harvest 1 stroke. Oh, suddenly Ferdinand found that the Russian Second Pacific Fleet seemed to be a little too powerful. If the First Pacific Fleet in the Far East was reunited, if the Japanese Navy did not open up this time, it would be cold. However, he is not worried. Judging from Edward's reaction, the British must be prepared to have a backhand. Otherwise, when Japan is really defeated, the £100 million of debt will still need the London government to make up its mind. Facts have proved that Ferdinand's guess is not wrong. John Bull's integrity is really not very good. In order for the Japanese Navy to hit the Russian Second Pacific Fleet hard, they sold 5 battleships, 6 cruisers, and 8 destroyers to the Chilean government, with a total tonnage of up to 180,000 tons. The Chilean government then sold it to the Japanese government, with home delivery. On the third day that the Japanese government got the bond funds, it was directly sold to the Japanese government at an astonishing price of £18 million. Well, that money can make double the number of new warships, but now the Japanese government has to buy it. Otherwise, what are they going to do with the Russian Second Pacific Fleet? Moreover, most of these warships are old warships that are about to retire. Of course, they are still barely able to deal with the Russian warships. Coupled with the original wealth of the Japanese combined fleet, it once again has the upper hand. Well, if it wasn't for the Russian alliance, Ferdinand himself would have wanted to fiddle with a few warships and sell them to the Japanese, and make a fortune. The profits of the arms trade are really too great. Compared with the great British people, Ferdinand's fiddling can only be regarded as a petty mess. How can the army equipment be compared with the navy? The profit of a single naval ship in the navy is almost the same as the equipment of several divisions he sells. Moreover, he is facing the Russians, so he can't take advantage of the fire. The biggest benefit of the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War may be to help Bulgaria go to stock, and the previous stock is now sold out. Whether it's weapons and ammunition, or food and cloth, as long as you put money into the officials of Moscow, it becomes a new product purchased from the world, and in short, it can be sold for a good price. Time flies. The Russian Second Pacific Fleet arrived in the Far East, briefly refurbished in the French turf in Vietnam, resupplied, and moved on. But this time the Russian fleet commander was replaced. It turned out that the unfortunate one escaped this time, and it was Admiral Stepan Osipovich Makariv who topped the tank for him. The military quality of Admiral Stepan Osipovich Makariv is still good. He also commanded the Black Sea Fleet to defeat the Ottoman Navy several times before. In addition to the Russian Navy, there were also military observation groups from various European countries. Ferdinand even sent the Constantinople. Of course, his purpose was not to fight, but to hang the brand of the Military Observer Corps. In addition to the experience of watching the naval battle, the main purpose was to test the seaworthiness of the warship. It's an armored cruiser after all. You can't beat a battleship, but you have to outrun a battleship. History has changed again. Since the Russians came out of the Black Sea Fleet this time and took the Suez Canal, the legendary Tsushima naval battle naturally ceased to exist. As the British and Japanese teamed up to block the news, the Russians did not know at this time that the strength of the Japanese combined fleet had been greatly enhanced. Admiral Stepan Osipovich Makariv was leading the fleet forward until it reached the Taiwan Strait, and encountered the Japanese combined fleet waiting to work. There is no saying, the enemy will fight when they meet. The process is no longer important. Anyway, the final result is that the combined fleet led by Togo Hachiro won this round of park. Of course, the Japanese combined fleet is also uncomfortable. After all, the Black Sea Fleet is much stronger than the Baltic Fleet in history, and it has experience in naval battles. The Russian Second Pacific Fleet was almost wiped out, and Russia fell from its position as a naval power overnight, including auxiliary ships. Russian ships lost more than 200,000 tons. 5 battleships including their flagship were sunk, 2 were captured, and only 1 escaped to Vietnam. Among other warships, 6 cruisers, 5 destroyers and 4 torpedo boats were sunk, and 5 were sunk by third countries detained, and the rest became the spoils of the Japanese. Including their fleet commander, 6,836 Russian naval officers and men were killed in action, 3,917 were captured, and 2,462 were detained in neutral countries. The combined fleet that achieved this victory was also unhappy. A total of 7 battleships, 5 cruisers, 6 destroyers and 6 torpedo boats sank, and most of the remaining warships were also injured, and 5,869 officers and soldiers were killed. After seeing the result of the naval battle, Ferdinand was half killed. Is this still the Japanese-Russian naval battle in history? Judging from the casualties on both sides, the Japanese combined fleet was only a tragic victory. Compared with their impressive record in history, it is really far behind. However, it is reasonable to achieve such a victory. The Russian Baltic Fleet lacks combat experience, has loose training, plus a rice bucket-style commander, and it is a labor expedition. In contrast, the Black Sea Fleet is much better, since it has been expanded in recent years. They have more new warships. Moreover, there was a war with the Ottomans a few years ago, and the British are the strategic targets all the year round, so training is of course indispensable. Besides, it's better to go through the Suez Canal than to go around a big circle. Whether it's distance or logistical supplies, it's much better to go from the Mediterranean Sea than the Baltic Sea. In addition, the commander of the Black Sea Fleet, Admiral Stepan Osipovich Makarov, has a much stronger command ability, but he was unlucky and died in the war, otherwise the Russian fleet would not be so miserable. Moreover, the Japanese combined fleet was also pitted by the old ships thrown by the British. After all, they are all warships that are about to be retired, and their old problems are naturally indispensable. All performances are relatively pitted, especially in defense. The defense of old battleships is not much higher than that of armored cruisers. It only sank after a few shots to get off the ship, which can be regarded as contributing a lot to the Russians. Oh, Ferdinand is just watching their fun now, when the melon eaters give pointers at Will. Nicholas II, who was far away in St. Petersburg, was about to go crazy, since the performance of the Russian Navy was still very good. The internal problems of the Navy were covered up in the past. Therefore, Nicholas II naturally set the target of hatred on the British. After all, this time it was the British who did the trick, otherwise, he might be celebrating his victory by now. Gas returns gas. The Tsarist government still can't help the British, especially after the Taiwan naval battle. The Russian naval power has shrunk greatly. The victory of the Japanese Navy, not only the Japanese are celebrating, but Ferdinand is also celebrating. The harvest season is here. After the defeat of the Russian Navy, many people believed that the war was coming to an end. Of course, the price of Japanese bonds began to skyrocket. After all, it was a 27% annual interest. Such good news. Of course Ferdinand will ship, otherwise, when the market reacts, it is found that the Russians are going to continue the war, and it is guaranteed that they will fall back. Oh, not only Ferdinand is shipping, there are also many people who participated in the operation. After all, there is a backlog of so much money on it, and it is time to recover some of it. Since Ferdinand basically takes 10 years, even if he only receives the interest, the income is 2.7 times for 10 years. The advance sale is naturally not so high now, but the price has more than doubled from the previous 20% discount. Ferdinand ate £10 million of goods in the previous operation, and now it has doubled between hands. In the financial market, there is such a huge profit. Of course, this is the activity of advanced players, and ordinary people can only be spectators. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 263, High Debt. The collapse of the Second Pacific Fleet had a profound impact on the Tsarist government. In addition to the military impact, the political impact was fatal. Since the Black Sea Fleet has been buried in the Far East, the uprising of the officers and soldiers of the Black Sea Fleet in history naturally does not exist. However, what should come will still come. The social contradictions suppressed by the Tsarist government in Russia can no longer be suppressed. The dissatisfaction with the Tsarist government from all walks of life has reached its peak. On March 14, 1905, 12,000 workers at the Thyrov factory in Petersburg went on strike to protest against the factory owner's arbitrary deduction of wages. This move quickly caused a group to follow suit, and workers in other factories responded one after another. In just 1 week, the number of strikers reached 150,000! On March 26, under the planning of someone with a heart, more than 100,000 workers gathered in the Hermitage Square and prepared to submit a petition to the Tsar. Among them were the demands for freedom of speech and publication, the 8-hour workday, the ownership of land by farmers, and the convening of a constituent assembly. The result was that the petition was not received by Nicholas II, and the military police directly suppressed the petitioning workers and caused thousands of casualties, which was called Bloody Sunday in history. Ferdinand knew that the fuse of the Russian Revolution was coming. He thought that under his butterfly effect, Bulgaria imported more than 2 million laborers from Russia, the class contradictions in Russia were eased, and the revolution would not break out. Unexpectedly, the fuse of the revolution was only a few months later than in history, so the Russian Revolution should also enter the countdown. Ferdinand knew that Nicholas II was in big trouble this time, judging from the intelligence collected by the Intelligence Department. This time it was an action jointly planned by the Revolutionary Party and capitalists, and even some people in the Tsarist government participated in this conspiracy. It's impossible to think that some people said that Nicholas II was stupid. He planned the workers' demonstration by himself, and sent the military and police to ambush and suppress it in advance, right? As for the conditions put forward by the workers, it is even more ridiculous. The working class strikes and does not mention the issue of wages and treatment. Instead, they are more concerned about the constitution and freedom of speech. If there is an 8-hour work system to cover up the ugly, Ferdinand doubts who is fighting for this. Rights and interests? Is the quality of the Russian working class in this era so high? Ferdinand expressed doubts. A group of illiterate people can make so many demands that have obvious political implications, and are precisely the demands that the Tsarist government cannot fulfill. How could this be possible if no one planned it? The so-called military and police ambush suppression is even more nonsense. Even if you want to take action, you must start it in advance, wait for hundreds of thousands to gather, and then act. Killing more than 1,000 people and letting others go, isn't this waiting for them to rebel? It is obvious that someone in the Tsarist government is pushing the hand. They are not satisfied with the status quo. It seems that they intend to learn the British constitutional monarchy. But Nicholas II's next treatment was to make frequent tricks. Don't hurry up to appease the workers, clean up the internal worms, and throw out a few scapegoats. Instead, they stood on the side of the bourgeoisie and blindly suppressed the workers' movement, and in the end they lost the hearts of the people. To say that he is a reactionary czar is really not wrong at all. Oh, the internal problems of Russia, Ferdinand knew about it, but he had no intention of intervening. Instead, they took advantage of the Russians' internal chaos to fish in troubled waters. Now that the factory is closed, those unscrupulous capitalists will naturally not pay wages. Many people are forced to commit crimes after losing their income. The social security in Russia has begun to deteriorate sharply. Vicious incidents such as robbery and murder are constantly being staged in the streets and alleys every day. The lives of ordinary people are even more miserable. In this case, Ferdinand is of course welcome. The society is unstable, and it is a good time to poach. Those ordinary engineers are his targets for poaching this time. Anyway, they have a large base and are mixed in with ordinary workers. Under the background of the chaos, no one will notice that there are a few fewer people. If conditions permit, he doesn't mind kidnapping a few scientists. Anyway, they are all acting in the name of non-governmental organizations, and it is normal for companies to dig scripts from each other. Not only that, due to the turmoil in Russia, the number of immigrants began to skyrocket, and Bulgaria, which has the same culture and customs, is their first choice. Anyway, it's close enough. You can wait and see the situation. If you feel uncomfortable later, you can wait for the situation to stabilize before going back. Just take it as a vacation. At the same time, the spring of the Bulgarian industrial and commercial circles also came. Due to the suppression of the military and police, the strike movement soon swept the country. And the Tsarist government failed to take timely measures to appease the people and punish the culprits, which aggravated the contradiction and even triggered a violent revolution, which caused a fatal blow to Russia's industrial production. It also created opportunities for the Bulgarian business community. Now the economic situation in Russia is not good, the life of ordinary people is not very easy, and cheap commodities have become their first choice. If it's cheap, who can compare to Bulgaria now? All copycat goods, and there are tariff advantages. It may not be possible to achieve good quality, but the low price has been achieved by Ferdinand. Now Russia's civilian commodity field is divided between Bulgaria and France. The French occupy the upper middle market, while Bulgaria occupies the lower middle market. The two are well watered, and they work together to exclude third parties. Join in. After the revolution in Russia, it immediately attracted the attention of the whole world, especially the Japanese. The Japanese government thought that the opportunity was coming and was ready to take advantage of the fire. Unfortunately, Nicholas II's reaction quickly gave them a head-on. Federal indemnity? Go dream. I will continue to fight. Regardless of the fact that there are strikes everywhere in Russia and the chaos in the country, people can still barely supply the supplies on the front line. The more than 400,000 Russian troops in the Far East are still fighting vigorously with the Japanese, and there is no sign of defeat. Now the Bulgarian industry is like a part of the Russians. It is running at full capacity and making military supplies for them. Even if the supply is occasionally unavailable, Ferdinand will use the inventory to give them the first pad. Then it was a tragedy for the Japanese government. Historically, most European countries hoped that the Russians would lose the war, and they were basically trying to hold back. Even the French do not want the Russians to continue fighting with the Japanese, so their support for this war is very limited, and everyone is not very keen on exporting arms. Of course, Ferdinand thinks that it is the small money that the French capitalists despise from exporting guns. Compared with loan sharks, what kind of gain is this? Moreover, the Germans are always threatening the security of the French mainland. Just for the country's strategic security, why should the French government find a way to bring the Russians back? Compared with this, the insignificant profit of guns is not worth mentioning. This is the core factor that forced the Tsarist government to make compromises with the Japanese. Even so, the Tsarist government still negotiated with the attitude of not ceding land and not making indemnities, and it was successful. Not to mention now, because of the Ferdinand butterfly effect, the scale of this uprising will be much smaller, and the revolution will soon be suppressed by the Tsarist government. Although the strike continues, Bulgaria's nascent industrial system is giving them blood transfusions. Not to mention how strong Bulgaria's industry is now, but compared to Japan, which has not yet fully industrialized, it still occupies a clear advantage, especially in the field of heavy industry. The war lasted for 1906. After unremitting efforts, the Japanese army finally conquered Port Lushan, but they still had Liujiang and Fengshan in front of them. As the uprising was quickly extinguished, the domestic situation in Russia began to improve, and the Tsarist government had more confidence to continue the war. I took out an attitude that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, and if you want to fight, just fight. Anyway, I will not compromise. Now both the British and the French desperately hope that Japan and Russia can stop the war, so that the Russians can take back their power and devote themselves to the European continent to suppress the rising Germans. Unfortunately, the Russians did not buy it, and the Tsarist government was worried that if it compromised with Japan, it would likely cause further turmoil in the domestic situation. Therefore, even if the debt is high, the Tsarist government will continue the war, trying to use time to bring down the Japanese. The Tokyo government had to find a way to raise military funds for the Japanese again. At this time, the Tokyo government's finances were exhausted. Even the colonies of North Korea and Taiwan were taken out as collateral by them and mortgaged to the consortium, but unfortunately it was not enough. As in the same period in history, the Japanese government relied on loans and debts provided by the British and Americans to survive the day, but now the financial hole is even bigger. In the parallel space-time Russo-Japanese War, the Japanese spent 1.8 billion yen in military spending. 1 yen is about 0.75 grams of gold, or about 184 million pounds. However, due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, the Japanese military expenditure is almost reaching this figure, but the war is still going on. Not only the Japanese government's finances can't stand it, but even the Russians' finances are unhappy. With military spending of 1.7 billion rubles, 1 ruble is about 0.774 grams of gold, or about 1.8 pounds. On the surface it seems that the Russians have taken advantage of the lower military expenditures. In fact, the Tsarist government would rather spend more than the entire Pacific Fleet was wiped out. The navy is finished, and this part of the military expenditure will naturally be saved. In addition, the weapons and ammunition imported by the Japanese government are all high-priced goods. In addition, due to the neutrality treaty, they have to go through a third country to change hands. In contrast, the Russians are much better. At least Ferdinand didn't dare to take advantage of the fire, and settled at the international price before the war, which is a saving. Unfortunately, the Russians have high shipping costs. In order to speed up the speed, they have to organize a lot of manpower to transport materials around the clock. Naturally, the price in the Far East is not cheap. If it's just military spending in the Far East, the Russian government can still stand it. The key is the domestic revolutionary movement, which is fatal. The economic losses to Russia caused by the strike movement all over the country are immeasurable. Many industries have been devastated, and now Russia's total industrial output is less than half of what it was before the war. The mastermind behind all of this, Ferdinand, is still the most loyal ally of the Russians. From now on until now, the Bulgarian government has always stood by the Russians with a clear stand and has not wavered in the slightest. It has to be said that politics is dark. Genius website address, mobile version reading website. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. Changes in relationships. At the same time as the Russo-Japanese War broke out, the Ottoman Empire was also undergoing great changes. After the Balkan War, the Sudanese government was forced to carry out a top-down military and political reform due to domestic and international pressure. This reform included religious reform, education reform, military reform, political system reform, economic reform, etc. In the short term, the reform of the Ottoman Empire was successful. He has re-established a modernized Sixth Army, and has made some progress in the field of education and economy, but the worst ethnic problem has been delayed for a long time. Although the Ottoman Empire still has a population of more than 20 million, the number of its main ethnic groups is too small. Now the number of authentic Turks is less than 7 million. Obviously, the reform of the Sudanese government has failed to take into account the interests of other domestic ethnic groups, let alone resolve domestic ethnic conflicts. Ethnic integration is completely a dream. At the beginning of 1906, the Sudanese government had initially completed internal reforms, and its comprehensive national strength had grown, especially in the military. The Sudanese government learned the lessons of the defeat in the Balkans, and spent a lot of money to buy advanced weapons from the Germans at all costs to train the new Sixth Army. But before this reform, the main ethnic groups of the Ottoman Empire, the Turks, Arabs, and Kurds, had fallen behind in the economic field. The main commercial activities in the country are occupied by Greeks and Jews, which cannot be changed by a single policy. However, after the reform, many regulations of the Ottoman Empire encouraged the Turks to develop industry and commerce, but this did not apply to other ethnic groups, which made the Greeks and Jews very dissatisfied. Oh, that's all Ferdinand has learned. He didn't have time to read the more detailed report. In his opinion, the reform of the Ottoman Empire is undoubtedly a step forward on the road to suicide. In a country where the dominant ethnic group is not dominant, if the various ethnic groups in the country cannot be integrated, then the division will be a matter of time. Your Majesty, this is information from the Ottoman Empire. The Sudanese government seems to be unwilling to lose the last war, and is about to move again. Fu handed over a piece of information and said. Ferdinand smiled slightly. Obviously he didn't take the Ottoman Empire in his eyes. After losing the Balkans, the industrial power of the Ottoman Empire was cut in half. In terms of comprehensive national strength, Bulgaria was already more than twice that of the Ottoman Empire at this time. In terms of industry, the gap was more than 5 times that of the Ottoman Empire. In terms of population, the Ottoman Empire is more than 20 million, and Bulgaria's current population is more than 15 million, plus more than 2 million Russian immigrants. The gap between the two is not big. In terms of mobilization, the Ottoman Empire is struggling. At least the ethnic minorities who are fighting for independence in the country cannot be mobilized. In this aspect, it is not as good as Bulgaria. Perhaps many immigrants do not have deep feelings for this country, but everyone is still very keen on military awards. The Bulgarian army's fairness in military awards is absolutely impossible for the Ottoman Empire. At least their officers can only be Turks. As for fairness, it is nonsense. Keep staring. Don't worry about them. I just want to see what tricks the Turks can do. Ferdinand said confidently. This is not because Ferdinand has swelled. Looking around, the Greeks are still trying to repay their debts. The Kingdom of Montenegro is struggling to farm, and Romania is half-hearted by the tariffs. Except for the Austro-Hungarian Empire, he is really not in his eyes. Even in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the military strength of the two sides is not too far apart. At least until the Austro-Hungarian Empire cannot unify the language, their military advantage over Bulgaria is very limited! Your Majesty, we just heard from our ambassador to Russia that the Tsarist government intends to give up the Sea of Marmara and hand over Constantinople and the Dardanelles to us, Foreign Minister Medvedev said excitedly. Looking at the foreign minister who was stunned by the pie, Ferdinand said lightly, "It's not that simple. The Russian Black Sea Fleet has been defeated for so long, and they haven't seen them give up, and now suddenly giving up is probably conditional. At least the tariffs on these two straits are not relinquished by the Russians, although now they are mortgaged to the French." Ferdinand's unscrupulous guess is that the Russians are now out of money on the 8th floor and plan to cut expenses. After all, the reconstruction project of Constantinople is also a large expenditure. Now that the Black Sea Fleet is gone, to rebuild such a fleet, even if the Russian Empire does not have more than 10 years of effort, it is impossible to complete it. However, the political and religious significance of Constantinople is too great. No matter who it is in the hands, it has to invest a lot of money to rebuild it. For the Russian government, now that the Black Sea Fleet is gone, the military significance of Constantinople can no longer be guaranteed. Rather than pouring financial resources into the mouth of this gold-swallowing beast, and seeing no return in the short term, it is better to throw it to Bulgaria first. Anyway, when the Russian navy is rebuilt, they can come back again. It is a pity that even if he guessed the purpose of the Russians, Ferdinand had to accept it happily. After all, it also indicates that the relationship between Bulgaria and Russia has begun to undergo a qualitative change. Obviously the Tsarist government has also realized that with the decline of the Russian Empire, It is no longer able to completely suppress the rising Bulgaria, and it is starting to implement a new foreign policy. The relationship between the two sides, from the relationship between the eldest and the younger brother, is beginning to transform into a normal ally relationship. Of course, this will take a long process to allow the two sides to adapt to this new diplomatic relationship. The transformation of foreign relations is still a matter of the future. Ferdinand knew that it was time to solve the problem of Russian immigration. After all, the Bulgarian government set a high threshold for naturalization in order to restrict. The immigrants from Russia are basically illiterate, and the best performers have already completed the assessment and joined the big family of Bulgaria. But for the vast majority of people, the time required to complete these requirements is simply too long. Of course, there are exceptions to those who have made great contributions to this country, but unfortunately there are fewer people who meet this point. But now Ferdinand has decided to relax the restrictions once and swallow the human resources first. Otherwise, the early immigrants felt that they had almost saved their money and ran back to Russia. So Ferdinand would have been busy working in vain? Having worked so hard to educate them in literacy and brainwashing them for so many years, even if only a part of them was lost, it would be a big loss for Ferdinand. "Sir, what do you plan to do with the more than 2 million Russian immigrants in the country?" Ferdinand asked at the cabinet meeting after thinking about it. Xiong Constantine said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, this matter is very troublesome to deal with. Most of these Russian immigrants are young and strong, and only a small number of them are dragged from their families. Moreover, their overall quality is low, and most of the jobs they are engaged in are heavy manual labor. Many people still have no way to guarantee their future lives, and there are many bachelors. On the condition that they have not obtained Bulgarian nationality, the government can pretend to be invisible. Once they are granted nationality, our government will have to find a way to solve their living problems and personal problems. Yes, these are the problems that have plagued the Bulgarian government for a long time. In fact, the ratio of men to women in the Balkans is fairly normal. Due to the war, in some places there are even more women than men, but that changed when Russian immigrants were included. For enterprises, of course, it is better to bring in ordinary laborers if they are physically strong. In this regard, young men are definitely more dominant. Therefore, most of the immigrants are young men. As for the life of immigrants in the future, Ferdinand is really not worried about this. The reason is very simple. The average life expectancy in this era is very low, and there is no aging population at all. The average life expectancy in Bulgaria is just over 50 years old. This is under the premise that Ferdinand strictly controls food safety and restricts capitalists from unscrupulously squeezing employees. Basically, ordinary people spend their whole lives rushing to make a living, and those who can live to their 70s and 80s are basically in good family conditions, and there is no need for the government to consider pension issues. After thinking about it, Ferdinand suggested, otherwise, let them figure out a solution for themselves. The government can discuss with the enterprises, give them vacations and batches, and let them go back to Russia to marry wives. Well, we can also bear part of the travel expenses for them, and when they come back, the returning merchant ship can pick them up by the way. Oh, Ferdinand's idea is a bit bad. Now that the situation in Russia is turbulent, it is difficult for them to find jobs after they go back. They are not afraid of running away. As for whether or not it will be influenced by Russian revolutionary ideas, Ferdinand said that it doesn't matter. The current Russian Revolutionary Party is unable to protect itself, but it has no consciousness to spread revolutionary ideas to the world. Moreover, their ideas can't be eaten in Bulgaria. Now Ferdinand's national policy is contribution is in line with benefits, rights and obligations are equal. At the same time, it also opposes absolute egalitarianism, clearly stating that absolute egalitarianism only exists in theory, as long as the material basis has not been reached and everyone's needs can be met. The so-called egalitarianism is nonsense. After a long period of brainwashing education, many people have accepted this idea. The specific performance is that their work is more hard work and more reward. In addition to salary income, most of them also have overtime pay. The most important thing is that the capitalists have been influenced by the general environment and put more emphasis on their reputation. Once Bulgaria is now infamous, it will be impossible to move. The specific manifestation is that the gate of the upper class will be closed to you, and the transportation controlled by the government will automatically put you in the back row, and everyone will exclude you together during business cooperation. These are the bloody lessons learned by countless people who have tried the law by themselves. Therefore, under this background, no matter what the capitalists think in their hearts, they still retain a touch of humanity in their actual actions. At least when they squeeze employees, they don't dare to be so black. These are all things that Russian society does not have, so there is no popular ideology in Russia, and there is no shadow in Bulgaria. To put it simply, everyone can live a good life, and the revolutionary desire is not strong. After thinking about it, Constantine agreed with Ferdinand's opinion. At the moment when the relationship between Bulgaria and Russia is changing, properly handling Russian immigrants is also the top priority of the Bulgarian government. Yes, Your Majesty. Constantine replied. Recommend the new book of the city god Laushi Genius. Website address, mobile version reading website. Chapter 265, MLM, Ally. With Ferdinand's order, the Bulgarian government added more than 2 million people to the statistics. As of the national census at the end of 1906, the population of Bulgaria has reached 10,000, which is not far from the goal set by Ferdinand of 20 million before 1914! Everyone is voluntary this time. After getting Bulgarian nationality, there are real benefits. Even if you see it, you can feel it, and the capitalists can no longer exploit them recklessly. First of all, within the scope of the labor law, the protection they enjoy is more comprehensive. For example, in terms of salary, Bulgaria's minimum wage standard, they can also enjoy it, and they don't have to worry about being fired casually by the company. There are also capitalists. You can no longer ask them to work overtime for free, otherwise you can report it, and once it is verified, it will be paid 10 times the standard, and the capitalists will face jail. Of course, this is also the case that the Bulgarian economy is developing at a high level. Even if this part of the expenditure is increased, the enterprise can still bear it. This is the core reason why Ferdinand chooses to solve the immigration nationality issue now. Otherwise, after the Russo-Japanese War is over and the economy gradually returns to normal, it will be difficult to solve this problem. After all, this is to increase the cost of the enterprise. When the economic situation is very good, the increase will also increase. Everyone can bear it. After that, the enterprises and the market will adjust themselves. After all, the increase in the income of these people also means that their purchasing power will increase, which will help to increase domestic demand, and the local Bulgarian market will also expand accordingly, and then reclaim the company. This is also a virtuous economic cycle. If the economic situation is bad, it is not easy for companies to survive. To increase their expenses, wouldn't it force others to go bankrupt? Oh, and this only works in a country like Bulgaria, where the capitalists have little say. If it were other countries in Europe at the time, such legal capitalists would probably choose to ignore it directly. If it was left in the Republic's house, it would be a big deal to impeach the government, and it's not like they haven't done anything about the collapse of the cabinet. Now that there is no threat from the Soviet Union, why increase your own costs? This is also the reason why Ferdinand is determined to engage in nationalism. The government can control the country to the greatest extent, and at the same time, it can also handle the class contradictions in the country to the greatest extent! In fact, the 20 million population target set by Ferdinand has also brought a lot of pressure to the Bulgarian government. In order to complete the task, we must also ensure the purity of the population. At least the language and culture must be consistent, and the religious and folk customs must not be deviated. Apart from encouraging fertility, the only way left is to emigrate. It is a pity that immigration was restricted before. Basically, there was a shortage of people in the market, so the government brought in a batch of labor. In this way, it is a good guarantee of social stability. After all, the immigrants from Russia are all working people, As long as they have jobs and food, they are great people. Similarly, the way to increase the population quickly by means of immigration is blocked because of this. After the Balkan War, due to the increase in the domestic population, Ferdinand revised the immigration law in order to ensure the employment of the domestic people. The new law stipulates that the introduction of foreign immigrants must ensure employment issues and have similar language, culture and customs. And you must have no criminal record in Bulgaria, no bad thoughts, and stable work for more than 10 years before you can get citizenship. Oh, except for scarce talents, such as senior engineers, scientists, doctors, etc., there are no restrictions. Under so many restrictions, it is undoubtedly unrealistic to want to rapidly increase the population. The opening that Ferdinand opened this time is undoubtedly a chance for the officials of the Population and Immigration Bureau. Aren't these migrants going to go back to their hometown to visit relatives? It can also be said to be married. After all, so many bachelors always have to solve personal problems. Then their other half, of course, can't be restricted if they want to join Bulgaria. This is just what they need. Similarly, if their immediate family members want to immigrate to Bulgaria, the government also has to open an opening, otherwise it makes no sense. According to the current calculation of more than 2 million Russian immigrants, if you count their other half and their immediate family members, is this number large enough? Only 1/5, or even 1/10, of these people is needed to complete Ferdinand's mission. This is much more effective than slowly encouraging fertility. According to the current standards of the Bulgarian government for the promotion of cadres, such a major task has been completed several years ahead of schedule. Everyone is ready to be promoted collectively. In order to achieve political performance, the work enthusiasm of the bureaucrats has suddenly improved a lot. They took the initiative to do ideological work for these Bulgarian people who returned to their hometowns to visit relatives, and made a promise that they would be responsible for helping their relatives and friends solve the employment problem. And this time, the requirements are not high. As long as there is no criminal record, the language and culture are connected, and there is no ideological problem, the government will give the green light. This is also a common problem for bureaucrats all over the world. In the face of political achievements, they can always stimulate their potential. Not only have they thought of ways to attract people, but even job placement, which is a headache for the entire capitalist world. They can think of ways to see that the potential of bureaucrats is unlimited. Oh, this is what everyone learned from Ferdinand. Bulgaria has already implemented 2 5-year plans, so it is probably not difficult to start another 3 5-year plan, right? Everyone is prepared, and Ferdinand's mind has been figured out to some extent by the people below. As long as it is a policy that benefits the country and the people, it is the policy that the king likes. There's nothing wrong with doing things along this line. 3-5 plan. Ferdinand has long wanted to do it, but unfortunately, there has been no chance. First the Balkan War, then the big immigration, then the economic crisis, and then the Russian-Japanese War. It can be said that the Bulgarian government has been very busy in recent years. More importantly, it is poor. The government has too many things to do, and the money is naturally not enough. With the current size of Bulgaria's economy, it is really impossible to do anything without a fund of 2 or 3 billion levs to carry out a nationwide third 5-year plan. If it's just a small fight, now that the government is doing it all the time, there is absolutely no need for Ferdinand to make things superfluous. As we all know, the Bulgarian government has always been heavily in debt. The huge foreign debt has made the government dare not take any major action at all, but with the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War, that all changed. Since 1904, Bulgaria's trade volume with Russia has grown rapidly, and it has always maintained a trade surplus status. In 1904, Bulgaria's trade surplus with Russia was as high as 120 million rubles, about £10,000, or 317 million levs. In 1905, due to the impact of the general strike in Russia, the trade surplus with Russia directly increased to 370 million rubles, about £10,000, or 978 million levs. The final results for 1906 are not out yet, But as we all know, the numbers continue to grow. In just over 2 years, the Bulgarian government's international foreign debt has been directly reduced by half. If the Russian-Japanese war continues, then in 1907, the Bulgarian government will be able to pay off all its debts. Oh, this is not an early loan repayment. International loans in this era are all overlord loans, and early repayment also requires interest. This operation is just a transfer of creditors' rights. The French hope to control more creditors' rights of Moksha to strengthen their financial control over Russia. Bulgaria hopes to pay off its foreign debt as soon as possible, otherwise it holds a large amount of rubles in its hands. Ferdinand said that he would not be able to sleep. Who knows if there will be a devaluation of the ruble. Anyway, he can't believe in the integrity of the Tsarist government. If he is born, where will he cry? So in the case of everyone's wishes, the French took over Bulgaria to repay the loan with these rubles, and then converted it into the Russian creditors' rights by purchasing the Russian debt. Of course, the Bulgarian government repaid a lot of loans this time, but this does not mean that the Bulgarian government really made so much money in this war. This is impossible. The Russians are not Japanese, and Bulgaria is not the British Empire. This kind of ripping off is still impossible. In fact, this is just that the government used the foreign exchange exchanged for exports to repay its debts, while it was Lev who paid the domestic enterprises. This can also be regarded as a financial foreign exchange operation. In short, the foreign debt of the Bulgarian government has begun to plummet, and the debt crisis is now relieved. Of course, insider trading is also indispensable in this, otherwise the usury empire is not so easy to talk about. To put it simply, the two countries have formed an alliance between the two countries, or another Bulgaria has been added to the Franco-Russian Entente, and the two-country agreement has become a tripartite agreement. After all, the Russians are no longer in the state, and they are still fighting with the Japanese in the Far East, and they no longer have enough strength to suppress the Germans. The balance of Euro 6 has been broken, the allied countries have been at a disadvantage, and the strategic security of the French in the Euro 6 has not been guaranteed, which makes the French government very worried. Although Bulgaria is a little weaker, it is second only to the 6 major powers in Europe. For the French, who are in desperate need of allies, it is an existence that must be drawn. Of course, to deal with the daunting task of the Germans, let the French do it themselves, or the Russians can do it, but Bulgaria is out of reach. The treaty stipulates that once the big war breaks out in Europe, the Bulgarians must participate in the war, and they must join forces with the Russians to deal with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. At least 1.5 million troops of the Austro-Hungarian Empire must be contained to complete the task. On this point, Ferdinand said that there is no problem. What the Serbs can do in history, there is no reason why Bulgaria can't do it now. Anyway, due to the existence of the Russian-Russian alliance, Bulgaria cannot be immune to itself. In return, early repayment of the loan is only part of the equation, and Bulgarian interests abroad will also be protected by the French government. Although there is almost no overseas interest in Bulgaria now, Ferdinand still brought it up. Not now does not mean that there will be no future. France is still the second largest naval power in the world these days, and its international deterrence is still strong. Both sides can take what they want. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 266, Battleship, Harmony. 1906 was a magnificent year. The Russo-Japanese War was still going on fiercely, but the Anglo-Boers War had already ended. With the annihilation of the Russian Pacific Fleet, the Boers pinned their hopes on the outbreak of the Anglo-Russian War, so that they could take advantage of the changes in the international situation to protect themselves. They had to make compromises with the British. Similarly, the Anglo-Boers War, which lasted for nearly 9 years, also made the London government miserable. Therefore, the Boers were not persecuted too much. The conditions of the truce were similar to those in history, and some places were even more generous. In fact, the Anglo-Boers War was not continuous. From the explosion in 1896, the British Army was defeated in 1897 due to insufficient preparation, and the two sides entered a 3-year truce. It wasn't until 1901 that the British used diplomatic means to secure the supporters of the Boers in Europe, and then they started the war again, and the bloody battle between the two sides really began. By 1904, the major war between Yingbo had basically stopped. The two sides had conducted a series of negotiations, and had reached an agreement on major aspects. Seeing that the war was about to end, the Russo-Japanese War broke out again. The Boers saw hope again. They expected the Russo-Japanese War to drag the British down. Once the war broke out between the two sides, the British had to give up South Africa. Unwilling to fail, the Boers once again took up arms and played hide-and-seek guerrilla warfare with the British in the South African Big Six. It was only after the defeat of the Russian Navy in 1905 that the two sides came to the negotiating table again. This time the negotiation went very smoothly. The Boers had not enough bargaining chips in their hands, and the British were also dragged by the guerrilla war. Both sides were eager for peace, so the war was over and the Boer Republic became the British Protectorate. Due to the Ferdinand butterfly effect, the loss of the British on the battlefield in South Africa far exceeded that of the same period in history, especially the tens of thousands of mercenaries supported by the European powers, which made the lobster soldiers miserable. In this war, the British Army invested a total of 480,000 people, the Boer Republic mobilized 88,000 people, and recruited 45,000 mercenaries. By the end of the war in 1906, the number of British casualties had reached 136,000, of which more than 1/5 of the casualties were caused by guerrilla warfare. The world saw the power of guerrilla warfare for the first time. After the Anglo-Boer War, Britain united the colonies in southern Africa and controlled the corridor leading to the Great Lakes region of Africa's hinterland. Relying on the vast South African interior, the Cape of Good Hope region became one of the most important outposts of the British overseas empire. Economically, the British gained access to the world's largest trend gold mine, and the London government controlled the lifeblood of the global economy. Gold from South Africa has made London the center of the global financial industry and gold trading. At the same time, the Boer War was also the endpoint of the British overseas expansion. Politicians in London now see that the cost of modernizing the war is too high, and the £290 million of war funding is enough to make them ache. Since then, the London government has abandoned its long-standing policy of diplomatic isolation and has undertaken a strategic contraction on a global scale. The London government handed over some of the colonies to the dominions of Austria, Canada, and New Zealand. The British strategic focus returned to Europe again, laying the foundation for the outbreak of the First World War. Although he knew about the change of British foreign policy, Ferdinand could only follow the trend. Bulgaria has no capital to participate in the global strategic game. However, there is also a lot of good news. On May 18, the first coastal defense-class battleship, the Hegemony, cooperated by Bulgaria and Sweden, was successfully tested, marking that the Bulgarian naval industry has once again entered a new era. Displacement: 768 tons. Occupant: 465 people. Dimensions: length 121.6 meters, widest 18.6 meters, draft 6.7 meters. Armed: Dick's Shipyard 2 11-inch turrets, 4 turrets in total, 45 calibers, reloading in only 17 seconds. Single 6-inch turret, 6, total 6 stores, 5.0 diameter armor. Bulgarian steel works the center of both sides of the hull. 203 head and tail ends on both sides of the hull. 76.2 to 152 deck. 41.3 redoubt. 102 main gun mount. 203 main battery turret. 152 smaller turrets. 63.5 to 127 mm boiler. 4 Penheight heavy oil boiler. Design output 202 horsepower up to 22.8 knots. Cruising range of 12 knots/8 kilometers. This warship very well adheres to Ferdinand's philosophy: if you can't beat it, you have to run it; if you can't run, you have to beat it. Even in the upcoming era of dreadnoughts, it is not far behind. It can not only challenge all warships except battleships, but also outrun dreadnoughts, and its survivability on the battlefield is guaranteed. Although the voyage is a little short, It is enough for activities in the Mediterranean area, at least it is now used to suppress the Ottoman navy, and its performance is sufficient. Of course, in order to build this warship, Ferdinand spent a lot of money. From the beginning of the research to the completion of the trial, he has invested close to £1 million. Of course, this cost also includes the cost of introducing technology to Sweden. Otherwise, in terms of shipbuilding costs alone, it would be possible to produce two Harmony. Compared with the smooth progress of the coastal defense ships that cooperated with Sweden, the battleships that the Admiralty worked with the Dutch on were somewhat troublesome. Since the battleship entered the early 20th century, the shipbuilding concepts of various countries have been changing, and the designers' brain holes have been opened, and there are all kinds of strange ideas. In fact, before the British made dreadnoughts, the designers had similar ideas. This time, Bulgaria is responsible for the payment, with Dutch designers as the main Bulgarian designers, and they naturally have to open their minds. The result is that the warship has been designed, but the industrial strength of the two countries is not sure to turn it into reality, and even the combat effectiveness of this battleship is a mystery, which is embarrassing. Of course, there is also a credit to Ferdinand. According to his own understanding of dreadnoughts, he forced a few words in front of the designers. Then theoretically very powerful battleships were designed. Ferdinand was very similar to the early dreadnoughts in terms of parameters, but it was troublesome to convert them into battleships. Since there is no precedent yet, no one can be sure whether this designed battleship has combat effectiveness. After all, not everyone is the British Empire and has the courage to be the first in the world. Neither the Dutch nor the Bulgarians dared to gamble. If a warship costing more than £2 million did not have the fighting power it deserved, it would be a huge loss. For this reason, the construction of the ship was delayed, and Ferdinand was happy to wait. Let's take a look at what the British dreadnought captain looks like. As long as there is no problem with the design, he will dare to go directly to the slipway. As for technical problems, in Ferdinand's view, it is not a problem now, not in Bulgaria, not in the Netherlands, not in the French. The Three Kingdom Entente did not join in vain. The French promised to give support to the two countries in terms of technology. The French shipbuilding industry in this era is still very powerful. If the world's second largest naval power does not have the technology, should it still be considered? It must be before the design. After all, there is no qualitative gap in shipbuilding technology between the major powers, and the British are only slightly ahead. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 267, it and number 039:s over. As soon as the Bulgarian coastal defense battleship was born, it was favored by the Admiralty, and 5 orders were placed in one breath. Unfortunately, it was directly rejected by Ferdinand. Just kidding, the age of dreadnoughts is coming. Although the performance of this coastal defense battleship is good, and the combat effectiveness of the old-fashioned battleship is comparable, but in addition to escaping against the dreadnought, the decisive battle is basically the delivery of food. In theory, if there are 5 or 6 ships, it can still compete with a dreadnought. Of course, Ferdinand will not do this as long as he is not stupid. Not only is the cost of a decisive battle between coastal defense-class battleships and dreadnoughts extremely high, but it is also equivalent to joking with the lives of naval officers and soldiers. In fact, now Ferdinand has decided that apart from small warships, he will not continue to build new warships. He planned to wait for the British dreadnoughts to come out, wait and see before deciding whether to go further. Now that the British have not joined the Allied powers, this is the time when the French need their allies the most. If they ask the French for help now, they will not refuse, especially to increase their military strength. /U002617:I/U0031T/I/U003E//I/U003E. Now the strength of the German-Austrian tripartite alliance is half a pound compared to France, Russia and Bulgaria, but the bears have gone to the Far East without doing their jobs, to fight the Japanese to the death. The pressure on the French in the European Big Six can be imagined. And no. In history, The Russian naval industry was helped by the French to successfully overcome the technical difficulties of the dreadnought. Ferdinand did not mind learning about it. Although Bulgaria is still a six-power country, for the long-term plan, the navy is also an indispensable part of Ferdinand's strategy. Even if it can't be compared with the major powers, it must be second only to the previous ones. It can protect Bulgaria's overseas business investment. It can't always rely on the relationship of allies, right? First, the Russian alliance, and then the Three Kingdom Pact. You can't always follow your allies' ass, right? After a long time, does Bulgaria still need international status? /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E ... Time flies by, in a flash. It entered the year 1907, and the Russo-Japanese War at this time had come to an end. Both the Japanese and the Russians are exhausted. Due to the use of new weapons, the military expenditures of both sides are far from the same period in history. Since both sides can't stand it, of course there is a negotiation, and the British and the French are promising. The French need the Russians to share the pressure of the European Big Six, and the British aside from the strategy. They are afraid to continue on the economics alone, and the Japanese really can't pay their debts. In the original time and space, after the Russo-Japanese War, the Japanese government's foreign debt reached 2.4 billion yen, about 245.76 million pounds. 1 yen equals 0.75 grams of gold, and now they owe the British people's debt alone, as high as 360 million. 9 million pounds owed to Americans! /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E The total debt of the Japanese government has now reached nearly 500 million pounds. Now the Japanese government pays more than 80 million pounds every year just to pay interest. No way. Whoever let the Japanese borrow during the war was an international usury? And of course the interest rate would be high, and the consortium would not care if the Japanese government could afford it or not. Not to mention the Japanese government, even the British government cannot afford such a high interest rate. Can the Japanese government's fiscal revenue now afford the interest? Ferdinand said that he was very worried about the Japanese. Due to his butterfly effect, the Japanese military spending almost doubled, and interest expenses increased more than 3 times. After Ferdinand ignited the fire of bonds, the consortium in London used bonds to take advantage of the fire, and the income was higher than that of loans, and bonds could also be sold to individuals to facilitate risk transfer. So the Japanese it was a disaster. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E Interest-free loans and low-interest loans in history are all gone, and all that remains are usury bonds. To use an old saying in the East, it is 9 out of 13 returns. No, the Japanese government still won't get 10% off. And even 20% off, but the 13th guild seems to be coming soon. It wasn't until the later stage that the consortium suddenly seemed to be having fun. The Japanese government seemed to have no ability to repay, so it took over. This frightened the London government. They were the guarantors of the bonds. If the Japanese didn't pay the money, the British people who bought the bonds would ask them for money. As for the consortium, of course, it is the same as Ferdinand. After sensing the danger, Jin-chan escaped. The bonds have been sold to individuals in advance. Anyway, there is a guarantee from the London government. Let's talk about business again, and fooling the public is enough. /U00261T semicolon I /U003E /U00261T semicolon /I /U003E With the joint efforts of everyone, the Japan-Russia negotiations officially started in Shanghai on February 12, 1907. As far as Ferdinand knew, the negotiations were deadlocked from the very beginning. The Japanese also expected war reparations from the Russians to repay their foreign debts. It is a pity that after the victory of the navy, the performance of the Sixth Army can only be said to be quite satisfactory. In order to win the port of Lushun,
Under the cover of naval guns, the number of casualties of the Sixth Army still exceeded 100,000! Later, the Japanese fought the Battle of Liuang again, and the result was even worse. The march, which had already recovered, was not so easy to deal with. The Japanese Sixth Army used its milk-feeding strength, and the two sides also fought a tie. Japan and Russia each suffered more than 100,000 casualties, and finally ended in a lose-lose situation. The Russians are not the masters who will not fight back if they are beaten, and will fight back whenever they have the opportunity. It's a pity that the Russian commanders in the Far East are not very capable, and they have delayed the fighters several times. /U002617:I/U0032E//I/U003E Many pre-planned plans always fall off the chain at the last moment, but instead allow the Japanese army to find an opportunity to catch them by surprise. After more than 3 years of fighting like this, the casualties of both Japan and Russia are in the hundreds of thousands. But the Japanese and Russian Six Armies still have no winners. With Mao's personality, what you can't get on the battlefield, let alone at the negotiating table. Anyway, the Tsarist government believes that now the Japanese have run out of fuel and dried up, so if you don't accept it, just do it. In fact, this is indeed the case. The Japanese standing army is only more than 300,000. The number of casualties on the battlefield in the Far East has suddenly reached 500,000, and the number of domestic mobilizations has already exceeded 1 million, but victory is still far away. The Japanese were uncomfortable, and the Russians were not. The Japanese government is in debt. How can the Russian government get better? /U002617:I/U003E/I/U003E Everyone is borrowing money to fight. The French are willing to lend money to the Russians to expand their armaments, but it does not mean that they are willing to support the Russians' Far East strategy. The financial masters are now urging them to return to Europe. How to fight without money? This is a common problem facing Japan and Russia at the same time, so the two sides have shyly contacted several times. No one can make the other compromise, and finally just maintain the status quo. Now it's time to wave the bulls. Under the diplomatic mediation of the British, the two sides decided to take a step back, not to talk about their interests, and to do it according to the Portsmouth Peace Treaty before the war. In general, Japan and Russia fought a battle in the Far East, and each killed 500,000 or 600,000 soldiers, and now they fought in vain, and everything returned to the original point. In addition to winning a victory over foreign countries, the Japanese also increased their foreign debts by more than £4 billion, that 500 million foreign debts, including the previous debts. But the beauty of dominating the Northeast in history, don't think about it. /U002617:I/U003E/I/U003E The Russians are not much better. Although the class contradictions in their country have eased due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, the internal losses caused by this revolution are much smaller, but the military losses are much greater. Cancel each other out. Economically, similar to the Japanese government, everyone is heavily in debt. Better than the Japanese government, although they have more debt, they pay much less in interest. In this regard, the French allies are still more kind than the British, which is also caused by the gap in the status of the two sides. France and Russia are equal, but Britain and Japan are not on the same level. The pattern of the Far East that the British most hoped for has appeared. Japan and Russia have lost both sides, and they are unable to compete for hegemony in the Far East. The British have once again become the big winners in strategy. Oh, Ferdinand's purpose has also been achieved. He has always disliked the Japanese government. This time he was half-hearted. /U002617:I/U003E/I/U003E Even if there are casualties, even if it is doubled, it is estimated that they will not feel distressed. But military spending made the Japanese government close to collapse. With the current fiscal revenue of the Japanese government,
The only way to repay foreign debts is to borrow new debts to pay off old debts. Ferdinand doesn't know when it will be repaid, maybe after World War I, maybe later, but if they have such a position in history, don't even think about it. Strategically, although the Japanese successfully smashed the Russians' Far East strategy, the expected strategic goal of dominating the Northeast is now impossible to achieve, and they even have no strength to suppress the Qing dynasty. Anyway, the market they want is gone, and it will be even more difficult for them to develop the industry. The most important thing is that Bulgaria's debt crisis no longer exists, and the unsightly Black Sea Fleet is gone, and the control of the Sea of Marmara has fallen into the hands of Bulgaria. Also, the Russians can no longer suppress the Bulgarian exhibition now, although the Tsarist government did not suppress Bulgaria's exhibition before. But at that time Bulgaria was too weak, and there were still a lot of enemies around. It was not worth their suppression. There is no room for snoring on the side of the couch. If Bulgaria had the current strength before, the relationship between Bulgaria and Russia might not be so wonderful. But now it is different. The weak nature of Russia has been exposed. In the face of the military pressure from Germany and Austria, the Tsarist government could not hold back, and they had to win over Bulgaria to share the military pressure. In addition to the benefits at the national level, in the financial market, Ferdinand also had a great harvest. He successfully used his foresight and slapped the Japanese hard, and this figure is in units of tens of millions of pounds. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, m.genius website address, mobile version reading website. Chapter 268. The bait is poisonous. After the end of the Russo-Japanese War, the international situation has undergone earth-shaking changes again. The Allied countries, which had the upper hand, have now been suppressed by the Allied countries in Europe. This pressure is mainly aimed at the French. The current contradiction between the Triple Alliance and the Triple Entente is mainly the contradiction between Germany and France. The contradiction between Russia and Austria tended to ease after the Balkan War. After the Russo-Japanese War, the Russians began to shrink their strategy, and the contradiction between the two sides was increasingly weakened. The contradiction between Germany and Russia, Russia and Italy was minimal. Not to mention Bulgaria, there is no major conflict with Germany, Austria, and Italy, and it belongs to an existence that can compromise at any time. Against this background, French politicians had to consider whether to compromise with the Germans. Similarly, the Germans are also on the rise at the moment, and Germany's economic strength has surpassed that of the British and has jumped to the second place in the world. They also don't want to go to war with the French. Even if the Russians are not in the state, the strength of the Three Kingdoms Entente should not be underestimated. Once the two major alliances have a war, it will only be a loser, and the fishermen will benefit. Both sides are very jealous of the British, so the tension in the European Big Six is starting to dissipate. This situation hurts the British very much. It has been the long-term national policy of the London government to maintain the European Big Six, but now due to the strong rise of Germany and the decline of the Russians, this evenness has been broken. From an industrial point of view, Germany /UO3E France, Austria-Hungary /UO3E Russia, Italy-Bulgaria, Germany-France plus Russia From the point of view of military strength, it is mainly the military strength of the six armies, Germany /UO3E France, Russia /UO3E Austro-Hungary, Bulgaria /UO3E Italy, but the Germans are too strong, Germany plus Austria plus Italy France plus Russia plus Paul. No matter how you look at it, as long as the British do not intervene, it will be a matter of time before the two major alliances compromise. The Allies are also not sure that they can easily solve the Entente. What if you lose both? Wilhelm II did not dare to take risks, otherwise, in the later period of the Russo-Japanese War, the Germans would have attacked France. At that time, the Russians were still fighting with the Japanese in the Far East, and there was a revolution in the country. There was simply not enough strength to help the French. Not to mention Bulgaria.
Do they still have the strength to penetrate Austria-Hungary and attack Germany to support the French? Germany and France duel. What is the result? The main reason why the Germans did not do anything is that France is not without the strength of a war. Once the two sides go to war, they will also suffer heavy losses and will be benefited by the British fishermen. Oh, in fact, after the outbreak of the Russo-Japanese War, Britain and France began to move closer to each other. The main purpose of both sides was to end the Russo-Japanese War as soon as possible, and to bring the Russian strategic focus back to the European Union. It is worth mentioning that in 1904, Britain and France signed the England-French Treaty, and many problems in the colonial dispute between the two sides have been resolved. By 1906, the main enemies of the London government had changed from Russians to Germans. There is no way to call the Russians incompetent. The entire Pacific Fleet has been wiped out, even the Sixth Army has not been able to deal with the Japanese, and there is still a revolution in the country. Naturally, it is no longer a threat from the British Empire. The Germans performed very well. First they surpassed the UK economically, and then the Germans showed their ambition to dominate the European Big Six. If the London government did not suppress the Germans, who should they suppress? In this context, Britain and Russia began to compromise, and the contradiction between the two sides was only Central Asia at this time. The Black Sea Fleet in the Near East was wiped out, and the British were naturally not worried that the Russians would enter the Mediterranean Sea. In the Far East, both Japan and Russia were licking their wounds, and the Russians could no longer threaten the interests of the British. The conflict between the two countries in Central Asia is not a problem either. Who says the Russians are not in a state now? Your Majesty, the British invited us to join the division of the African Big Six. Foreign Minister Medvedev ran in and said excitedly. Ferdinand was stunned for a moment, followed by a joy. Obviously, John Bull is unwilling to be lonely, and he is going to do something again. What conditions did the British have, and what place did they assign to us? Ferdinand asked with concern. The British proposed that Morocco, Tripoli, Cyrenaica, or Ethiopia could be considered. Medvedev said excitedly. Puff. Ferdinand spit out a sip of tea. I know that the British are uneasy and kind, and Morocco is good, but unfortunately the French and Germans have taken a fancy to it. Did Bulgaria join in and humiliate it? Isn't Tripoli and Cyrenaica the same as Libya? Italians have long. No, Libya is still the territory of the Ottoman Empire. In 1911, only the Italians acquired Libya from the Ottoman Empire. So it seems that Bulgaria still has a chance. So the purpose of the British is to provoke a conflict between Bulgaria and Italy. Ferdinand thought about it a little further, and it seems that provoking a conflict between Bulgaria and Italy is not the real purpose of the British. So provoking contradictions between the two major European alliances is the real goal of the British? As for Ethiopia, Ferdinand directly filtered it out. It's not a question of whether it can be beaten, but what's the use of it? Every time I have to pass through the Suez Canal, and the traffic line has been pinched in the hands of the British, it does not feel so wonderful. More importantly, Ethiopia has too many people. Ferdinand is not confident that Bulgaria can digest Ethiopia before the collapse of the colonial system. Of course, if the distance is closer, he really doesn't mind taking a risk. After all, Ethiopia's resources are still good. Both minerals and water resources are good. It can develop both industry and agriculture. If it can become local, it is worth paying a high price! Call the cabinet at once, said Ferdinand to the squires. Whether or not to rob Libya from the Italians is still a big issue and must be carefully considered. Ferdinand felt that he still had to listen to the opinions of the cabinet and make a decision. There is no doubt about Libya's resources. The rich oil resources are the most precious wealth in the coming era of internal combustion engines. Secondly, the area of Libya is large enough, and it has 1.7595 million square kilometers after independence in the later period. Although the area of arable land with sufficient water sources only accounts for 2% of the country's land area, this figure is also 35,200 square kilometers. Moreover, the groundwater resources in the southern desert are rich, and they can create desert oasis. Once this plan is completed, hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of land suitable for human habitation can be added, and the development prospect is bright. What fascinated Ferdinand the most was that there were few Libyans, and the population of this land of more than 1 million square kilometers might be less than 1 million. Simply put, as long as it is annexed by Ferdinand, it can be incorporated into the mainland of Bulgaria. There are not many people, so naturally there will be no independence, and the cost of governance cannot be too high. There are only 1.8 million Ottomans, Ferdinand said. Whether it is to centralize their management, or to expel them, or to send them back to the Ottoman Empire, it is a good choice! Your Majesty, this is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the endorsement of the British, we can easily defeat the Ottoman Empire and occupy Libya, Admiral Petrov said excitedly. Your Majesty, the Admiralty is right. The strength of the Ottoman Empire is not worth mentioning. Besides, the Libyan region is next to the French Algeria. We can also obtain logistical supplies from the French. There is no military problem at all! 6 War Minister Popov agreed. The Minister of War thought for a while and said, yes, Bulgaria is also a big country now, but we don't even have a colony, which is completely inconsistent with our international status! Ferdinand nodded and did not express his position. Needless to say, the military's opinion is that their position is a natural main battle faction. After all, everyone knows that the Ottoman Empire is a soft persimmon. He turned his attention to the government. The military statement undoubtedly told everyone that grabbing Libya from the Ottoman Empire was not a problem. The question now is how the Italians will react. If the Italian government ignores and declares war on Bulgaria directly, then things will be a big deal. The two major alliances are likely to directly park, which is obviously not in the interests of Bulgaria. Cabinet Minister Chekhov, who also serves as Minister of Education, said in embarrassment, "I'm afraid not now. The Italians are also eyeing Libya. Compared with them, our navy is too weak. Once there is a conflict, we will suffer." Ferdinand frowned. Now that the Bulgarian navy has limited strength, it's okay to bully a poor settlement like the Ottoman Empire, but it will definitely suffer a big loss for the Italian navy. If we fight for Libya with the Italians, how likely is a war to break out? Ferdinand asked with concern. Your Majesty, if we have the support of the British, there is almost no possibility of a full-scale war between the two sides. Although the overall strength of the Allies is stronger than ours, in the Mediterranean region, they are still at a disadvantage. As long as we have the support of the British, the Italians will not dare to act rashly. Phase Constantine. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 269, 1907. In the end, Ferdinand still did not make up his mind. After all, it was a big gamble, and the time was not ripe. Even if he wants to attack Libya, it is not about to do it right now. It is acceptable to wait for 2 or 3 years to wait and see the situation. However, the expansion of the navy is now imperative. There is not much time left for Bulgaria. If there is no way to increase its strength now, once the war breaks out, if you want to get a piece of the pie, you will have no right to speak! Just when the Bulgarian government was still hesitating about the bait thrown by the British, a major event that shocked the world's naval history happened, and the British dreadnought was unveiled. Displacement 17,90 tons, Air 21 equipped with 10305 main guns installed in 5 turrets, 24 76mm secondary guns, 5 underwater torpedoes, armor on sides, turret and conning tower is up to 28 m thick. It was more than double the firepower of the other largest armored ships at the time. The birth of the dreadnought directly announced that all the battleships in the world were eliminated overnight. The strong shipbuilding industry of the British has once again defended the honor of the world's first naval power and started a new era. Received this message, Ferdinand smiled. He knew that it was time for a major naval reshuffle. If the old naval powers couldn't keep up with the times, they would be eliminated. Although the British Empire has led the times, Ferdinand estimates that the London government will not be happy soon, who told them that their former dreadnought battleships are the most numerous in the world. With the advent of the era of dreadnoughts, whoever built more ships before, will naturally suffer greater losses. There is no doubt that the greatest loss this time is the British Empire, followed by the French Republic. As for the emerging Germany, people will only be happy, and suddenly an opportunity to become a world hegemon is brought to the door. Of course, according to the previous strategy of the British, they also succeeded. After this naval reshuffle, the French have really fallen behind, not to mention the Russians. Unfortunately, now is not the time. After the appearance of the British dreadnoughts, the world's major powers immediately followed up. Oh, Ferdinand also announced the follow-up in line with the times. Anyway, Bulgaria is now a smaller power, and its international status is similar to that of the Kingdom of Spain. It also needs to do something to improve the morale of the people. The appearance of the British dreadnought proves that the designer's designs are generally feasible. Since Ferdinand has approved the construction, he is ready to ask the Allies' technology for help. Although in the era of dreadnoughts, the French Navy's head was short-circuited and one step slower, but other people's technology can still keep up with the times. In addition to the construction of a dreadnought, the Bulgarian Navy has a series of shipbuilding plans, which were approved by Ferdinand. For example, start the construction of 3 destroyers, 2 fast cruisers, and auxiliary small warships such as torpedo boats and supply ships. It is finally time to complete the great slogan he called in 10 years, the Navy will expand tenfold. Ferdinand has always been very trustworthy in this regard. Of course, Bulgaria is still playing the role of soy sauce in this arms race. Ferdinand has no plans to compete with which powerhouse. The reason why he has to follow up in a hurry is also to announce to the world that a new regional power has been born. This is also a means of striving for interests. Now there is no stepping stone suitable for Bulgaria in Europe. The 6 major powers except Italy and Austria-Hungary are not easy to mess with. It's a pity that these 2 soft persimmons are hugged by the Germans' thighs and cannot be pinched. In addition to the construction of surface ships with great fanfare, Ferdinand quietly introduced submarine technology from France. At that time, the French were in the water and advocated the construction of small ships for offshore defense. This also includes submarines. The French are still very good at accumulating technology in this area. As for why Ferdinand didn't introduce it in advance, no way. The French are not philanthropists. How is it possible not to pay the price? Not only submarine technology, Ferdinand also introduced a lot of French core technologies. Basically, Bulgaria has all the advanced technologies of this era. In this regard, Ferdinand has to thank the Germans. Without the pressure caused by the Germans on the French government would not be in a hurry to win over Bulgaria as an ally, nor would it do its best to help Bulgaria strengthen its strength. Ferdinand knew that in the eyes of the French, the strength of Bulgaria's 6th Army was already equivalent to most of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and it belonged to the kind of ally with decent strength. The stronger Bulgaria is, the greater the containment of Austria-Hungary, and the more the Russians can use against the Germans, thereby reducing the pressure on the French on the Western Front. Otherwise, Bulgaria will get these benefits without even thinking about it! The end of the Russo-Japanese War also announced that the golden age of Bulgarian industry and commerce is over. Gone are the days when companies could sell as many products as they could produce. When we took stock after the war, everyone was surprised to find that, in addition to the British and the French, Bulgaria was the third victor. The British not only accomplished their strategic goals, but also took advantage of the Japanese to make money from the war. Although the Japanese government won the war, it has been completely controlled by the British economically and has become a watchdog in the Far East. Everyone knows that the British are the biggest winners in this war. The second is the French, who have mastered a lot of Russian creditors' rights, controlled the Russian financial market, and also pulled Mountain's strategic focus from the Far East back to the European Big Six! It is Bulgaria again. In terms of money and strategy, Bulgaria's benefits are not as good as those of Britain and France, but in the long run, between before and after the Russo-Japanese War, Bulgaria's comprehensive national strength has increased by at least half. Before the Russo-Japanese War, Bulgaria still owed the Russians £200 in loans. After the war, the Russians' loans disappeared, and by the way, even the previous French loans of £600 were repaid. After paying off these two foreign debts, the Bulgarian government also increased its foreign exchange reserves by 800 million francs and 200 million rubles. Most importantly, Bulgaria's industry has achieved explosive growth, occupying most of the daily necessities market in the Russian Empire in one fell swoop. And several military enterprises in Bulgaria have also become one of the most important weapon suppliers of the Russian army in the Russo-Japanese War. By the end of 1907, Bulgaria's total steel production has crossed the threshold of 1 million tons, leaving only Britain, France, Germany, Austria, Russia, and the United States, and also has the ability to produce warship armor. At the same time, the newly added territories after the Balkan Wars, after 10 years of hard work by Ferdinand, have now been completely digested and transformed into Bulgaria's national strength. The government's fiscal revenue has naturally also been greatly improved. In 1907, the total fiscal revenue of the Bulgarian government reached 1.86 billion leva, about £7.74 million, and the total support was 1.68 billion leva, about £6.72 million. This is the first time since succeeded to the throne. Financial surplus. Oh, the previous fiscal revenue is used to repay the debt. Of course there will be no more left. By 1907, the Bulgarian government had paid off its foreign debt, and it was the first time it had a surplus. From 1904 to 1907, Bulgaria's exports to Russia have repeatedly hit new highs in the past few years, and in 1907 it reached an astonishing 3.26 billion lev, about £130 million. Of course, this is inseparable from the treasure contributed by SYN. Without that batch of gold as a reserve, even with the rapid growth of the Bulgarian economy, there is not enough currency in circulation, and it is even more impossible for the government to obtain a large amount of coinage income! In fact, more than a quarter of the Bulgarian government's fiscal revenue is contributed by printing money, and sometimes it is even approaching 1/3. In general, when the gold reserves are sufficient, the faster the economy develops, the larger the plate, the more money that needs to be printed, and the higher the coinage income. However, Ferdinand knew that such good times could not last. In 1907, Bulgaria's gross national product reached a staggering £510 million, but with the end of the Russo-Japanese War, there will definitely be a sharp decline. At least the purchase orders for weapons and equipment that are as high as tens of millions of pounds every year are gone, and the Bulgarian military enterprises have to wait again. In addition to these gains, what surprised Ferdinand the most was the population growth. Since Ferdinand liberalized the conditions for naturalization, the population of Bulgaria has begun to soar. Due to the long-term chaos in the country, many people have chosen to leave their homes and come to Bulgaria to seek a living. Of course, this is the credit of those volunteer propagandists. After all, they are going back to their hometown to visit relatives, and many people have to ask for wives. Naturally, everyone has to choose well, as if Bulgaria is a paradise on earth. Even many people saw the chaotic situation in their hometowns and simply went to Bulgaria to seek life with their families. In this way, it further proves that Bulgaria is a paradise on earth. The more people who listen to it, the more people who believe it, and the more people who want to go out and make a living. Of course, most people are forced by life and have to go. The situation in Russia is chaotic, and of course there are many people who have a hard time. In the end, the immigration office had to raise the threshold for immigration and limit the number of immigrants. Even so, that number is still out of pre-estimation. After all, everyone has a bunch of relatives and friends, a lot. To put it simply, if you go back to your hometown alone and marry a daughter-in-law, that's 2 people, plus the parents, brothers and sisters of both parties. The number of direct family members alone is huge. If the immigration office did not find out the problem in time and decided to impose restrictions, Bulgaria is now estimated to be overcrowded. Even so, by the end of 1907, Bulgaria had an increase of 2.36 million Russian immigrants, and the total population of Bulgaria officially exceeded 20 million, reaching 10,000, completing the small population target set by Ferdinand ahead of schedule. Oh, this number of immigrants is expected to continue to grow in the next few years. After all, people who return to their hometowns to visit relatives are only a part of them, and it is impossible not to take care of their families. Of course, with the stabilization of the domestic situation in Russia, the number of immigrants will also slowly decline and gradually return to normal levels. In order to resettle these migrants, the Bulgarian government also had to initiate emergency measures, adding several large-scale projects and artificially adding some jobs. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 270. Are international students coming, Your Majesty? The economic crisis that did not explode in the United States has already begun to spread to Europe. Should we activate the emergency plan? The Chancellor of the Exchequer said worriedly. Ferdinand had no choice but to spit out the economic crisis in the capital as terra. From his time travel to now, this is the fourth time, and it feels like there is no end to it. In October 1907, the U.S. bank crisis exploded. About half of the bank loans in New York were invested in high-risk stock markets and bonds as collateral by high-interest return trust investment companies. The entire financial market fell into a state of extreme speculation. First, news and public opinion oriented, and a large number of articles promoting new financial concepts began to appear. There was an article by Paul at that time, titled The Shortcomings and Needs of Our Banking System, and Paul has since become an advocate for the central banking system in the United States. Shortly thereafter, Jacob Schiff declared at the New York Chamber of Commerce, "Unless we have a central bank sufficient to control credit resources, we will experience an unprecedented and far-reaching financial crisis." Well, the internal affairs of the Americans have nothing to do with him. Ferdinand cares about the impact of the economic crisis. Fortunately, in this era, the economic ties between Europe and the United States are not as close as in the later period, especially Eastern Europe has less influence. Affected by the revolution, the industrial strength of the Russians is now less than the 7 layers before the war. Historically, the bears have continued until the outbreak of the World War, and they have not returned to the peak. Therefore, Bulgaria still has a few years to live. After all, the Russians' own industry and commerce cannot meet the needs of the market, and imports are inevitable. The cheap goods in Bulgaria are just suitable for the consumption of the bottom people. Although the profit is not high, it is enough to maintain the operation of the enterprise. After pondering for a moment, Ferdinand said, "Don't need it for the time being. This economic crisis is mainly a problem of the American banking industry itself, and it won't have much impact on Europe." Before the financial crisis of the Russians exploded, the financial problems of European countries had already exploded at that time. It has only been a few years. No matter how greedy the capitalists are, they must learn some lessons, right? America's financial crisis, Ferdinand really can't do anything, and the United States is still a diocese at this age. Although it has surpassed the British in terms of economic aggregate, in terms of industrial technology, it still lags behind the major European powers in general, and the industry is a cottage country like Bulgaria. Industrial equipment? Advanced technology? To tell the truth, there are really not many that can be watched by Ferdinand. Rather than going to the United States to hunt for bargains, it is better to buy them in Europe, at least the quality is more reliable. Oh, the Americans did a lot of science and technology, but unfortunately it was introduced in Bulgaria, which had practical value at the time. Piracy didn't cost a few dollars. For the remaining projects that require a large amount of capital investment, Ferdinand resolutely said that this kind of mission of promoting human progress should be left to capable people. Bulgaria really cannot afford it now. Since there is no benefit, of course, you can't spend your energy on doing things. At most, you can make a small fortune with international capital in private, that's all. Now that the business of 1.8 million yuan, Ferdinand really does not take it seriously, Even if the unit is British pounds, it is not worth his personal involvement. These were little things, but what really concerned him was that the British were ready to join the Entente. Although the two sides are only in intention now, the negotiations have just begun, but soon the Germans will help them make this determination. Of course, negotiation is negotiation, and there is still nothing Ferdinand can do. Nominally, the four countries negotiate with Britain, France, Russia, and Bulgaria. In fact, Bulgaria has the lowest right to speak among them. Being able to attend is a gift. Among the former Allied countries, the French have the most discourse power. There is no way that they are the gold donors. If you have money, you will naturally have confidence. But it's different now. The British are here. The arrogance of the British Empire cannot tolerate being a younger brother, and the French must give way. If it's just the boss in name, it doesn't matter, let it go. But this also involves the distribution of interests of various countries in the future, as well as the influence in international politics. To put it simply, it is like a joint stock company is about to be established, and everyone is fighting for the distribution of equity. For example, Bulgaria is a minority shareholder with 1 or 2 points, and it is enough to watch the show. France and Russia are equivalent to the founders of the company, and the British are equivalent to the newly invested gold owners, fighting for the issue of equity distribution. The more shares you get now, the more you will be able to speak in the company in the future, and the more you will get in the later dividends. When it comes to the right to speak and the distribution of interests in the future, the three countries of Britain, France and Russia will naturally not give in to each other. Although the British have the most cards, France and Russia add up to no less than theirs, and the two sides began to argue! After the British started the era of dreadnoughts, the arms race between countries also intensified, and everyone began to make dumplings. The Royal Navy of the United Kingdom has always implemented two strong standards, that is, the naval strength is the sum of the second and third countries in the world's navy. Due to the relationship between national strength, the French and Russians, two old rivals before the British, did not keep up this time. Instead, the Germans took over the big stick. Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, the British have not yet officially added the Allies. Therefore, the British are more eager to reach a temporary agreement with Germany. They try to use the agreement to delay the expansion of the German navy. Obviously, this negotiation ended in vain. Germany, which has risen, now needs to use its sword to grab enough market for domestic industry and commerce. But this is precisely what the British cannot give. After all, the industry and commerce of the British Empire also needs a sufficient market, and there is no room for compromise between the two sides. And letting the Germans continue to grow bigger will endanger the hegemony of the British, and the national strategic security, and the contradiction between Britain and Germany will begin to intensify. Oh, in this international change, has Bulgaria really become a spectator? In fact, Ferdinand has been behind the scenes. For example, in history, the Italians had intensified the contradictions between the two sides due to the annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina by Austria-Hungary, but now these no longer exist. Austria-Hungary annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina as early as 1897. At that time, Italy had just lost in Ethiopia. Naturally, I have no confidence to challenge others. Even because of Albania, the Italians and Bulgaria once had a conflict. However, the Roman government has just changed. The new government probably has no confidence in its Sixth Army, does not want to follow the previous one, or is afraid that Russia and Austria-Hungary have reached an agreement. Born in this conflict in 1897, the two sides it was only limited to a battle of words, and it ended without a hitch. Similarly, due to the influence of the Balkan War, the Ottoman Empire had to continue to make concessions to the Germans, and now it has been tied to the chariots of the Allies, and the two sides are only short of a peace treaty. The Italians' attempt failed again. Their plan to expand in Libya was opposed by the Germans. At the same time, since the British are still joining the Entente, naturally there is no way to win them over. After all, without the endorsement of the entire Allied powers, the Italians still dare not attack the Ottoman Empire. Not to mention other things, As long as the British open the Suez Canal to the Turks, the Italians will be blinded. Oh, these little things are not enough to change the general trend of Euro 6. Ferdinand knows that the two alliances will eventually take shape, and Bulgaria's focus is still on the Balkans! Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, Bulgaria has risen strongly, and now Sofia has become the political, economic and cultural center of the Balkans. Ferdinand's long-term cultural export is not in vain. Now Greece, Romania, Montenegro, and even the Ottoman Empire have a group of insightful people who have chosen to study in Bulgaria to learn the road to power. After all, compared with other countries, the rise of Bulgaria is too legendary. From a small Balkan country to the present, only the position of the 6 major powers in Europe, it is a model of diocese counterattack. Oh, and the push-pull of governments of various countries is also indispensable. This is all they have exchanged with bloody lessons. After all, it would be very dangerous to study in other countries of great powers, and the messy revolutionary ideas would be something that any ruler would be afraid of. Bulgaria will be much safer. You can learn all kinds of knowledge here, but they have not been taught how to rebel. Those who returned from studying abroad in Bulgaria have learned a skill and can easily find a job. The ruling class is not stupid, they know what they need, even if they are politically hostile to Bulgaria. But when sending overseas students, everyone still gives priority to Bulgaria. Although the tuition fee in Bulgaria is much higher, the only 2 universities are among the most difficult in the world, and most people can only go to ordinary technical colleges, but for governments, these problems can be overcome. This was an unexpected achievement for Ferdinand. Education in Bulgaria is now aimed at cultivating engineers and scientists. Usually everyone is very busy and has no time to think wildly. There is also brainwashing ideological education, instilling in everyone the concept of loyalty to the monarch and patriotism, and hard work to rejuvenate the country. Ferdinand knew that with the exhibition in Bulgaria, the scope and number of international students will continue to increase, and most of these students will still be in high positions after returning to China, which will greatly help expand Bulgaria's regional influence. Of course, it is impossible to open the back door. Bulgaria's educational resources are precious, and what they teach is real knowledge, which is different from the foreign students recruited by foreign powers to export revolutions. No matter who it is, as long as you fail the exam, you will be insulated from the university. Unless you pay more than 10 times the tuition to become an auditor, you are not even qualified to enter the school. Genius website address. Mobile version reading website. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, The Next Generation of Problems. Grand Duchess Xenia is worthy of being a prolific mother. After giving birth to Ferdinand's 3rd son at the end of 1905, at the beginning of 1908, his 4th son was born. It is a pity that Ferdinand was not able to hold a celebration for the arrival of the little guy, and a bad news came. Your Majesty, King Carlos I was killed on the spot in Lisbon's Main Street commercial plaza today. The Crown Prince Louis Philippe was seriously injured and later died. The 2nd son, Prince Manuel, was also shot in the arm. The attendant hurriedly ran in and said Ferdinand knew the big things, killing the king is a big event at any time. And more importantly, the 2 dead, both important members of his Saxe-Coburg-Gotha dynasty, and Ferdinand. The relationship is very close. The former king of Portugal was also the brother of Ferdinand's father, which means that within a day his cousin died, and his cousin also died. Has the murderer caught it? Ferdinand asked angrily. Now Ferdinand has to do something. If he doesn't respond when his family dies, how can he still be in Europe? Oh. His anger is not fake, it is really angry, although Ferdinand usually does not take the family as a big thing, but after all, he is also one of the beneficiaries of this family. What happened to the Kingdom of Portugal is likely to jeopardize his Saxe-Coburg-Gotha dynasty's rule in Portugal. Once the crown of Portugal is lost, it will also be a big blow to Ferdinand, and it will weaken the entire family and the country, a worldwide influence that no member of the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha dynasty would tolerate. The maid said hesitantly, "Caught, it's still under review." Ferdinand nodded. He knew that the domestic situation in Portugal had always been bad. The Republicans thought about rebelling every day, but he still did not expect that someone would dare to directly kill the king. After all, Carlos I was not alone either. The Saxe-Coburg-Gotha dynasty is now in its heyday, a bit stronger than it has ever been in history. Even if you rebel and expel the king, everyone can accept it, but directly killing the king is challenging everyone's bottom line. It will also be boycotted by the royal family all over Europe. Even for the family honor, Ferdinand has to come forward. It is not up to Ferdinand to decide whether to interfere with Portugal or not. After all, Bulgaria is far away, so don't worry about it. Let Edward in London decide. Ferdinand thought for a moment and said, "I will report to the Bulgarian embassy in Portugal immediately and pay close attention to the changes in the situation in Lisbon." In addition, contact the British and Belgians to put pressure on the Portuguese government, ordering the Portuguese government to find the murderer as soon as possible and give the world an explanation. And tell the politicians in Portugal that when necessary, we don't mind using extreme measures, and I believe that the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha dynasty still has this strength. On this issue, the members of the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha dynasty are all in the same position. The murderer must be severely punished, and at the same time, the smooth succession of Prince Manuel must be guaranteed. This is the bottom line for everyone. Ferdinand doesn't know much about what happened in history. After all, Portugal has fallen in this era, and he didn't pay much attention to it in his previous life. Now he can only take one step at a time. It's a pity that the strength of the royal family in Portugal is limited now, otherwise this is an opportunity to clear the door. No matter which power it is, as long as it is attached to this one, it can be swept away directly. Now it depends on whether the future Manuel II has the courage. As long as he dares to do it, Ferdinand will support it to the end. The Saxe-Coburg-Gotha dynasty will be his biggest backing. Even if it kills a bloody river, as long as it is handled properly, it will not be a problem. Well, Ferdinand just paid attention to this issue and passed it. He is not the original owner and has no plans to avenge his cousin. Of course, if his nephew wanted to take revenge, he would be happy to support it, and it would not be a problem to contribute money. Anyway, he tried his best to save the remaining nephew. Unless the politicians in Portugal are really crazy, they will not dare to attack Manuel. Not only that, they must also ensure his personal safety. Otherwise, Ferdinand would also mind organizing an intervention army, just to carve up their colonies. As for his fourth son, he can only say sorry. Two of his closest relatives have just died. Now is not a good time to celebrate. Even if the Europeans are not very taboo about these things, Ferdinand still couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart, thinking it was disrespect to the dead. As compensation, Ferdinand gave him a very domineering name, Caesar. But now this little Caesar, I really can't see it. Is there anything domineering? Oh, Ferdinand's eldest son, Ferdinand, has now started a hell-like study life. Every day is either studying or training. Ferdinand is completely incapable of getting involved in this aspect. Every time he wanted to give little Ferdinand a holiday, he would be bombarded by the two mistresses of the family. The reason was that every qualified king must undergo rigorous training to hone his will, otherwise it will become waste in the future. By the way, they also listed a series of examples. In their hearts, basically every idiot king in Europe was decided by the education they received since childhood. Even Ferdinand was arrested as a strong man, and he was responsible for teaching the little guys the kingship. That's right, even the little guys, even the little Caesar who is still breastfeeding, should be listening. No, he should be sleeping next to him. I really don't know what he can understand. Anyway, whether they understood it or not, Ferdinand had to give the little ones a routine imperial education every week. After all, Ferdinand is in everyone's heart, and he is now one of the representatives of the successful emperor. He has the qualifications and obligations to train the next generation of qualified heirs. As a result, Ferdinand now has to be careful every time he is in class. This can't be messed up. He is afraid that if he is not careful, he will lead some of his sons astray. In order to prevent him from being soft-hearted or lazy, his mother and wife would take turns to supervise. At the beginning, Ferdinand was preparing to educate the little guys into a new generation of model youth, but in the end he failed, mainly because he didn't know how to teach it reliably. Forced to do so, Ferdinand had no choice but to tell stories. In his impression, children are still very interested in stories, and their learning efficiency is probably higher. The historical stories of ancient and modern China and foreign countries are all cases that the little guys learn. What political struggles are intriguing, what is the cruelty of power struggles, what is the importance of economic development, etc., are all indispensable. The focus is on the French Revolution and the British constitutional monarchy. Under the strong request of his mother, Princess Clementine, Ferdinand analyzed the causes and consequences in detail, and entrained his own private goods. From the perspective of the greatest conspiracy theory, he cultivated the little guy's trick skills. There's no way who called her Orleans dynasty overturned. Therefore, she asked Ferdinand to be vigilant and not allow her grandson to follow in the footsteps of her father. Many times, Ferdinand was worried about letting children touch these things since childhood, whether they would raise them crookedly. And it turned out that he really thought too much. Now is the transition period between the era of colonialism and the era of imperialism. The strong eat the weak and survive the fittest. Almost all the children of the old aristocrats have to learn, let alone the children of the royal family. It doesn't matter if you have cultivated conspirators or unscrupulous politicians. If you have cultivated silly and sweet, then you are really finished. It is estimated that he will be the next guillotine. In this regard, the soon-to-be succeeded Manuel II is a negative teaching material. In history, he has been fooled into playing free politics, delegating power to political parties to form cabinets, and then having one after another infighting, which has made Portugal into a haze. Of course, the final pot is still up to him, because every time something goes wrong, the cabinet can step down, but the king has no way to escape. In the end, the cabinet kept changing, and the Portuguese people's ability to bear reached the limit. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the Republicans pushed the king out of the top tank, ending the monarchy era. There is no doubt that the situation in the Portuguese Republic will only become more chaotic. It is you who sing and I will appear. It lasted until the 1980s, when the situation in Portugal stabilized. Ferdinand was still somewhat impressed by what happened to this unfortunate nephew, but there was nothing he could do. An existent who thinks his brain is crooked and lacks ability, Ferdinand doesn't think he can control so many messy parties. Unless, now that he is stimulated, he can explode once, taking the opportunity to kill future political enemies on the grounds of revenge on his father and brother. Anyway, these political party bosses are also inseparable from this assassination case. Oh, Ferdinand has done this kind of thing before, but his methods are more clever, and he successfully passed the blame to the cabinet, so he is still the perfect king in the eyes of the people. Of course, in fact, even if all these are exposed now, Ferdinand doesn't care anymore, and he can't shake his rule anyway. Even if Stam's cabinet returns to China now, it will be useless to push everything to him. The successful ones will not be blamed. Oh, the key is that Ferdinand controls public opinion, and everyone must be responsible for what they say, ensure its authenticity, and come up with evidence, otherwise they will be put in jail. Now Nicholas II of Russia, Wilhelm II of Germany, and Joseph I of Austria-Hungary are all imitating some policies of Ferdinand and consolidating their own rule. The resistance of the forces is not very effective. In general, the dominance of European governments on this plane should be more stable. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 272, Development of the Automobile Industry. The sky in April is full of flowers and trees. Ferdinand, who was in the spring, received good news. Your Majesty, we have already developed the low-priced car you asked for.
Come and see it with me," Allen Heidelberg said like a child, running over to offer a treasure. At the beginning of the 20th century, the automobile was nothing new. Whether it was practicality or safety, it was greatly improved compared to the 19th century. As early as 1769, the Frenchman N. J. Guénot built the world's first steam-driven three-wheeled car, which started the era of human automobiles. However, the steam engine car, because of its poor performance in all aspects, is not popular. It was not until 1897 that the German Rudolf Diesel successfully trial-produced the first diesel engine, which changed the appearance of the diesel engine as a great breakthrough in power engineering. Its appearance not only found a place for diesel, but also was more fuel efficient, more powerful and less polluting than gasoline. It was one of the best power systems for cars at that time. On August 15, 1883, Daimler and Maybach understood the gasoline internal combustion engine. In 1885, the German Gottlieb Daimler discovered the first four-wheeled car and opened a new era of automobiles. 1900 years ago, after Germany and France, there were many workshop-style car production companies in the United States, Britain and Italy. In 1900, Europe and the United States produced a total of 9504 cars. Ferdinand, who was familiar with the importance of cars, of course followed suit. In 1901, Bulgaria independently developed the first car ball. The performance of ball was considered to be the world's advanced level at the time. It could run for 3.5 hours at a speed of 15.1 km per hour. Unfortunately, like the cars of this era, its stability is extremely poor. Basically, it needs to be repaired after running for hundreds of kilometers. And both the production cost and the maintenance cost are very high and not universal. However, Ferdinand still did not give up, but continued to increase capital investment. After all, in this era, the auto industry has just started, and the whole world is a handmade workshop, all of which are crossing the river by feeling the stones. People don't pay enough attention to the auto industry. Basically, individuals are promoting the development of the auto industry. The consortium has not yet realized the huge profits contained in it. There is a saying that the progress of science and technology is piled up with endless resources. With Ferdinand's continuous investment, the Bulgarian auto industry has finally achieved remarkable results and has reached the forefront of the world. Following the Bull, in 1904, the Bull 2 was born, and the performance of the second-generation Bull has been greatly improved. It has undergone a series of improvements, taking into account passenger comfort, optimizing the structure of the car, and the aesthetics of the car have also been significantly improved. And in terms of stability, it has also been greatly improved, and finally got rid of the trouble of repairing cars every day. But its superior performance is based on the premise of increasing costs. So this car is not what Ferdinand wants. Its high production cost of 16,000 levs is enough to make people prohibitive. After adding research costs and profits, the final luxury version of the Bull 2 will cost 50,000 levs, about £2. So it is doomed that it can only be a toy for the rich. To rely on it to promote the development of the transportation industry, forget it. No way. The investment in research and development is too high, the market is too small and the output is too low, and the production cost cannot be reduced. By the end of 1907, Bulgaria had produced more than 8 Bull 2 in more than 3 years, so it has become the best-selling car brand in Eastern Europe. The times are constantly progressing, and in 1907, Bull 3 generations was also developed. It is also a rich man's toy. It has been greatly improved in terms of comfort and safety. Unfortunately, its cost is still as high. In this context, Ferdinand proposed to the designers to design a low-cost model that is unadorned, durable, easy to drive and maintain, has low requirements for the road, and meets the needs of the mass market. In fact, Ferdinand's expectations for this car are not high. The birth of this popular version of the cheap car will not benefit Bulgaria the most, even if Bulgaria is the #1 car manufacturer in Eastern Europe. With the birth of cheap cars, only the oil-producing countries will get the most benefit. In Europe,
The Russian Empire and Romania will be the winners of this transportation revolution. Of course, Bulgaria is not at a disadvantage. Due to Ferdinand's butterfly effect, Bulgaria's domestic road network is now among the best in Europe, and basically the road network covers every township. Anyway, the Ford car is about to explode, and Ferdinand doesn't mind getting ahead of the game rather than being the Americans. So fast, Ferdinand said in surprise, it only took more than 2 months from the time he ordered the design to the finished product. He was very worried that the designers had misunderstood it, and it would be a cheap car if you just cut it and cut it. After all, the cheap car requested by Ferdinand is not feasible for $1,000 or $800. The production cost must be reduced to at least 1/3 or even 1/5 of the original. Of course, can we be unhappy about what you ordered? Alan Heidelberg said proudly. Go, show me, Ferdinand said happily. At present, most of the scientific research tasks in Bulgaria are completed by Bulgarian universities, and some are in charge of the newly established University of Sofia and research institutions distributed to various enterprises. Alan Heidelberg is the master in the field of machinery that Ferdinand poached from the University of Vienna, Austria, and serves as the head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering at the University of Bulgaria, mainly responsible for power system research. After arriving in Bulgaria, he has also achieved remarkable results. He has achieved a number of remarkable results in this field, and occasionally he can take a short ride. Bulgaria can firmly bite the tail of the powers in the field of power. He has made great contributions. Almost as soon as others come out, the team of Alan Heidelberg can do it in the past few years. Therefore, this old man with a high IQ, almost 0 IQ, and no one's account, still sits firmly in the position of the head of the Department of Mechanical Engineering. And even Ferdinand respects him very much. This is also in Bulgaria, a country that attaches great importance to scientific researchers. If it is placed in a few powerful countries, there is no such treatment, and there is no shortage of talents. In fact, before Alan Heidelberg came to Bulgaria, his position at the University of Vienna was very embarrassing. A guy who has achieved many achievements only has the position of an associate professor, and even the scientific research funds are not available. After all, the Austro-Hungarian Empire has no shortage of talents, and there are many people who can compete with him. The Vienna government does not pay much attention to it. Basically, they let science and technology develop naturally. People with insufficient emotional intelligence will naturally not be able to get along! 100,000 pounds of research funding per year, and no interference in its use, is the price Ferdinand paid. Under the temptation of this huge sum of money, Alan Heidelberg also put on the air, and after a while, he came to Bulgaria. Of course, other benefits are also indispensable. Villas, cars, servants, cooks, and bodyguards are all provided, and even assistants are free to choose from among the university students in Bulgaria. In addition to these treatments, the Ministry of Education has also set up a problem-handling office at the Bulgarian University to help foreign scientists, including him, coordinate interpersonal relationships. How many times did it collapse? Basically, this kind of person with strong ability and not doing well is a master with low emotional intelligence, otherwise it would not be Ferdinand's turn to poach corners, and people can get along wherever they go! Soon, Ferdinand saw the real thing, and Alan Heidelberg had someone drive directly to the gate of the palace. If he hadn't been stopped by the guards, he probably wouldn't mind having someone move directly to Ferdinand. The car in front of me is really simple and ugly. Ferdinand swears that he has never seen such an ugly car. Even the scrapped car that was thrown in the junkyard looks better than it. This car uses a 4-cylinder 2 horsepower internal combustion engine, placed in the front hood, 2 forward gears and 1 reverse gear, planetary gear changer, pneumatic tires, and a double-row seat with a canopy-shaped body. As for comfort, sorry, this is out of consideration. Ferdinand didn't even see any traces of decoration. Many areas were not even polished, and some areas still had uneven traces. The equipment inside is even simpler, except for what the car itself must be equipped with. There are almost no other things. So frugal that the seats are made of cheap wood,
and the windows don't even bother to install glass. Ferdinand is powerless to complain. After all, this is the cheap car he asked for. Oh, Alan Heidelberg is still complaining while introducing and demeaning the cheap car Ferdinand asked for is useless, as if to tell, Your Majesty, I am doing this for your face, and I led my subordinates to do this, otherwise, if I say it, I can't afford to lose this person. Ferdinand just smiled slightly. He always smiled at Alan Heidelberg's complaints. If he took it seriously, he would probably make people angry. Seeing Ferdinand's signature smile, Alan Heidelberg was still chattering. Your Majesty, what's the use of making your car so bad? Look, remove the carport at the back and use it directly to pull goods. It's okay, if I sit with people, I've almost lost my life along the way. Ferdinand suddenly had an idea, isn't it? As long as you remove the carport and refit it, isn't it a pickup truck for later generations? Now for Bulgaria, it is still too extravagant to let ordinary people use cars, and it is far less applicable than pickups. You're right, just remove the carport at the back and refit it to pull goods. Ferdinand thought for a while and said. Alan Heidelberg stared at Ferdinand in a stunned manner. Obviously, he was taken aback by Ferdinand's decision. He was just talking casually, and it was true. Looking at the stunned Alan Heidelberg, Ferdinand said with concern, What's wrong, Mr. Allen? Don't worry, your design is still valid, the rewards remain the same, and the royalties will not be less than yours. Alan Heidelberg reacted and quickly explained, No, oh, nothing, Your Majesty, your credit is still trustworthy, I'm not worried about the reward. But can this thing really be sold? Well, Ferdinand thinks it's better to try not to talk to people with zero emotional intelligence. What they say can always make people angry. Listening to what he said, it seems that there may be a problem with Ferdinand's credit. Ferdinand dared to say that even if he wanted to breach the contract, he wouldn't be able to go back on it for such a small amount of money, right? With a reward of tens of thousands of levs, I can't even earn more than this amount in a day. Forget it. My adults won't care about you in large numbers. Ferdinand comforted himself. Ferdinand said a little depressedly, This is not something you should worry about. If you think you can't sell it, it doesn't matter. You can directly sell the patent to the first Bulgarian automobile factory. Alan Heidelberg nodded contentedly, as if he thought Ferdinand's words were reasonable. Depressed and depressed, Ferdinand still did not forget to ask, By the way, how much does this car cost? Not counting labor costs, the total cost of light materials is Lev. Alan Heidelberg broke out a very accurate figure. Ferdinand was stunned for a moment, and then reacted quickly. He seemed to have asked the wrong person this question. In this era of hand-built cars, the most important expense is labor costs. Looking at the rough workmanship of this car, you know that the material cost will not be too high. But what about labor costs? Laboratory and production workshop are completely two concepts. Well, I see. Remember to report the designer's list and receive the reward, Ferdinand said lightly. Alan Heidelberg looked a little complicated and said embarrassedly, This is the work of the mechanical students. I was bragging just now, saying how much attention was paid to this task, and it was immediately exposed. But instead of being angry, Ferdinand was very satisfied. The fact that the students in the school can complete the design of this car just shows that the education in Bulgaria is a success. Perhaps in the last 10 or 8 years, these students can really grow up and change the current miserable situation of poaching people in the field of scientific research in Bulgaria. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Alan Heidelberg escaped ahead of schedule on the grounds that he was busy with work. After taking a closer look, Ferdinand put away his curiosity. Car design is really unfamiliar to an otaku who couldn't even drive a car in his previous life. Come on, put this car in the museum for people to visit, Ferdinand said lightly. This is also Ferdinand's hobby of collecting. He also plans to leave some valuable collections for future generations, so that people can admire his great achievements! The car is designed, but when it is produced is not necessarily. After all, Bulgaria is not an oil-producing country, and now it is put on the market to make wedding dresses for others.
Even if Ferdinand can make a fortune from car sales, it is the long-term profit that people make by selling oil. Unless the current global patent protection can be as deeply rooted in the hearts of the people as the future generations, once this car is launched, it will not be long before the world is full of pirated copies. If you want to rely on patent wealth, don't dream. That is to say, at the beginning, the automobile industry was not valued by the consortiums, and they could make a fortune. In the later stage, if they could keep the current market share in Eastern Europe, Ferdinand would be satisfied. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 273. Tickets. Ferdinand knew that since the cheap version of the car has come out, will the auto industry develop far? For the needs of future development, Ferdinand decided to split the Bulgarian machinery factory. To be honest, the current Bulgarian machinery factory is outrageous, everything from hardware accessories to steam turbine engines for battleships. In Bulgaria's machinery manufacturing industry, more than 80% of the output value is contributed by machinery factories. The current Bulgarian machinery factory or group has 1.468 million employees, 186 large and small subsidiaries, 756 various processing and manufacturing plants, all over the entire industrial system of Bulgaria. Although Ferdinand also reorganized the machinery factory into a group company before, but in the face of the increasingly huge industry, it is still a bit powerless to manage. After all, so many bright and complicated industries are enough to be dazzling, let alone management. There may be such almighty talents, but for Ferdinand, it is better not to look for them. Countless examples of later generations told him that at the beginning of social and economic development, monopoly is conducive to promoting social development and saving resources, but in the later stage, monopoly enterprises will become increasingly prominent due to lack of competition and internal contradictions, which will reduce production efficiency. Born in trouble and die in peace. This sentence applies not only to a country, but also to a company. Otherwise, there will not be so many big companies in the future, and they will not be able to keep up with the development of the times in the later stage. This is particularly prominent in state-owned enterprises and monopoly enterprises, due to the lack of market competition and the lack of awareness of the crisis in the leadership of the enterprise. They will gradually degenerate and will only fight for power and profits, instead of thinking about making progress. This is absolutely not allowed by Ferdinand. How can his own industry be corrupted by a group of worms? Now Ferdinand has decided to split. According to his plan, the split Bulgarian machinery group will be transformed from one giant to 6 small giants. The 6 small giants after the split will carry out a clear strategic division of labor, each focusing on one aspect of development, and will also set foot in other industries to compete with each other, promote the discovery of productivity, and accelerate industrial upgrading. Among them, the little-known car company has also been independent, and a group company has also been established, the Bulgarian Volkswagen Group. Since it is a group company, of course, it will not only have one automobile production plant, it also includes an engine production plant, more than 10 spare parts production plants, and an after-sales service company all over the major cities in Eastern Europe. Of course, this is at this stage. In the future, Ferdinand will gradually throw away all the spare parts factories with low profits in order to reduce management costs. Judging from the name, it is clear that Ferdinand is preparing to promote the civilian car. However, this commoner refers to the middle class, as well as the newly rising military aristocrats. Ordinary people still cannot afford it. Even for the cheapest car, the market price cannot be lower than 5,000 levs, and the initial sales may be more than 8,000 levs. This figure, in theory, an ordinary worker who does not eat or drink can save it for 5 or 6 years. But Ferdinand knew that in practice this was impossible. It is rare for Bulgarian workers to save 500 levs a year after deducting their daily expenses. And most of these people are skilled workers, or the backbone of the business. After deducting expenses, most people can have a balance of 200 or 300 levs, which is not bad. This premises that they can't get sick, otherwise they may be in debt. This was also a common problem faced by the working class all over the world at that time, and the ones like Bulgaria were quite good. Basically, large-scale factories are still equipped with medical staff under the pressure of public opinion. Basically, minor problems can still be solved internally, otherwise the problem will be more serious. Ferdinand knew very well that if he wanted to solve this problem, it would only be possible if the productive forces had developed to a certain extent. Otherwise, at the level of industrial production at the beginning of the 20th century, even if the Bulgarian capitalists are saints and take no profit, it is impossible to achieve. According to Ferdinand's consistent style, problems that cannot be solved are put on hold for the time being, so the issue of universal medical care has been put on hold by the Bulgarian government indefinitely! In 1908, the good news in Bulgaria was one after another. Just now, Ferdinand received another piece of good news. The Bulgarian self-built dreadnought was launched on the slipway of the Dyks shipyard. This is also thanks to the selfless dedication of the French. Due to internal problems, the French reacted a step slower in this era of naval battleship revolution, and the French giant gunships fell into a disadvantage in the internal struggle. However, the cannon ships in the French Navy were not reconciled to failure. After receiving Bulgaria's request for help, they took the Bulgarian warship as a testing ground for their new technology. They try to prove that their ideas are correct through practical actions. Therefore, the Bulgarian dreadnought ship can be regarded as the industrial crystallization of the three countries of the Netherlands, France and Bulgaria, so the manufacturing speed of this warship is a little faster than Ferdinand expected. From 1907 Ferdinand approved the construction of the warship. By April 1908, the construction of the shore part of the warship was completed. On April 6, 1908, the No. 1 slipway of the Dyksford shipyard was successfully launched. According to this speed, by the end of 1908 or the beginning of 1909, it may be completed. At that time, Bulgaria is likely to become the second country in the world to own a dreadnought after the British. Although it still can't change the status quo of the weak Bulgarian navy, it is still very good to use it to stimulate the morale of the people. In the age of sea power, the influence of the navy is much greater than that of the army. Just like now that Germany is the world's #1 army power, and its economic strength has surpassed that of the United Kingdom, but everyone still thinks that the British are the world's hegemons. Similarly, as a rising star, Italy is considered to be the sixth largest power in Europe because it has a good navy, even if their army scum is at home. On the contrary, Bulgaria is also a rising star. It is approaching Italy in terms of economic aggregate, and it has surpassed Italy in the field of heavy industry. The army is also known as the Prussia of the Balkans, but because the navy is too weak, it is considered a quasi-power. Therefore, Ferdinand is willing to spend such a high price to build this dreadnought ship, in addition to enhancing the strength of the navy militarily and inspiring the morale of the people. The more important thing is for political influence. Simply put, it is to get an admission ticket to join the great power club. In addition to the old powerhouses, it is not easy for a rising star to get this ticket. The Germans defeated the French and rose strongly. The Americans chose the Spaniards as a poorhouse and got the tickets. The Japanese first defeated the Qing dynasty and the Russians in the Far East before joining Goan. Obviously, Bulgaria can't do this. Although they also defeated the Ottoman Empire, the status of the Ottomans is no longer qualified to be a stepping stone. On the European continent, two major groups have formed, and the whole body is affected. In short, Ferdinand dare not touch it. In addition to this direct and rude method, the rest is Italy, which has also fought battles, but unfortunately the record is not very good, and then established a strong navy, which was gradually accepted by the powers. After careful consideration, Ferdinand decided to learn from the Italians, otherwise Bulgaria would not even want to join the Great Powers Club before the First World War. The problem of dividing up the colonies is small, anyway, the world is almost divided up now, but the problem of the status in the Allied powers, this is serious. This is related to the future distribution of interests in Bulgaria.
The treatment of the powers and the treatment of ordinary allies, which are completely two concepts. Genius website address, mobile version reading website, chapter 274, The Four-Nation Treaty? What the hell is this? The year 1908 is a very critical year for the future situation of the world. In early May, the British insurance negotiation, which lasted for more than half a year, finally came to an end. On the 18th, the two countries signed the British Protection Agreement, which has a far-reaching impact on world history. The treaty states: 1. The two sides recognize each other's core interests and support each other diplomatically. 2. Bulgaria recognized the hegemony of the British in the Mediterranean region, and the two sides delineated their respective spheres of influence against the Ottoman Empire. That is, the Egyptian colonies and the Eurat River basin are the interests of the British, including the Suez Canal. The British recognized that the Aegean Sea area, the Asia Minor Peninsula, including Greece, belonged to Bulgaria's sphere of influence. 3. The British support Bulgaria's expansion in Africa. In return, the British Navy has free navigation rights in the ports of Bulgaria's overseas colonies. This is also the third power after France and Russia to recognize Bulgaria's sphere of influence, especially the British Empire that dominates the world. The British Protection Agreement was also unanimously recognized by all sectors of the Bulgarian society as another great diplomatic victory for the Bulgarian government. Apparently no one shows the crisis is approaching. Only Ferdinand knew that it was the British who were cheering the Allies. Otherwise, according to the current momentum of the Germans, it would not be long before the Allies would admit their counsel. At least within the Bulgarian government, there have always been many people who advocated joining the Allies. After all, the Germans have the number 6 army in the world, as well as two teammates, Austria-Hungary and Italy. If Bulgaria is added, the European Big Six is the world of the Allies. Anyway, Bulgaria and the Triple Alliance have no major conflict of interest. Even with the bordering Austro-Hungarian Empire, there has been no major conflict between the two sides. Oh, if it hadn't been for Ferdinand to know how pitiful the two pit crews of Italy and Austria-Hungary were, he would have thought so too. If it weren't for the strength of the pro-Russian faction in Bulgaria, and the strong suppression of Ferdinand, Bulgaria would have fallen to the Allies now. Since the Russians lost in the Far East, the Franco-Russian Entente is no longer the opponent of the Triple Alliance, and the balance of the European Big Six has been broken. Later, with the efforts of the French, the newly emerging Bulgaria was pulled into the Allied powers, which barely balanced the strength of the two sides. Otherwise the situation in the European Big Six would be even more severe. If the British can't stand up to support the Allied powers, the two countries will soon have to compromise with Germany. Anyway, there is no major conflict, and they can be reconciled at any time. This is absolutely intolerable to John Niu. Once the two countries choose to compromise, then there is no doubt that the French will surrender to the Germans. Hatred is not the opponent of the bayonet! The time for the Germans to dominate the European Big Six is not far off. That was the opinion of many at the time. John Bull finally couldn't help it. It was not easy to pull Bulgaria and the Russians on board. Historically, the Russians and Austria-Hungary had serious conflicts in the Balkans, but now they no longer exist. With the strong rise of Bulgaria, the Russians have been hit hard in the Far East, and the core conflict of interests between Russia and Austria no longer exists. Now the Russians don't know whether to cry or laugh. Bulgaria, which was supported by one hand, has lost control, and now they have to join the club of great powers. Similarly, due to the rise of Bulgaria, the Russians' defense pressure in the European Big Six is also small. A lot. No matter what the Russians think in their hearts, the British are happy anyway, and the rise of Bulgaria means they have another pawn to use. If it weren't for the fact that the main enemy was now the Germans, there would be thugs in the Near East who blocked the expansion of the Russians. The British are still very confident in this point. As long as they are tempted and provoked, they are not afraid that the two countries will not turn against Russia. Of course, this is a matter of the future. Now, The main task of the London government is to ensure that Russia join forces to fight against the Germans in Eastern Europe. The British are different from the French. The French government paid real money to pull Bulgaria and the Russian Empire on board. The British are generous. Ferdinand knew that the bait was poisonous, but he still chose to swallow the bait in the face of interests. Anyway, the French had paid once, and the British bait was nothing more than tying the rope to death. Moreover, even if a world war breaks out, the enemies that Bulgaria will face directly are all weak chickens. As long as they don't stand out, the overall strategy is still safe! Shortly after the signing of the British Protection Agreement, the negotiations between Britain and Russia came to an end. On May 28, the two countries signed the Britain-Russian Agreement, and the Entente was officially established. Due to the participation of the British, the influence of the Entente countries has greatly increased. After the Three-Kingdom Entente, which was at a disadvantage, has now become the Quadruple Entente. It has suppressed the three-power alliance in the European Big Six! The British once again used diplomatic means to let the world know who is the boss of this era. At this moment, Germany, Italy, and Austria were silent. The politicians of Britain, France, Russia, and Bulgaria were all celebrating this great diplomatic victory. As long as Ferdinand shook his head secretly, he knew that the world war was impossible. Avoided! Your Majesty, can we attack Libya? Petrov asked cautiously. Ferdinand shook his head and thought to himself, the influence of the British in this era is really strong. Once the four-power pact was established, the military began to be unable to hold back. No, now is not the time. Ferdinand resolutely chose to suppress the main war faction. From a military standpoint, the Ottoman navy was severely damaged after the last Marmara Sea War. The Sudanese government was limited by financial resources and has not purchased any until now. A warship. Even the tonnage of the Ottoman navy is still slightly larger than that of the Bulgarian navy. Unfortunately, the 80,00-ton ironclad fleet has fallen behind the times, and it really cannot win the 50,00-ton new-style fleet. Not to mention the Sixth Army. How many soldiers did the Ottoman Empire have in Libya? The Sixth Army Minister General Popov said that only 2 regiments can easily defeat them, and 1 division can occupy Libya. This is really not bragging. Although Libya has an area of 1.78 million square kilometers, except for the coastal areas, most of the other areas are deserts, and it is not too difficult to occupy it. Anyway, with the support of Niu, you can get supplies from Egypt, and Tunisia and Algeria on the other side are the territory of the French, and you can also get help. But Ferdinand knew that Libya and Albania were completely different concepts. The Italians did not conflict with Bulgaria over the Albania issue. It was because the Italian Sixth Army had just suffered a defeat in Ethiopia. Even the most confident radicals in the country did not think that their Sixth Army could compete with the Bulgarian Sixth Army. It is human nature to bully the soft and fear the hard. It is impossible for the Italians to challenge an impossible opponent for a colony they cannot get. But Libya is different. Although its economic value is not high and its strategic value is not good, isn't the African Big Six almost divided up? If they give up again, where else can the Italians go to snatch Ethiopia? Their Sixth Army veterans said that whoever likes to go, they are giant counselors anyway. The Sixth Army is counseled, but it does not mean that the Navy is also counseled. At least now the Italian Navy still has the strength to suppress Bulgaria and the Ottoman Empire. The reason why they haven't started is mainly because of their fear of the Ottoman Empire and the attitude of the Germans. That's right, the Italians are still afraid of the Ottoman Empire. In history, if it wasn't for the help of the British and forbid the Ottoman army to pass from Egypt, the Italians would not necessarily be able to win the Italian-Turkish War. Although the Allied powers were established, Russia, France, and Britain assumed military obligations to each other, while the cunning British retained the right to act freely. If Bulgaria fights with the Italians over the Libyan issue and detonates the World War ahead of time, while the British are watching the play, Bulgaria will have to go and fight Germany. After all,
The current Germans have not yet reached their peak, and the navy is not yet an opponent of the French, as long as the United Kingdom makes a little effort behind. In theory, France, Russia, and Bulgaria, as well as Germany, Austria, and Italy, still have the strength to fight! Genius website address, mobile version reading website, Chapter 275, Heavy Industry Program, from the outbreak of the Balkan War in 1897 to 1908, more than 10 years have passed. After more than 10 years of hard work by Ferdinand, Bulgaria has now completed the digestion of the basic domestic market. Now Bulgaria is also a powerful country with a population of more than 20 million and a total industrial volume approaching that of Italy, but Ferdinand still feels that it is not enough. Although Bulgaria is developing at a very fast rate, Ferdinand is still not satisfied. He knows that the time for the World War is not far away. With Bulgaria's current strength, it is enough to protect itself in the World War. But after the war, it is estimated that only some leftovers will be left, which Ferdinand absolutely cannot tolerate. As a traverser, it is already very humiliating to not be able to compete for the world. If you can't even mix with a regional overlord, then what is it? In short, Ferdinand is also ambitious. Ferdinand knew that it was time for the long-held 3-5 plan to be released. This also means that the Bulgarian government, which has just paid off its debts, will be in debt again! Time flies, and with Ferdinand's order, the cabinet government came up with a 3-5 plan in the shortest time possible. The original plan, of course, was scrapped. After all, more than 10 years have passed, and the strategic goals in it have long been completed. In addition to being placed in museums for future generations to visit, it is probably only useful for historians to study the background of the times. Compared with the previous two plans, this plan is not of the same order at all, and it is more suitable for ambition. After all, many of the contents in it are very radical. Under normal circumstances, if such a wave develops, just wait for overcapacity, and then the economic crisis will break out. But Ferdinand doesn't matter. Anyway, it's time to start the World War, and overcapacity is no big deal. After a world war, any kind of production capacity can be digested. Prime Minister, please introduce the content of the third 5 plan first. Let's talk about the industrial plan first. Ferdinand said lightly. Yes. Constantine said forcefully. Since Ferdinand took power in 1889, the Bulgarian cabinet has been very stable. First, there are Chekhov, who is a political tumbler, and Constantine, who has been prime minister for more than 10 years. However, Ferdinand knew that after this term, let them finish 2 more terms, and they will probably be replaced. 1907 was already their 4th term. This is not that Ferdinand wants to cross the river and demolish the bridge, but the real monarch's ingenuity. After all, a cabinet with too high prestige is also a threat to the monarchy. Bulgaria has been able to get to this point, and the Constantine cabinet has also made great contributions. Now to let them go home is undoubtedly crossing the river and demolishing the bridge, and Ferdinand still can't do it. After the victory of the World War, let them return with honor. Ferdinand thinks this is the best ending. Oh, Ferdinand would not admit that he was trying to squeeze the last value out of people. After the World War, the role of these people will be much smaller. However, in Europe through democratic elections, a cabinet that has been working for 30 years is really rare. This is not fabricated. Now the support rate of the Bulgarian cabinet is really high, and there is really no one who is qualified to be their competitor. Bulgaria was originally known as the Prussia of the Balkans, and Constantine was considered the second Bismarck, and he was called the Prime Minister of Iron and Blood. During his tenure, Bismarck launched a war to unify Germany. During his tenure, Constantine also launched a war to unify Bulgaria. Don't be surprised, publicity is so powerful. Looking through the history of Bulgaria, there are too many materials to prove that this is really a national unification war to expel the Ottoman invaders. This has been recognized by the international community. In the Balkan War, Bulgaria won the support of all ethnic groups, which is the best proof. The other two attach great importance to industrial development and have established worker security systems, including worker pensions, healthcare insurance and social insurance systems. Oh, this is in the 3-5 plan. In short, after many people compared them, they found that the two have a lot in common, and both created the rise of the two countries. Well, Bulgaria and Prussia are really similar. The key is that they are both able to fight, but Bulgaria's size is too small, otherwise European countries will still worry about Bulgaria's dangerous association. If it weren't for Ferdinand's prestige too high, and the power of Constantine, the prime minister, was not as great as that of Bismarck, otherwise it would really deserve it. Oh, there is another reason that cannot be said. After the outbreak of the World War, Ferdinand needed a cabinet that could hold the scene. After all, no matter how high the prestige of the Bulgarian cabinet is, it is nowhere near as high as King Ferdinand, who can manipulate the Congress at any time and kick them out. But the military is a headache. After the outbreak of the war, the military's power will inevitably increase greatly, and as King Ferdinand, he can't charge himself into battle to suppress the military, right? This is too embarrassing, so it is necessary to have a cabinet with a high enough prestige. Germany is a negative teaching material. Historically, after the collapse of Germany II in Russia, there was a chance to negotiate and then end the war with dignity. Unfortunately, his government could no longer hold down the army, and the country was dragged by the Junkers and aristocrats. Abyss. No way. Who is the most prestigious jagged chancellor in Germany? Bismarck has already died, and William II has been the emperor for 3 generations, and his prestige is really not very good in the army. After finishing his thoughts, Constantine said, "This third 5-year plan is different from the previous 2 5-year plans, both in terms of investment amount and coverage. It is much larger than before. It includes politics, industry, culture, military, medical, education, agriculture, social security and many other fields. In terms of industry, we still focus on the development of heavy industry, mainly including coal and 1, build 2 large steel plants, and strive to achieve an annual output of 3.5 million tons of steel before 1914, of which the output of steel shall not be less than half, and the output of special steel shall not be less than 200,000 tons! 2. Coal output strives to reach 30 million tons. 3. Build 2 new 30,00 ton docks and a 40,00 ton dock. Strive to achieve a total tonnage of 500,000 tons of large ships! 4. In the field of machinery manufacturing, because we have developed very well in this area, it is now on the same level as Austria-Hungary. Therefore, the government does not intend to invest directly, mainly through tax reduction and exemption, to encourage private capital to continue to invest, and strive to catch up with the French within 5 years. Not to mention light industry, such as the textile industry, food processing enterprises, etc. They were the protagonists of the first 2 5-year plans, but now they are no longer in Ferdinand's eyes. After all, the increase in military strength is still the fastest in heavy industry. Ferdinand pondered it carefully and found that for Bulgaria, the second item is the least difficult. The pure mining task of coal production cannot be completed as long as the investment is increased. After all, the coal reserves in Bulgaria are now measured in units of tens of billions of tons, and there are not a few open-pit coal mines. The most humiliating thing is probably the ships. Historically, the total tonnage of the British ships exceeded 20 million tons, and the Bulgarian target was only 500,000 tons, which is really embarrassing. What has not been said is that this gross tonnage is the sum of warships plus merchant ships, otherwise the number would be even more embarrassing. Oh, this is also the only thing Ferdinand asked not to blindly improve, mainly because he remembered the submarines of the German Navy. Basically, whoever builds more ships will be sunk by then. It's just that Bulgaria is so close to Austria-Hungary and Italy. If a bunch of merchant ships are built, it will definitely contribute to other submariners.
It's better to install an ostrich and let the British boss be responsible for the transportation. Bulgaria's protection of the transportation line in the Black Sea is the biggest contribution to the alliance. Fourth, the machinery manufacturing industry has surpassed France in 5 years. Ferdinand said that he did not see it. The Gallic chicken did not take the manufacturing industry to heart at all. Bulgaria is also a big manufacturing country with copycat technology as the core. As long as you give money, let alone surpass France, even if you surpass the Germans, you can easily do it. The premise is to sacrifice a little performance. On the contrary, the strategic goal of producing 3.5 million tons of steel per year is what really needs to be done. After all, the steel plants of this era are all fucking pits. In addition, in this 5-year plan, there is also a development plan for airships, but the automobile industry and aircraft industry are ignored. Thinking of this, Ferdinand asked suspiciously, why is there no plan for the automobile industry and aircraft manufacturing industry? According to the current development trend, in the future, the aircraft will be the king in the sky, and the car will also replace the horse-drawn carriage and become the most important transportation vehicle. An important part. Constantine was taken aback for a moment. Are airplanes and cars the mainstream of the future? His first reaction was, how is this possible? Seeing Constantine's reaction, Ferdinand understood, there must be people who realize the importance of airplanes and automobiles in this era, but no one believes that they will become the mainstream of transportation. After all, the replacement of the carriage by the car is something that has to wait for the cost of the car to be reduced. At the current price, who can afford it? Not to mention the aircraft. With the current technology of aircraft manufacturing, it is not enough to be used as a reconnaissance aircraft transportation. It is unreasonable to send a letter without considering the cost. Because of Ferdinand's butterfly effect, the Bulgarian aircraft started very early. As soon as the plane was born, it caught his attention and started Bulgaria's aerospace career. Up to now, Bulgaria's aerospace industry has been the first in the world. It seems that now only Bulgaria has an aerospace industry in the world. At present, the Bulgarian self-made aircraft is also the most advanced in the world. Its maximum range has reached 200 kilometers. It can barely be used as a reconnaissance aircraft. What other performance? Or ignore it. The plane has only been born for 4 or 5 years. Ferdinand realized that he had made a blunder. After all, not everyone has foresight, and this reaction of Constantine is normal for people in this era. Ferdinand concealed his embarrassment, and then said, oh, let's put aside the issue of aircraft, but the auto industry will also join the support of the third 5-year plan this time. As you may not know, the production cost of the new generation of cars designed by the Bulgarian University has been reduced, and the expected time to market is just around the corner. The price is about 6,008,000 levs, which is already acceptable for the middle class, and this car also has a freight version, and the price will not exceed 12,000 levs. It already has promotion value and will soon become popular. Europe is up. Oh, everyone was shocked, obviously stunned by this news. Although Bulgaria's auto industry is also leading in the world, the price has dropped so much at once, which is still somewhat out of their data. No problem, Constantine said cheerfully. After all, if the price drops to 1/6 or even 1/8 of the original price, the market for this has already greatly increased. After all, compared to horse-drawn carriages, cars still have high advantages, and it is still very meaningful to promote the revolution of transportation. Genius website address, mobile version reading website. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.